Hello everybody and welcome to Munich's Olympic Regatta Centre. I'm Martin Cross and with me is Greg Searle, and we are here to take you through all of today's programme of races, starting at 9 o'clock Central European Summer Time and going through to 4:10, the last races. Greg, it's the Olympic Regatta Centre and there's a bit of a headwind on the course by the looks of things.
Yeah, it's fantastic to be here for these European Championships, this multi-sport event, as that graphic showed when we came in. A number of sports going on here in Munich, and as you say, we're at the Olympic rowing course. And this is the position up at the start. You can see the crews just getting into position, and yeah, there's a little bit of a headwind. What's nice from this picture is to see that the conditions at the finish are no different really to what we can see in front of us here. So at both ends of the course is that gentle breeze. You can see it there. It's warm. It's going to get warmer throughout the day. And yeah, 12 kilometers per hour. And it looks like a more or less straight wind down the course.
Yeah, and I have to say, Greg, I was quite relieved. I saw that the wind was going to come from the direction of the finish line towards the start, and I did have concerns because I remember in one of the days in Munich, I think it was semi-finals days, when they had, let's stop and talk about that later. There's the schedule we've got, the PR1 women's singles with Brigitte Skarstein, the Paralympic champion, and then we go into... After the para races, we go into the women's pairs, the sort of smaller boats.
Yeah, it's a good programme for the day, isn't it? And then opens up as we see the men's pairs and then on into the men's doubles. So the boats are getting bigger and bigger as we go through the programme, although we are going to pick up from some singles. And it's heats for all the events today. So a pretty busy schedule for the athletes. So
yeah.
See the next grouping.
And interesting to look at, there's in the lightweight women's and lightweight men's singles, the non-Olympic boat class categories that are important here because they're sort of the spares for the lightweight men's and women's doubles. And as you said, Greg, into the bigger boats, the women's and men's four, and then going down middle of the morning into the men's and women's and men's single sculls.
Yeah, and then as we see going to those single sculls, and what we'll see here is a few, particularly in the women's eight, a number of crews doubling up. So there'll be athletes who'll be out on the water twice. So out in the morning, as we see what's coming through towards lunchtime, those lightweight double sculls, women's quads, men's quads, building up towards those eights races, where we'll have some athletes, some of the crews who've got everyone doubling up into the eight, the four, the pair and double scull for the Netherlands and Ireland in those women's eights races that we'll see there at 120 and 125.
Now, it's really interesting, 2 heats of women's eights, but only a sort of demonstration race for the men's event.
Yeah, only 5 men's eights here, 7 women's eights. So maybe that doubling up is encouraging the entry to get larger. But yeah, no, really looking forward to seeing those.
And I was going to say about, before we looked at the schedule there, you can see the para scullers, men's and women's, warming up, the PR1 women's and PR1 men's. But the headwinds, it's not blowing from the grandstand side of the course, so there isn't this big shadow like there was, I believe, in the 1972 Olympics when it was held in semi-finals day, where you had a chevron across the course, and we won't have those sort of conditions today.
Well, let's certainly hope not. Let's hope the direction stays as it is, so we don't have a shadow on the course. As you saw the crews warming up, they're all quite well organised on a rowing course as the crews warm up, doing small loops. So about half an hour ago, the athletes leave the area where we are at the finish line. make their journey down to the start. This is that finish line. As you see, it's very calm. That's that grandstand you were talking about there, Martin, that we're sat in.
Yeah, it's an enormous grandstand, and it's such a shame that a lot of it is unusable now. I think they've sold about 3,000 tickets in the bottom part of that tribune for the finals day on Sunday, so we will have a decent crowd. We know that on Sunday, but unlike in 2007 when they had the World Championships here, it was really totally full up. It was great. It was a really exciting atmosphere.
Yeah, well, we hope the atmosphere will build, but like you say, you want to fill these stands, and this thing was built, as you say, for 1972, when I'm sure it was absolutely rammed. Now, 50 years on, some areas of it aren't usable. So, yeah, it's just the front section, which we hopefully will see filled up for those finals later on in the regatta.
Well, there she is, the great Bridget Skarstein of Norway, on that far lane.
See, the water is quite bumpy, isn't it?
Oh, that's going to be testing, isn't it, off the start? Did you have many starts when you were in a single like that, Greg?
Yeah, I raced here in the single, actually. And, yeah, bumpy water like this, when you're in a single, it definitely makes you feel uncomfortable. You want to sit and you want the boat to be as stable and level. When you square your blades up before you go, you want them to feel nice and locked in the water, almost like you sat on a rowing machine. But in water like that, it won't feel like you're in a rowing machine. It'll feel like, are you completely sure you're going to lock in, and can you actually push your legs down as hard as you want to? And the answer is probably no. You need to make that first stroke just a little bit more careful to make sure the blades lock up before you give it everything.
And I guess for these para PR1 rowers, the women's and men's single sculls, you've got those sponsons on the side of the boat.
Yeah, so that's right. As we see these officials in position, that's the start list that we've got in front of us, as the people who hold the boats in place will be lying down to hold those boats. And as you say, the sponsons are little flotation devices that sit underneath the riggers.
Well, there we go. Our first race is the PR1 women's singles. It's a pre-race. These scullers will be going through to the final, so there's no heats in this event. And the name of Bridget Skarstein of Norway, European, World and Paralympic champion, dominates the graphic there. So we'll go through the lane order for you. There we are. So lane 1, which is on the further side away from the camera, Norway's Bridget Skarstein, and in lane 2, Israel's Moran Samuel. Lane 3, from Germany, Manuela Diening, and then the familiar features of Anna Shermeet from the Ukraine. There she is, Bridget Skarstein, the 33-year-old. She's actually staying in the same hotel as us, Greg, which I'm quite excited about.
Yeah, it's quite good to be around the athletes, isn't it? You can see them preparing. She came down on the bus similar times to us to get ready for this race.
There is Moran Samuel from Israel, the 40-year-old. We'll talk about her palmares as she goes down the course. You would expect to see Sylvia Pila-Steppart in the place of Manuela Diening there, but Pila-Steppart has moved up to the PR2 class for this championships. And there is the youngest competitor in the field, the 21-year-old Anna Shermeet from the Ukraine.
So seeing the crews here, and those little holders for the bows disappear under the water. Anna Shermeet unexpectedly tends to have quite a high rate of striking, getting away, compared to, as we see here, Birgit Skarstein. More relaxed, longer, more powerful strokes getting out of the start.
Anna Shermeet got an interesting background. She came third when the Euros were last held. That was in Varese in, I think, what would that have been, 2021?
Well, I remember seeing her in 2019.
2022 in Varese, yeah. So there's Scarstein. So the thing about this PR1 class is for rowers who have no or minimal trunk function. A PR1 rower, they apply their force predominantly using the arms and or the shoulders, and the rowers will also have a decreased sitting balance, which is hence why they have sponsons on the side of their boat. You were saying about Anna Shermeet on the near side there, Greg.
Yeah, I think we first saw Anna Shermeet back in 2019. I remember her racing very well in Linz in Austria, but we're taking a look at the German sculler there, Emanuela
Diening, yeah.
And she's doing pretty well there, sticking in the middle of these two, coming out through 300 metres.
Coached by Sebastian Fuchs from Rudolf Munster, German sculler. And Anna Shermeet's early lead is being slightly eaten away by Birgit Skarstein, who has this phenomenal endurance, the Norwegian athlete. She, well, I'm sure we'll have time to talk about Birgit Skarstein later on in the race, but Anna Shermeet was fourth in the Paralympics in Tokyo. She lost out to Skarstein, to Lauren Samuel, and to Nathalie Benoit of France. And her target has got to be, Greg, to win a medal at the Paralympics in Paris in 2 years' time.
Yeah, I'm sure it is, and yeah, she's getting better. She's maturing more into it. She's still very slightly built, isn't she? But she gets maximum length. Interesting that she was fourth at those Paralympics, and we've got Lauren Samuel, who got the silver in the paras, who's back at the back of the field here.
Do you think that's some tactics for this kind of race? As we go through 500 metres with Shermeet in the lead and just about 3 metres behind Skarstein, 6 metres Diening. You can see on the bottom left of your screen those graphics that very handily tell you the distance behind. And then you've got also, if you're watching this for the first time, welcome. We hope you're enjoying watching the rowing here from the 1972 Olympic course in Munich. The rating, which is the stroke rates per minute. Do you want to talk about that, Greg, those little graphics on the screen?
Yeah, strokes per minute, because of course what's going to make the boat go fast is a combination of how many strokes you take, how long those strokes are, and then how hard you pull. Those are largely the dynamics. And so I guess what you can see here is that the Norwegian sculler at the top of the picture, Skarstein, is actually moving the boat past. You've seen she's taken the lead now. That's by doing fewer strokes, but actually probably by pulling harder. And of course the other dynamic is what you're doing to slow the boat down. But you want to be efficient, that in between the strokes you're not doing anything to slow it down. But yeah, as you can see, Skarstein is just moving out into a lead. And slightly dealing with the conditions maybe a little bit better as well. This headwind might not be helping Anna Shermeet.
I'll tell you what, I'd fancy that side of the course, I think, in these conditions. I think, if anything, the wind, I mean, it's pretty much blowing straight down, but I think, maybe there's a little touch from that far side. You can see the flatter water in the bank there as the scullers go through 750 metres. Just to remind you, if you're just tuning in, this is what we call a preliminary race. So these 4 scullers will compete in the final on Sunday, and because there are no heats, there are just the 4 scullers. This is what we call a preliminary race, and you can see that Birgit Skarstein is determined to win the race. Emanuela Diening is going through the fast-starting Anna Shermeet there. I'm sure that the 30-year-old from Rudolf Munster will be pleased. There she is, coached by Sebastian Fuchs. And at the Poznan World Cup, Emanuela Diening came third in the PR1 women's singles. She finished just out of the medals in Varese in 2022 when the Europeans were held there in 5th place. Nice little battle going on between Diening and Schermeet there. I just wonder if Moran Samuel is just thinking, well, I'll save my powder, keep it dry for Sunday's final, Greg.
Well, you can't help thinking that, can you, that Skarstein is the consistent winner. You're thinking, well, if you've got something, maybe save it till the big medal race rather than this preliminary race, as the crew's passing the halfway mark through the 1,000. Yeah, funny, interesting, yeah, Moran Samuel is, as the graphic was showing, about 50 metres behind.
So Skarstein is an amazing athlete. She's competed in 2014, 18 and 22 Winter Paralympics. She competed in cross-country skiing. Big respect for that. And also in 2021, you know, when things were cancelled, she got into Dancing with the Stars in Norway.
I remember
and
seeing
she
that, yeah.
kind of wanted to show, you know, that you don't necessarily have to have limitations in a wheelchair, but she's a pretty big star in Norway.
Yeah, we'll take a look now. Anna Schermeet, she's come back into the race now with Diening, because Diening went through her just around the 1,000, and now Schermeet looks like she's digging a bit deeper. No noticeable difference in terms of stroke rate. She's at about 30 strokes a minute. The German beside her at 29 strokes a minute. They're pretty much just stroke for stroke now.
So normally these athletes would come down in a time of around 9 minutes 50 or something like that. It was nearly 6 minutes, just under. It was 5:55 through the halfway mark. So we're going to see a race that's probably about 2 minutes slower in these conditions, I think, to maybe even 3 minutes slower.
Well, I think last time we were commentating on these, we were in Poznan, weren't we, with a strong tailwind. It's almost the opposite conditions here today with this strong headwind, which might be interesting to see how a lot of the crews fare in the different conditions.
Anna Schermeet with that long lean back. It's little trying to find direction. You can see she's pulling more on the left-hand side. She's just got over the boys. I think she's found that a little bit tricky, just that sort of battle with Manuela Diening in the yellow boat, the German sculler.
Yeah, fantastic bit of commentary, bit of camera work there actually from our director to get us that picture straight on, where you could see now how much Schermeet, the Ukrainian scullers, lost there by getting out of the lane and bumping over the red buoy line. Steering, as you say, with these boats is done by blade pressure, so there's no rudder. They're just doing it with how hard they pull on each scull to just keep the boat in the centre of the lane.
I really like the way that Skarstein puts her blades in the water. She loses nothing at the front end of the stroke, and the blades lock really effectively. This is 1,500 metres, so just 500 metres to go, just shy of 9 minutes through the 1,500. So we're looking at a time of, I guess, about 11 minutes and a bit. The first 3 places look fairly settled. We haven't seen anything of Moran Samuel, who we think is just paddling this preliminary race and keeping her powder dry for the final.
And that seems to be the way. That distance is just getting bigger all the time. You can see it in the bottom left. Samuel there now out to 90 metres behind. So she's clearly just settled for that position today.
Decent scull from Manuela Diening there. 30-year-old German is really doing very well to keep in relative contact with this woman, Birgit Skarstein. Coached by Johan Lidberg. And the Norwegian team, quite a compact team, staying at our hotel down the road in Unterschleißheim. The course, I think, is nearest biggest town is Oberschleißheim, if you know this part of the world.
We're on the northern side of Munich, aren't we? Fairly accessible to the lake from where we're staying, where the Norwegians are staying. It'll be a little journey in to get to those other events at the main centre for the athletics, the gymnastics, and all the other sports that are going on.
And if you notice in rowing, when you get a headwind on the course, it might seem to be stating the obvious, but as the athletes come towards the finish, the water flattens out because the wind doesn't have as much impact on the waves as it does 2,000 metres away down at the start, where the athletes face quite tricky conditions. So they're pretty glad of that as they come into this last 200, 250 metres.
Yes, they are, and you get a nice picture of that, the relative calm of the water at this end of the course. Then you can see the spread of the field there, how far it is to go back to Samuel, the Israeli sculler. And what a good job, as you say, Diening has done here, Manuela Diening, the German sculler.
She's trucking. Look at her looking round there for Skarstein.
Yeah.
She thinks, well, I'm going to finish with an overlap on Skarstein. That can't be too bad. She's really going for it. She hasn't quite got the overlap as the scullers come in front of our commentary position here on Munich's Olympic course. There's about, I guess, half a length of clear water between Diening and Skarstein. Skarstein is perhaps taking it a little bit more gently than Diening, but Diening's battling for that overlap.
She is. It's great from Diening. She had a very good second half of the race, actually, because she's closed up on Skarstein and really moved away from Schermet.
So as we cross the finish in this preliminary race of the PR1 women's single sculls, it is Skarstein from Norway and Manuela Diening from Germany in second place. Anna Schermet will come across the finish line in third place, and Moran Samuel from Israel, who is really just paddling, she's not racing, will come across the finish line in fourth place. There's a Norwegian. And you can, because these boats have got sponsons on, you can throw your blades away like that and not worried about tipping in or anything.
Yeah, it's funny, you wouldn't normally see that, would you?
No.
She's got those supporting flotation buoys under the riggers, so yeah, she can relax, have a drink of water. Manuela Diening, she certainly worked hard. It's been a great workout for her. She should, I'm sure she'll feel very pleased with that performance she's put in there, particularly in the second half against fast-starting Anna Schermet in boat number 4, just coming into the picture now.
Now, we're just looking at these scullers, obviously completing their wind down, but we are going to take you. Oh no, we're not. We're going to take you to the results. So yeah, nearly 12 minutes. 11:50 for Skarstein. 3 seconds in front of Manuela Diening, and Anna Schermet in third place. We'll next see them in Final A on Sunday. We're going to take you back up to the start. We're going to, because the races have 5-minute centres, we're going to watch the start of the next race. Heat 1, Javier Rea Munez, Giacomo Perini, Ben Pritchard and Michael Breszko from Poland. And the winner of this race will go straight through to the final. Great start by Ben Pritchard there. And Perini from Italy leaping out of the start. I think the Mike Breszko and Javier Rea Munez probably found the going a bit tougher, and look at Pritchard going toe-to-toe with Perini.
Yeah,
so
Ben Pritchard really went for it, didn't he? But we see it there at the 12:50 now, and you can see the Italian sculler Perini has opened up a handsome lead over Ben Pritchard. He really went for it in that first 2:50, but now, yeah, the scullers have been going here for about 5 or 6 minutes. Through into this big third quarter.
And, you know, there's a lot of talk about this new Italian sculler, Perini, as we look at Ben Pritchard there, who's in second place. So at the moment, Ben will have to go through to the repêchage to make the A final. Ben Pritchard from Great Britain, a former cyclist and triathlete. And 30 years of age. There's been a lot of talk about Perini, and you know, he's an ambulant athlete, which is normally the PR1 athlete. We've always had ambulant athletes in the PR1 class, and you know, some of the athletes might have forgotten that, but there's been a lot of talk about Perini being such a dominant athlete, and you know, and the classification. But you know, the classifications for athletes are done so rigorously, and it's where their trunk function picks up. You know, if their trunk function's down in the hips and it's picking up at the hips at the front end of the stroke, they're not in the PR1 category. You know, so clearly the classifiers have looked at Perini and thought, well, he starts his drive phase a little further up from the hips, and therefore he fits into the PR1 category, which is for rowers who have no or minimal trunk function.
Well, he's certainly become a dominant force, hasn't he? We saw him in Poznan, where he set a world best time. Here he is. You can look at that lead he's got on Ben Pritchard. It's 40 metres now. And yeah, he's certainly making best use he can of that length. Relatively new to sculling.
Yeah, Perini is relatively new. He said, I chose my sport because it allowed me to transform a limit such as an amputation into an opportunity to take my life in hand and constantly improve myself. And as you heard Greg saying, we saw Perini first on the scene in the Poznan World Cup back, would it have been in June, early June, I think, where he dominated the event there.
Seeing Ben Pritchard here, you can see that seat that he sits in formed to his body. I know he was working on that to try and get it as comfortable as he could, as balanced as he could, to allow him to apply that force as effectively as he can.
Perini is just flying, and Ben Pritchard is trucking. He's really going through the 1,000. You know, there's been no question of easing off. He's hundreds of metres ahead of Rayo Munoz of Spain and Brejko from Poland. And remember, only one of these scullers will go straight through to the final eight. The rest of the scullers will go through to the repêchage. I mean, I guess psychologically, what's it like as Perini comes up to the last 100 metres, where you've got an athlete like Perini, you know, in your event? How do you deal with that psychologically? Perini coming up to the finish line.
Well, I think Ben Pritchard is certainly doing his own race, isn't he? You can see with the distance that he's put in there. He's not thinking, am I going to lead, qualify for the next round? Of course, we can see Perini's going to be the one who goes straight through to the final. But Ben Pritchard has probably taken his own time, done his own race, learned some lessons from that. As you see him come across the line, yeah, the lead is enormous, 300 or 400 metres over the scullers who are going to be third and fourth.
So Ben Pritchard was really going in that race, and the sculler who finished fifth in the Tokyo Paralympics picked up a silver medal in the last edition of the European Championships back in Varese. And I'm looking out of our commentary position, and only now just coming through the 250, I think, is Javier Rayo Munoz of Spain, the 48-year-old, and they pretty much decided discretion was the better part of valour, and Perini was going to win. There was one place available. You saw Perini's result there. And we will take you back up to the start for the second heat of Paralympic sculls with the Paralympic champion Roman Poliansky in lane one, Shumel Daniel, from Israel, and Petr Zolt from Hungary. And this is a replay you're watching now of the start. And over on that far side, the Ukrainian sculler Roman Poliansky, the traditional high rating style. And I guess we are now back live with this race through the 750 metres, Greg, and Poliansky is building up one big lead.
Yeah, that's right. Poliansky there, we can see, yeah, he's at 35 strokes a minute, and you can see that he has built up a good lead as they are coming up through about 850 metres, so still in that first half. 7 entries, so yeah, the heat winners from each of these 2 will go direct to the final, leaving 5 others who will then contend in a repechage.
It's interesting. I mean, you saw a shot of the sponsons on the side of the boat. They're not touching the water. I mean, these guys are good enough just to not necessarily need them. They're there just, you know, for safety reasons more than anything, as opposed to keep the boat stable.
Yeah, as we see him there, as you can say, the
Israeli sculler, isn't it? Yeah.
Israeli sculler, yeah, Daniel. Ideally they're just for safety. You saw a little bump there, and in the water and the conditions today, they may need them a little bit more than they would on a really nice, calm, flat day. But really, they don't want them to be bumping through the water because, of course, they're going to slow the boat down.
Familiar features there of Zsolt Pető from Hungary. Just missed out on Paralympic qualification, finished 8th, last edition of the European Championships. Polianski looks really smooth as he goes through the 1,000 metres. And I just wonder, Greg, if you can see the time of Polianski for the time of Perini and just get a little comparison on the 2 there.
Polianski's a lot slower. So Polianski's just gone through in 5:18. If I take us back to the previous race, we've got 5:18 compared to 4:45 or thereabouts.
So it really is...
4:54, so I've got my numbers the wrong way around. 4:54. So yeah.
So you're watching the man who won the Paralympics in Tokyo ahead of Australia's Eric Horry and René Campos Pereira from Brazil. And no, he looks to have lost a little bit of kilos, maybe just got a little bit more fit. He's actually come into the sport of rowing from para canoeing, and I don't think his event was in the Paralympics, so he decided he wanted to switch to rowing. And of course, I think there's a great story, isn't there, with the Ukrainian teams, not just in para rowing, but in men's and women's rowing, still managing to train outside of Ukraine during the current conflict there. And World Rowing has got set up, I guess, a site for donations that people can contribute.
Yeah, that's right. There is a site for donations that you can go onto to support the Ukraine Rowing Federation, which people have given generously to allow the team to train. And the people of France, of Nancy, I think, have taken in some of the Ukraine team, and they've trained there, as well as other locations around Europe.
I think in Bulgaria is one of the locations.
Bulgaria, yes. Yeah, that's right. Where the athletes can continue training through to the World Championships. But of course, it's an uncertain future, so any donations will still be helpful.
And I have to say, Greg is talking very humbly about donations, but I know, Greg, that you have made significant donations to that fund, which is fantastic. And people from the Ukraine are so grateful, coaches and athletes, for everyone in the World Rowing community and beyond who have made those donations.
Well, it's good to see the athletes still out here and competing, like Polianski here, given the chance, given the opportunity to compete. And making the most of it here.
So you can see Polianski has that lead of some 80, almost 90 meters over the Israeli sculler Shmuel Daniel, 37-year-old, just coming through the 500 meters to go in second place. Shout of "Let's go Israel," maybe from his coach Dmitry Margolin. And Shmuel Daniel made the A final at the Tokyo Paralympics, finished in 6th place in that regatta, just missed a medal in the European Paras back in Varese. And I guess the battle for a medal, looking for the silver medal, looks to be between Polyansky and Pritchard.
Yeah, interesting times on this one, actually. Heartening probably for Ben Pritchard, who we saw going for it in the other heat. But he was a fair bit quicker than Polyansky through each of these marks. So out to the 1500, Polyansky did 8:06. Ben Pritchard did 7:36. So actually, Pritchard would be 30 seconds ahead.
You're kidding, that much?
Yeah, 30 seconds ahead at 1500. But of course, who knows exactly what Polyansky's doing, whether he's doing enough for today or whether he'll have more. But he will go direct to the final, assuming he holds this position. Ben Pritchard will have to go through their repêchage, where he'll get another opportunity to practice, get time on the water, which for this regatta I think is not a bad thing really, given that we're racing now on Thursday, and that final not coming up till the weekend.
He's just paddling, isn't he? Shimel Daniel. He's
yeah, accepted that position, I guess, of second place into the repêchage.
He's well ahead of his competitors from Hungary's Opetto. The other athlete in this race. Polyansky is going flat out on a sprint for the finish line. There he goes. .10:41, and normally these athletes are coming down about a minute quicker, but we have got this strongish headwind on the Olympic regatta course in Munich. So around about a minute slower times. Polyansky looks pretty pleased with his morning's work.
Yeah, he should do. Be pleased to be done nice and early in the day. As you see the course there and confirmation there.
So this is the start list for the next race, which is the PR2 mixed double sculls. France, Ireland, Ukraine, Poland and Germany. And we will maybe give you, oh no, we'll go back up to the start. Great start on this side. So France at the top of your picture, then it's the Irish crew, Ukraine, Poland and Germany. This is a replay of how the crews went off the start. If you're following Germany and you're just tuning in to these European Championships of rowing, Germany's in the yellow boat, but out there on the far side, it's the French Pierre Bouge and Stéphane Tardieu, who are leading this preliminary race. Yeah. They are, Greg.
See the French crew up there and through the 1,000. You can see it in the bottom right-hand corner. They're counting down distance to go. So yeah, into the third quarter and sculling really well in this French double, moving well together.
So if you're wondering what the difference in category is between the PR1 and PR2, this PR2 class is for rowers who have functional use of the trunk movement and who are unable to use the sliding seat to propel the boat because of significantly weakened functional mobility of the lower limbs. So that's the difference between the PR1 and PR2 class, and this is obviously a mix. So in second place there is the crew from Ukraine, Svetlana Bohulavska and Yaroslav Kuda. There's Yaroslav Kuda in the stroke seat. That's the athlete closest to us. 34. Both of them are 34 actually, and they weren't together in the Poznan World Cup.
Well, they're hanging right in there and putting pressure on the French double beside them. I don't know if they've made a little move here.
They have.
But they look like they're coming back, don't they? The crew from Ukraine, 35 strokes a minute, France at 34 strokes a minute. But yeah, currently Ukraine are the quicker boat on the water, I think, and that gap is getting a little smaller.
There's the Irish crew. We just saw a shot of Kate O'Brien and Stephen McGowan from, now are they from Galway? I have to say I'm not 100% sure of that, but the Irish crew, we saw them race in Poznan at the World Cup, where they finished 4th.
That previous day, we did see Kate O'Brien set a new world best in the PR2 single.
That's a great bit of knowledge there, Greg.
Well, I remember it's very exciting. I remember we commented on the fact she was looking to get this double going. And as you say, yeah, she's got that working now with Stephen McGowan. But not at the front of the field because, yeah, the crew from Ukraine had definitely closing this gap. There's now only about 300 metres left. When you see it in the bottom right, 400 metres left. So possibly still time to get through, although I think France have responded.
Well, in the Paralympics, Pearl Bouge finished 9th in the PR2 mixed double sculls, which was a title won by the British double Lauren Rolls and Lawrence Whitley. Lawrence Whitley is retired. Lauren Rolls looking for a new partner, I believe. Pearl Bouge in those games sculled with Christopher Levine. Here she is with Stefan Tardieu, and they got a job on their hands because the Ukrainians, who finished 4th in that Olympics, Greg, in Tokyo, just missed out on a medal. But the last European game championships in 2022.
Well, the Ukrainians are still coming, and there is still 250 metres left. 35 strokes a minute for Ukrainians. They've just been that little stroke a minute ahead of France for a while now, and it's translating to distance each and every stroke.
Great feeling, isn't it, when you're down, moving through at the end of a race?
Yeah, no, this is great. They're coming towards our commentary position. You can see it exactly in the bottom corner of the screen. They're pretty much absolutely bow ball to bow ball. You can see them going through those lines of boys. 120 metres to go. Still anyone's race, as France have responded again.
They have responded. What a great response there from Tardieu and Bouge. 52 Stefan Tardieu and 44 Pearl Bouge, so they're the older double, but I think the Ukrainians are moved again, Greg, coming up to the finish line, and looks like the Ukrainians that will take this preliminary race.
Well, you've got the angle here now. You can see it for yourselves. It's very, very close. But as you say, the graphic shows Ukraine leading. And here we go across the line. It is a win in the preliminary race for Ukraine over France.
And Bohuslavska puts his hand behind his back. Sorry, Kuda puts his hand behind his back, and Bohuslavska acknowledges that wonderful row through. Poland finish in 3rd place. Ireland in 4th place.
Poland have had a big last 500 as well there. They were 6 seconds behind Ireland with 500 to go, but turned that over as well. So good pacing from both Ukraine and Poland over the full 2K. The other crews maybe just feeling the headwind, making it particularly difficult, making a long race today.
So confirmation, Ukraine won that preliminary race at the PR2 mixed double sculls, just from France, with Poland coming in 3rd place. So here's the start list for the PR3 preliminary race in the mixed Coxed for Spain, Italy, France, Great Britain, and nearest to the camera, Germany. And we will see a replay of that start. Both Germany and Great Britain, lane 5 and lane 4 in the yellow Empacher boats. Good start from Italy in lane 2. And they're the crews off the start. And here we see the crews back. And it is the British crew, unsurprisingly, who have got a dominant lead in this race, Greg.
Well, they have been so dominant in this event for years now, haven't they? The Great British crew, as we see Ollie Stanhope's familiar face in the stroke seat there, coming towards us. They do just look so good. They're so well drilled. They're so well trained, and again dominating the field.
Yeah, just behind Ollie Stanhope, Edward Fuller, who has got a condition of severe haemophilia. He comes from Devon, And this PR3 class is for rowers with a verifiable and permanent disability who have functional use of their legs, trunk and arms, and therefore use a sliding seat. And I guess we should say the story really here is of Erin Kennedy, the Coxed of the British crew. I don't know if we can get a look at her, but you can see her little head. We ride with the French crew, but Erin Kennedy was diagnosed, I think, a couple of months ago with breast cancer. She is still here coxing thanks to the support of the medics of the British team. She's going back after this event for chemotherapy to treat her breast cancer, and that may involve surgery too, so I'm not sure we'll see Erin, who's just 29, at the World Championships, but obviously she still hopes to be in the running for the British team for next year's World Championships and the Paralympics in Paris in 2024. But what a story.
Yeah, fantastic to have that commitment, and I think, as she said, the focus that the rowing has given her has been brilliant as she goes through this difficult time.
So there's the Italians, Tommaso Schettino in the stroke seat of the Italian boat. Schettino, 49 years of age, just one shy of your age, I think, Greg.
Well, we keep talking about 1972 when the Olympics were held here, which makes me think about my age a little more, Martin. But just looking at the British crew compared to that Italian crew, we can see just how smooth it is. Very little to slow the boat down. Just good, long, connected, powerful rowing.
Yeah, and furthest away from us, you can see Francesca Allen. I think she prefers Frankie Allen from Oxford Brookes. And then in front of her, the Paralympic champion, Giedra Repechage. She started rowing in 2006 in Kaunas, Lithuania. Now rowing for Britain from Worcester Rowing Club. And then Ed Fuller from Molesey Boat Club, which is Greg Searles and my own rowing club back home. And Ollie Stanhope, former Hampton schoolboy, used to teach Ollie at Hampton back in the day, but now the Paralympic champion, the 24-year-old, is making his own way in the sport. Got a brother who rows, or did row, for Oxford Brookes, James Stanhope, and a mum and dad who also were very high-flying internationals in the sport.
They certainly were. We got to share the team with both Richard and Rachel. It'll be brilliant for them to see Ollie out here again, competing so well in this PR3-4.
Nice rotation around the front of the stroke from Ollie Stanhope and Ed Fuller there, two Molesey men. And it's interesting where they put the guys. There we see Erin Kennedy, the Cox, who I'm sure is the last thing on her mind, you know, in terms of she's got to head into the race now, but that fantastic story of how she is battling breast cancer and here racing. Nevertheless, what an inspirational story. I was going to say, Greg, some of the crews, like the British boat, have the women, the two women in the bow seat. You can see the German boat there have the guys at either end of the boat, and the two women in the middle, and it varies according to where you decide to place your male and female athletes in this mixed PR3 Box 4.
Yeah, with all boats, I guess it's coaches making decisions, looking at athletes, looking at how they work best together, looking at combinations, maybe even looking at force curves, and they use a lot of telemetry data to show what angles you row through, what force you deliver, and then putting the crew together as effectively as possible. But to see the British crew coming up to 35 strokes a minute towards the line, they've been the fastest crew throughout the entire race, and there they go across the line. Dominant performance.
Yeah, Britain won that Paralympic title in Tokyo ahead of the USA, and the French were in second place here, but the French crew, well, they're coming now into second place. We'll see them cross the line. It's Fuller and Stanhope and Repechage, goes down the boat, doesn't it? The congratulations to Frankie Allen. France, that Italy crosses the line in second place.
No, Italy are still on the course,
Italy
actually.
still on
That
the
is
course.
France.
It's France. They got the graphics slightly wrong there. Salzo Boule, Amlan, and Cadeau, Coxed by Emile, Acquista Pass. There are the British crew just going to complete their wind down.
It's a preliminary race, but they will have given it a good going over there. They know they'll race again at the weekend in the medal races.
Confirmation, Britain won in 7:23. World's best time 6:49 set by the British in Linz, so it gives you some idea. The times are around about 30 seconds slower. So the para heats this morning are over, and there is a slight gap in the programme.
Yeah, we'll switch to women's pairs at 9:45 local time, so it's only 4 minutes away. Time to check your phone, check your messages, and tune in, get onto Twitter, send a message to Martin and I.
Yes.
Tell us what you think of what's going on. I think that's what that lady was doing.
Oh, well, Jack Beaumont, the British Olympic silver medalist, has tweeted that he's listening to us both, and it's good to hear you, and it's nice that you're tuned in, Jack. Thank you. And Jack's one of those guys who has welcomed members of the Ukrainian team into his house, and he's doing a very real job of support, the Beaumont household.
Yeah.
For the Ukrainian team.
Yeah, that's right. I think having raced in the quad scull in Tokyo, I think Jack had relationships or knew some of the competitors he'd been up against from Ukraine. So, yeah, when the conflict started, they made contact. And he's, had some of the Ukrainian team in Great Britain living at home with them.
Not many spectators here this morning, but there will be 3,000 of them at least. And I guess some more on that far side for the finals on Sunday. But we are taking you to the heart of the action here. We're just waiting for the start of the women's pair, which will be our next race on the programme, scheduled to go at 9:45. So keep your tweets coming in at Mark Crossy and at Greg Searle 2012 or at World Rowing, and we will endeavour to be interactive with you.
So here's this lineup for the women's pairs race coming up. The Netherlands, Denmark, Great Britain, Germany and Greece.
So Inke Cleveling and Veronique Meester from the Netherlands, silver medalists in the women's 4 from the Tokyo Olympics. They are on the far side of the course, lane 1. And then it's the Norwegians in the bow seat furthest away from us, Sophie Vikeslo and Nicolina Laidlaw. 19 Sophie is, and then the British pair, Emily Ford furthest away, brother Tom Rose in the 8 and Esme Booth in the stroke seats. Closest to us is Marie Catherine Arnold and Lena Osterkamp. This must be the top German women's sweep boat.
These two were in the 4 in Poznan. These Germans were 12th there, so they've come out into the pair.
And Fragpool and Evangelina Fragpool and Christina Jonina Borompu. Borompu, of course, the 21-year-old, was in the pair that finished 5th in the Olympics with Maria Kiridou, but this pair took a gold medal in the under-23s recently held in Varese.
Yeah, that's right. Only a couple of weeks ago in Varese, now here they are at the European Championships.
And I see the athletes are using those plastic sort of boots or shoes at the start to keep their boats straight, Greg.
Yeah, well, that's how the course is designed, that there's big orange buoys, and then in between them is that plastic shoe, which will be very handy in this headwind. So you can't really see it because it's clear plastic, but holding the bow in place in this wind.
And then the starter presses his button, and you can see them just disappear below the surface. So I guess the favourites for this race will be the British.
Well, I think we've got a big one here, actually. The Netherlands as well, over in lane 1. We saw them winning in Poznan. As we say, in front of us, the fast-starting Greeks, fresh off their gold medal from the under-23s. And important to note is 2 qualify here straight to the final, so the top 2 positions are all important.
That's a good shout, Greg. So the Greeks led out. They had a fantastic finish in that Olympic race. There's the German stroke. Marie-Catherine Arnold, 30 years of age.
They look good in the German pair, but they are just getting left slightly by the rest of the field.
I said the British pair would be favourites. I think that's because the British women have impressed so much. They finished 3rd in the World Cup in Lucerne, Ford and Booth. But these two, the Dutch, who miss Lucerne to train, will probably think that they might start as favourites. I mean, because of their pedigree in the Olympics. They rode in that fantastic Dutch 4 that was finished oh so close to the Australians. It was a point something of a second they missed out on gold by. They're in the pair now.
That's right, but the British team, as you say, are on a bit of a high. Certainly coming out of Lucerne, they did very well. Yeah, Ford and Booth there, trying to go with the crew from Netherlands, but they've responded just a little bit. That Dutch crew, as you say, doubled up in Poznan, where they won the pairs event, and then they went on to win the 8th event. But coming out here, only 500 metres into the race, and it's starting to spread out a little bit.
So it's the Netherlands that lead at 500 metres, 4 metre lead. You can see the graphics on the bottom left of the screen. 4-5 metre lead over the British, who are battling for that second place with lane 5, the Greeks.
Yeah, the British are underrating the Netherlands. British at 33, 34 strokes a minute. The Netherlands keeping it ticking along, more like 37. And I don't know if that will be a more effective technique, really, tactic in these conditions.
Greg, one thing I've noticed about the British crews in men's and women's, and even the under-23 crews, is that they are rating lower than their opponents. You know, the British men's 4, I'm thinking of Lucerne, compared to the Australians who are going over at 39, and this women's pair are rating lower too.
Yeah, so, I mean, it's interesting to try and do that. What they need to do is make sure they hold on in this second quarter. As we can see, the British pair here do look long, they do look connected, they do look pretty calm about everything. The distance you can see in the bottom left, still 6 metres. So I think if you can hold that half a length and underrate, then that's fine. The problem is if you are underrating and the crew from the Netherlands get to move and actually move out to clear water, then things get a bit more difficult.
So Meester and Cleverling, coached by Michel Darville.
They just caught a little crab there in the Netherlands boat. Really badly caught a wave.
That's really interesting. Well spotted, Greg. I was just saying these two are coached by Michel Darville. As the British just heading back on the Netherlands there with that lower rate of striking. And do you think that was a function of the crab? They maybe tightened up a little bit, that Dutch crew?
Yeah, well, you wonder what's going on, just how calm you are, or whether whether you can tick along. Usually, crews from the Netherlands, we think of them as being very relaxed, very loose, and able to handle the conditions. To be fair, I think they lost about half a boat length with that little crab that they caught. The British have just kept churning along beside them, and I think the Netherlands are going to have to be very calm now if they're going to be able to respond and get back into a lead. A real interesting one here.
Yeah, it is. So the Netherlands, coached by Michel Darville, who took the Canadian women to gold in Tokyo in the women's 8. She's now changed countries. She's now working with the Netherlands, and family's back in Canada. She's got a little flat in Amsterdam. There's the bow of Emily Ford from the British boat, 27 years of age, raced at the European Championships in Varese, finished 4th in the women's 8. But the British team are light years ahead of that team that raced in 2022, Greg.
Yeah, the British team have really stepped on, and things look like they're working well in the system, and they look like they're working well in this pair. Look, they've now taken that lead. With just that, I mean, real strong, connected kind of rowing. The bodies move quite slowly back through the drive, but I think in this headwind, that's absolutely perfect. That maybe the lower rate of striking, getting the blades in, getting locked, and then not almost rushing at the stroke, but just really moving the boat past the blades. And wow, what a third 500 from the British pair.
Yeah, it's impressive. You can see the water kicked up by that headwind, still rough. This British pair coached by Darren Whiter, interestingly enough, who took Britain to a gold medal in the lightweight men's double sculls back in Beijing and a silver medal in London, and he's now working with the women's team under Andrew Randell. Did you meet him yesterday, the Aussie who's coaching?
The British team are in our hotel, yeah. And I know they're working well as a team, all of those coaches in the British team. So although Darren Whiter looks after this pair, I know they work closely together. Yeah, and as you say, that leadership from Andrew Randell, as we see, yeah, up to a full-length lead for the British pair with 500 to go.
I mean, that was extremely impressive. I just wonder, are they still rating at 33 or 30?
Yeah, 34 strokes a minute from the British pair. The Netherlands still at 36. But, yeah, certainly in these conditions, the British look like they're handling it very well. I wonder what would have happened if the Netherlands hadn't had that little whoopsie at somewhere in the third quarter where they just caught the blade, and it certainly threw them off, lost them distance at the time, and I wonder what effect it's had on the rest of the race.
They don't look quite as long out the front end as I've seen the Dutch crews row, you know, previously when they were in the four. They were in the pair that won, you know, pretty well in Poznan back in June at the World Cup, but they just haven't got the length out front that the British pair have got and connection.
Yeah, so as you say that, I mean, I'm just looking for those angles closing, the bodies closing onto the legs, the shins coming at least to vertical, if not even slightly over vertical, just to get that length at the front that you described, Martin. And I think particularly in a headwind, that's important to get that connection. Maybe it's different in Poznan, where you've got that strong tailwind and you can almost sit off it a little bit and just kind of keep flicking it along. In this, you really need to get connected and keep moving it past.
So Ford and Booth come up to the finish line. They pass our commentary position just now. They have a one length of clear water boat lead over the Netherlands, who first two in this event will go through to the A final. The rest of the crews to the repêchage, and Britain are coming up to the line to take a very well-crafted victory in this first heat of the women's pairs, ahead of the Netherlands, who will also qualify directly to the A final. The rest of the crews in this event, Denmark, I think, no, it's the Greeks, who the under-23 gold medalists finished in third place. They go through to the repêchage, as will Denmark, who finished in fourth place. Smiles through the gritted teeth, I think, in the British pair.
Yeah, I think that'll be a confidence-building race, really, for Ford and Booth, and possibly that'll ripple through the Great Britain team as well, to see the women's, or certainly on the women's side, their first women's pair out, because I know they'll be noticing off each other that they work as a team, and if one crew's going well, the others should get confidence from that.
There's the replay. We got the, oh, there's the crab. You spotted that well. That was the woman about Jinke Cleverling, the 27-year-old who caught that crab. Blade just went in under square, didn't it?
Yeah, that's right. Just not quite square, so it didn't quite connect properly and went deep.
Confirmation that Britain and Netherlands are the two qualifiers directly to the A final. Greece, Denmark and Germany go to the repêchage. So we will take you back up to the start for the replay of that. Romania, Croatia, Italy, Ireland, and closest to the camera, the crew from the Czech Republic. So there's the start. Ioana Vinceneo and Denisa Tivalescu on the far side. The Jurkovic twins in lane 2 from Croatia. The Italians, Alice Godato and Aina Rocek. in lane 3. Emily Hegarty and Fiona Murta from Ireland in lane 4. Now they're in 3rd place, the Irish crew, and Radka Novotna and Paulina Flamikova from the Czech Republic on this near side. But it is the crew on the far side of the course, Joanna Vrincineo and Denisa Tivalescu, who lead this race.
Yeah, well, we jumped straight into this race. As you see it, we're 7:50 to go. That crew from Romania on the top there. They were second in Lucerne, actually 4 seconds ahead of the British pair in Lucerne. But here they are leading this, the second of these heats, with, again, 2 qualifying direct to the final.
Yeah, the Romanians roam with those sort of traditional red caps. I think the Croatians will be pretty pleased with their first half of the race. Ivana Jurkovic is in the bow seats. Josipa, her twin, in the stroke seat. They're 22 years of age, coached by Alisandar Vukovic. They're also staying in our hotel, I think, the Croatian team, Greg.
Yeah, I think they are. Spotted that red and white checkered kit around the lobby. But how about the Irish pair here in this third 500? How they've come back into this. They're high rating, 37 strokes a minute, but 500 to go, 2 to qualify direct to the A final. They're really going to go for this, I think.
Well, Emily Hegarty and Fiona Murta were, of course, in that wonderful Irish 4 that took a bronze medal in the Tokyo Olympics behind Australia and the Netherlands. And I think, you know, for my money, I would say the Irish are going to go through the Croatians, maybe not the Romanians. I quite like that far side of the course. I think, you know, if you're going to have a better lane, maybe the far side is the lane to have.
Yeah, big predictions from Martin Cross with 3:50 to go. The Irish are going to go through the Croatians. Let's see what happens now. You're looking like you've called it pretty well. They're not through yet. They've used 100 metres of that 350 that they had, and the Croatians are responding to that push that came in early from Ireland. Ireland at 38 strokes a minute. Croatia have come up to 37.
Croatia have answered them, haven't they?
They've looked like they've answered them, but as you say, a lot of pedigree in that Coxed 4 in Tokyo that got the bronze medal, the historic bronze medal for Ireland. And yeah, can they make this move? Can they keep those blades in at the finish and just get maximum distance for that 39-40 strokes a minute they're up to now? Passing our commentary position, and Croatia, for my eyes, still have a lead of about half a boat length. So Ireland haven't been able to get through yet. There is still, well, a few strokes, probably 6 or 7 strokes to the line. As you can see, at 23 metres to go. That's for the lead boat, which is Romania. So they cross the line. It's still a little bit left in it. But here we go, coming down towards Croatia. Have held off Ireland. It was a brave shout for you, Martin.
Yeah.
They were going to get through. They, for 100 metres, look great, but it's Croatia who are celebrating that they will go straight to that A final.
Oh, they love that, because they wouldn't have been certain of a place in the A final with the pedigree of that Irish crew, Emily Hegarty and Murta. And look at the celebrations. We have qualified straight for the A final. And
oh, look at that, the sisters.
Yeah.
Twin sisters racing here together. That's fantastic.
It's like they've won.
Yeah, yeah.
Which in a way they have, because they qualified direct to the A final ahead of 2 Olympic medalists from Tokyo, Emily Hegarty and Fiona Murta. Had to be settled for 3rd place. There's confirmation of the 2 qualifiers, Romania and Croatia. Ireland, the Czech Republic and Italy will have to race in the repêchage to go through to the final.
I'm just thinking that's particularly painful for the Irish, who are doubling up into the 8.
So men's pair, Poland, Moldova, Romania, Spain and Hungary. 3 of these crews will go directly to the semi-final, and this is a replay from the start. And Poland on that far side of the course. The pick of pairs here, Romania and Spain, and yeah, no surprise, it is the Romanians who are leading this race. In the bow seat, Marius Kosmiuc and Sergei Behan. in the stroke seats, closest to us. Both of them veterans of the Tokyo Olympics. Kosmiuc, silver medalist in the men's pair behind the Croatians. The bowman from the Romanian pool, and Sergei Behan, from the Romanian 8 that didn't make the final, so they didn't get another race actually after the repechage. But Antonio Colomanici has put this crew together. Cyprian Chudosa was the other man in the Romanian pair, but now the Romanians just knocking it along as they do. Sort of, what are they at, 38, 39 strokes a minute, Greg?
Yeah, that's right. The Romanians, actually I'm not getting data on the Romanians, so I don't know what they're doing. I'd have to get my watch out if I was to tell you that. But they're moving pretty well, aren't they? They're only 7th in Lucerne, this Romanian pair. So it's a good move for them. Ahead of that crew from Spain, who was 6th at the Tokyo Olympics, won the Europeans last time around as well. Oh no, won it back in 2019, the Spanish pair. But in this race, it's 3 to qualify for semi-finals, so we're looking at the top 2. It'll be interesting to keep an eye out on that 3rd position as well. Romanians, they look pretty good, don't they? Like, I don't know whether the wind has dropped or whether there is shelter as you thought, but it looks very quiet over there on that side of the course.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah, that's a nice way of putting it. There's a Spanish pair, Hemi Canajelo Pados. Well, we just flicked off them, and Javier Garcia Ordonez, the 30-year-olds. Both. This is quite a decent victory because that Spanish pair made the A final of the Olympics, as you said, Greg. Finished in 6th place. The Romanians coming up to the finish line as they pass our commentary position now. I think who's in 3rd place for this at the moment?
Yeah,
Greg?
just looking out there, it's the crew from Poland. They're comfortably in 3rd place, and they're going to pass our commentary position. We'll get a good look at them now as we see Romania holding it pretty strong through to the line. I think the crews in 2nd and 3rd, the Spanish and the Polish, are more or less settled for their positions, as you see it there, that win. It says Italy, it's Romania, and here we go. Spain there taking the 2nd place, and Poland going through to the also to the semi-finals directly, because we're going to have 3 heats of men's pair. So top 3 from each will go direct to the semis. That's 9 in the semi.
Hungary and Moldova just crossing the line now to finish. There's Poland, the 3rd place crew, go directly through to the semi-final. Confirmation of the 3 qualifiers. Hungary and Moldova will have to go through to the repechage, which I believe is happening later on today. So we will move on to the start list for Heat 2 of the men's pair. 3 heats of the men's pair. This is the 2nd heat. Turkey on the far side, Great Britain, the Netherlands, Lithuania and Austria. Great Britain, the very strong favourites to qualify directly to the semi-final from this race, and we'll see a replay of the start. Here we are. Lithuania out very quickly on that start.
Yeah, the Lithuanians picked up a silver medal at those under-23 championships just a few weeks ago, and here we go, picking this one up, and they're still right in it with the British pair through halfway. That's a surprise for us, isn't it?
Yeah, it is a surprise for us. The British pair, of course, won in Lucerne. Ollie Wynne-Griffith in the bow seat with the newly shaved head, I think, I'd have to say. And their boat is just about to move through, I think, the Lithuanians, who look really nice and floaty out the front, don't they? Really sort of easy as the way they come out to the front end of the stroke. Nice placement of the blade. Not much check on that stern, Greg.
Yeah, no, as you say, the stern's staying nicely out of the water. And yeah, just they look kind of loose in their upper bodies, don't they? Look quite like long arms just connecting their long bodies and legs. But the British men's pair, a bit like the British women's pair, with a very strong 3rd quarter. They're at 36 strokes a minute in the men's pair here. And yeah, those fast-starting Lithuanians put up a big challenge, and the British have just had to bide their time.
So it's Tom George and Ollie Wynne-Griffith from Great Britain. There is Tom George, closest to us, sub 5:40 on the 2K ergo. Ollie Wynne-Griffith, I think his PB's around 5:42 or something. Both men took bronze in the British men's 8 at the Tokyo Olympics. We're on the losing end of the boat race this year for Cambridge, but have managed to take everything in their stride since. Lost out to the New Zealand pair at Henley, I think, but then handed them a resounding beating in the Lucerne Regatta a week later.
Well, things have spread out a little bit now, haven't they? That crew from Netherlands looking quite secure in the 3rd position as well, which is important in this race for who gets straight through to those semi-finals. But as you say, Martin, you thought the British were the favourites coming into it, and they're looking like they're owning that favourites position.
I just wonder whether they're as quite as long as I saw them in Lucerne, out around the front end. I wonder whether 35 would suit them a little better than 36. I don't know.
Yeah, good shout, really. Again, I think conditions a little bit, you know, calm, flat water, or whether we're in this slight headwind, which actually feels, you know, looks like it's not having hardly any effect. It's almost probably quite a nice wind to row into because it's just stabilising the boat. You can see there's no waves really on the water right there as we look at it with 2:50 to go.
Yeah, so there's the Dutch pair, the new Dutch pair, Bjorn van der Ende and Nelson Ritsema. Bjorn van der Ende from the Dutch 8 that rode in Tokyo, Nelson Ritsema in the stroke seat from the Dutch 4. Both in the final of that regatta. New Dutch pair. Britain do look very good and comfortable as they come up to the finish, having been led by the Lithuanians in the early part of the race.
Yeah, stroke rates come down even, 30 strokes a minute coming up towards the line now.
So Great Britain will cross the finish line to take a direct qualification through to the semi-final. First 3 boats will qualify directly to the semi-final. Lithuania finish in 2nd place, and the Dutch pair take the final qualification slot directly to the semi-final. And the other boats, well, they'll have to go to the repêchage later on today. The Austrians, Christoph Siegfriedsberger, Bruno Bachmeier, and the Turkish pair of Kane Aydin and Aydin Sahin. They're still on the course. Can't see them they're out of shot. There's the Netherlands, finished in 3rd place. This is the 2nd heat of 3, the men's pairs. And the buzzer for the Turkish pair will go shortly. But confirmation of those 3 qualifiers, which we just talked you through. So we head off for heat 3, Serbia, Switzerland, Italy, Slovenia and France. Some interesting crews in this 3rd heat. Just a reminder, 3 crews from this heat will qualify directly to the semi-final. This is a replay of the start. Makovic and Vasic, probably the favourites from Serbia on the far side of the course. Langer and Plocek from Switzerland. Giovanni Abignali, no relation to the Abignali brothers. 1B, Alfonso Scalzoni from Italy. Carsten Krebs from Slovenia, and Guillet and Catul from France.
Well, here's that Serbian pair as we pick up the race with about 900 metres to go. They didn't get away quite as smoothly as they might have liked, but they're certainly into their pace now. But it looks like we've still got a bit of a race on here. Certainly for those qualifying places, certainly for the 2nd place.
I think the French are doing really well to be up there. Etienne Gillier and Esteban Calou, they finished in the 8th in Poznan, so this is a new combination coached by Bastien Taburier. And there we have a look at the 24-year-old Esteban Catul, I guess it would be remiss not to mention that Jürgen Grobler is the technical consultant now, the former British chief coach for the French team, and the Italians just pushing through the French.
Say, not a good time to be mentioning what they might be doing, because the French looked good early on, but they looked a bit short to me. They were sitting up too much, 37 strokes a minute, and they've just been rode through by the Italians. They're still with that Slovenian pair, so who knows how this one's going to end up. Still just over 500 metres to go, as you can see. Great looking position for that Serbian pair at the top of the picture. A finalist from Tokyo, as you said, picked up bronze medals at Lucerne and at the Belgrade Regatta, and in good control, but a race going on behind them.
Yeah. Coached by Nicholas Stojic, who did he race you in the pair, Greg?
Yeah, he was Sydney 2000, Nicholas Stojic. Has moved into coaching now from more of a management kind of position. Could even be on that bicycle there on the far side. He's a strong man.
Had a nice bottle of wine last night, I think, at the hotel. There are the Serbians. There's the back of Martin Makovic in the bow seat of that Serbian pair, the 26-year-old and his older partner, 31-year-old Milos Vasic in the stroke seat. Very experienced combination. The Italians, I wouldn't say they look the longest out front, but certainly higher rating, and driven on by Alfonso Scalzoni.
Well, they certainly look like they're in a race, don't they? I mean, it's not the prettiest rowing to look at, but they're getting the strokes in, they're keeping it moving, looking to try and protect that second qualifying place, which I think they've done there.
Yeah, the French have dropped out of the picture, haven't they? And it's now the Slovenian pair of Repechage and Nick Krebs, who are in third place position. The French are in fourth. They will have to go through the repechage if things stay as they are coming up to the finish. Serbia just easing down through the gears on that far side of the course. A lot of crews winning on that far side of the course, Greg.
Yeah, there certainly are. You picked it that you would prefer to be on that side of the course, where that Serbian pair has come across the line to win this one, ahead of Italy, who came through strongly in the second half. Slovenia went out bravely, managed to hold on to the qualifying place, and this French pair are going to get pushed down to have to go to the repechage if they're to make it through to the semis.
And we've just heard from Manny Bunoz, former French coxswain, who is watching. Thanks for that information. Julia and Catoul have won the French trials in the pair, both from Aviron Verdanois. Verdun Rowing Club, that means.
Verdanois.
Yeah, Verdanois. So they will have to go through to the repechage, and we'll be commentating on their race at 4 o'clock-ish Central European time. But Italy finished second in that final heat of the men's pair. Abignani and Scalzoni, and Slovenia, Cass and Krebs. Well, there they are. Took that third qualifying place. And directly through to semi-finals. So we move up to the start for the women's doubles. Ukraine, Italy, Austria, Lithuania and Poland. And this is a replay of the start. Some of these athletes, I was going to say, I thought I saw an Irish double there, but I didn't see an Irish double, and I just read that out. So this is a replay of the start, and I think we're going back now. That is the crew from Poland, Marta Wielsko and Joanna Dittman, both Tokyo Olympians, who are leading this heat of the double sculls.
And they're doing it from this side of the course, Martin.
Yeah, it's a good shout, Greg.
Hopefully good to see from a fairness point of view, that hopefully there's not too much in the lanes. 3 qualifying. It's going to be 3 heats of women's double sculls, 3 going direct to the semi. So having a look, another one of these good Lithuanian crews, as we saw with their men's pair, right up with the race.
Yeah, the Donata Caroline, of course, is the more noted figure. There she is in the bow seat of the Lithuanian crew, and they are just going toe-to-toe with the Polish. Her partner is the young 20-year-old Dovite Rimkute, and that Lithuanian double has come together. Caroline been looking for a new partner since the Tokyo Olympics, and she's seemingly found one with Deville Rimkute, and they are just edging through the poles stroke by stroke. On third position on that far side is Kozenkova and Serabinskaya from the Ukraine, just ahead of Tontonanati and Gogbi from Italy. Great race for that qualifying position. 3 of these crews will go through to semi-final A, B directly, the rest to the repêchage. And this is first heat of 3.
Yeah, good shout, Martin, on that experienced Italian double who just pushed through the Ukrainian crew beside them, gone through them really quickly, and I wonder if those Italians will keep coming towards the front of the field here.
Looks hard work, doesn't it, for Joanna Dittmann? Finished 6th in the Coxed 4 in Tokyo, swapped 1 blade for 2 to be with Marta Wielko. Silver medalist out of that Polish quadruple scull.
Yeah, the Lithuanians look really strong in the middle of the course. They've looked great since we first got the camera on them. And the Italians must have taken back about 2 lengths on the leading crews in the sort of 600 metres we've seen them since we joined the race at the 1,000. They're still coming.
Vygaudas Lenkikas, the Lithuanian coach, and we're very pleased that this new combination coming through 500 metres with a very decent lead over at least the 4th place double. Of course, they'll want to win this race, get the best lane draw they can.
Yeah, important to recognise if things do get laney, the athletes aren't choosing their lanes this time around. It'll be the Fairness Commission who'll make any decisions, but either way, you want to be making the first choice or being put in the first place. So positioning throughout the regatta is important. Now notice the Italians pushed through the crew from Ukraine, who look like they've eased right off, and you can see the gap in the bottom left on the graphic has opened up to 70 metres. So now it is just a race for the final positions and possible lane seeding as these ones are going to go towards the semi-final.
Great move from the Italian combination there. Both of them veterans of the Tokyo Olympics, and both of them veterans of the European Championships of 2022. They rode in the women's 4, the women's quad back then, now have come together in this women's double coached by Franco Catano. Stefano Gobbi in the stroke seat from the Padova club. She doubles as a police officer.
We're taking a look at the Lithuanian crew. They were 3rd in Lucerne, behind the Italian crew, who picked up the silver ahead of them. But this looks like it's going to be a reverse of that result here in the heat as we're coming towards the line. Just the last few strokes to go. You can see it about 50 metres to go. Great race from Lithuania, Martin. Yeah,
they moved through the Polish really well, held off the Italian charge in 2nd place. But Caroline and Rimkute, youth and experience, 33 and 20, take this opening heat, move directly through to the semi-final, get a good lane draw for that. Italy in 2nd place. Polish double, who did lead early on, take the 3rd qualifying slot ahead of the Ukrainian double on the far side, Kozenkova and Serabinskaya. And then it's the Austrians, which we didn't really mention, Tabea Minchnar and Katerina Lobnik, who's the sister of Magdalena. And she is in the Austrian double, will have to go through to the repêchage, which I guess will be this afternoon sometime. That was the first heat of 3 of the women's double sculls. There are 3 heats in total. First 3 in each heat go directly through to the semi-final, the rest to the repêchage.
Yeah, and I think that'll be a confidence builder really for the Lithuanians. Great solid race through the middle there.
So this is the start list for Heat 2. We are watching the start list, the starts, and then cutting to the race live. As the race is a 5-minute centres. Switzerland, Hungary, Ireland and the Netherlands. An interesting matchup between Ireland and the Netherlands on this near side of the course. I think the two favourites. Netherlands closest to us. Roos de Jong and Laila Yousafzai. Irish double contains in the bow seat Sanita Puspura with Zoe Hyde. You see Sanita Puspura there in the green, and Zoe Hyde, her partner, the young Zoe Hyde, 25, Puspura, of course, 40 years of age. But this Dutch double do look pretty dominant, Greg.
Yeah, well, look, we've picked this one up now with 600 to go, and as you say, yeah, Roos de Jong sitting there in the bow seat, confidently looking back and going, yep, we've opened up a gap here, and looking to that double beside them with Puspura in the bow seat there. Great matchup, these two.
And the Irish women will be going later in the women's eights. I think this Dutch double will be going later in the women's eights, so everyone's doubling up in this event, Greg.
Yeah, that's right, yeah. Both these two, the Netherlands and Ireland, putting in their women's eight with the double alongside their women's fours and their women's pairs.
Who's in third place? Who's in third qualifying place? It's the Swiss, I guess.
Yeah, the Swiss. Hungary have dropped way back, looking at the digital graphic that we've got there.
So this Dutch double were in the Tokyo Olympics. Roos de Jong, of course, won that bronze medal in the Olympics with Leisa Cheynaert, and Laila Yousafzai from the Laha Delft club was in the quad, Dutch women's quad, that came sixth. They've had a great season so far and picked up medals, gold medals in the women's eight at Belgrade and Poznan World Cups as well.
Yeah, that's right. We saw them racing in Poznan, didn't we, to a gold medal there. And again, they're looking good here. Ireland aren't really just accepting the second place, are they?
No.
32 strokes a minute. Netherlands needing to keep it ticking along at 34 strokes a minute. It's 200 metres to go. It looks like it's pretty done to me. It's,
Swiss cowbells.
Some cowbells, of course.
Yeah.
For the Swiss, who are going to get that third qualifying place.
So I think it's hard to see anyone really getting in front of the Olympic champions Bodnar and Radis, but this Dutch double will have Bodnar and Radis in their sights later through the regatta, maybe in the semi-final or in the A final on Sunday. They're going to qualify as heat winners ahead of the Irish coming up to the finish line. It is the double from the Netherlands, Roos de Jong and Laila Yousafzai. From the Proteus Ertes and Laha clubs. And the Irish double, Sanita Puspura from Old Collegians and Zoe Hyde from Kilorgan Rowing Club in Ireland. And then it's a long way back to the Swiss, who are just crossing the line now. Cowbells did the trick. And that's the three qualifiers from this first heat of the women's double sculls. Sorry, second heat.
That was the second heat, and you're right, we will see the repêchage at 4:05 local time, along with the men's pair and the men's quad that are also doing the repêchage today.
There's confirmation. Netherlands, Ireland and Switzerland qualified directly through to the semi-final. Hungary go to this afternoon's repêchage.
So we go back up to the start for Heat 3, where we have Germany, Great Britain, that Romanian crew you mentioned earlier on, Martin, and Norway. The Romanians, the Tokyo gold medalists. And we see them getting away to a strong start here. Again, a four-boat race with three of them qualifying direct to the semi-finals. And now we leap down the course through into the third quarter, just under 1,000 to go.
So I'm interested to get to chat to Antonio Colomanici, the coach of this Romanian women's double scull, because I just want to know what makes them so special. I mean, we can look at them there. Closest to us, Simona Radis, further behind her, Ancuta Bodnar, and they really have dominated this double in the way that the Sinkovics dominated the double.
Well, looking at her face, you get that look of relaxation and power going on, and just strong, powerful legs, but there's no twitching in the knees. I don't know what you're like in a double. I always find I'm kind of twitching left, twitching right. Her legs just going straight up and down the boat. So calm, so quiet, getting connected and then levering it on. And it just, yeah, just, you know, in terms of how, why does it go so fast? Because they just move so well, and they move so well together.
Represent different clubs in Romania. Ancuta in the bow seat represents the Dinamo club in Bucharest, and Simona in the stroke seat, Steaua Bucharest. This is the British double, Kyra Edwards, furthest away from us, and Saskia Budget. Dad is an Olympic champion and medical director of the International Olympic Committee. Not
just an Olympic champion alongside you, Martin Cross.
Definitely.
Back in 1984. And now Saskia's also trained to be a doctor.
Yeah, from the Tideway Scullers Rowing Club in Great Britain. 500 metres to go in this event, and Romania have an ocean of clear water ahead of the Norwegian double of Thea Helseth and Jenny Marie Rovik.
As we said, they got the race for the position quite important there between Great Britain and Norway in terms of how the draw may pan out later if conditions did become a factor, and those two are both going to qualify fairly well clear of the crew from Germany, that you can see the gaps another 50 metres on to Germany. But I'm sure Great Britain and Norway will keep racing that one out.
And I'll tell you what, there would have been a day where a German women's double would have been right up there in qualifying position, and Judith Gues and Sophia Leopold will hope that their regatta gets better and better, but at the moment it looks like they will have to go through the repêchage, the young double coached by Alexander Schmidt. There they are. Sophie Leopold furthest away from us, 23, and the young Judith Gues, 20-year-old, in the bow seat. These two, you basically would use this for a coaching video, wouldn't you? In terms of this is what you're aiming for, guys.
You largely would. You might not like the arm break slightly early in the stroke if you're going to be really picky.
So you think that maybe Simona Radis gets a little bit of an arm break too early?
I think if you're going to make a coaching video, you may choose other doubles, but this one they do move very well. Maybe early on in the first half of the race, maybe not quite so much going in as they come towards the line.
I think she's got it in her lats though. I mean, the arm breaks, but she's basically got that power of the legs and her back in the lats.
She
I think holding it. Yeah.
So you can see that you use that arm break just to get the blade locked in and not waste the power that she's got through the legs and through her back.
So Romania take the first qualifying position. I think the British, is that them in second qualifying position over there in lane 2?
It is. So this is going to be the crew from Great Britain.
So Saskia Budget and Kyra Edwards take the second qualifying position, and ahead of the crew from Norway, Helseth and Rovik. Lots of crews from our hotel in this race, Greg.
Yeah, lots of the big hotel we're in.
And the German double paddling over the line, Hughes and Leopold. In fourth place. That was the third heat of the women's double sculls. Confirmation that Romania, Britain and Norway will qualify directly to the semi-final. We will go up to the start of first of 3 heats of the men's double sculls shortly. Big old grandstand you can see in the shot there, the 1972 Olympics. It's mostly unusable now, just the front row of seats have been sold, 3,000 or so.
Yeah, slightly tired, isn't it? It looks a bit sad, sort of a bit of extra scaffolding put around it to try and make sure it remains safe. I'm sure they will take on a big building project and remove it fairly shortly.
Yeah, it'd be nice to get some more seats in a safer kind of grandstand. You know, it's built of wood, and maybe some of the wood, I don't know if it's decaying or not as strong as it was, but they've got these scaffolding props, some of the wooden supports behind to hold it up. We're not allowed in the main body of the grandstand behind us. I think we're safe where we are.
I hope we're safe where we are. We've got a little gap now. We've got a little 5-minute respite before the first heat of the men's double scull goes off at 10:35 local time. And we will more or less keep bringing you action all the way through till about 1:30 local time, when we have the 2 heats of the women's 8. So a number of these crews are going to race in the morning, as we've said already, and then they're going to double up for those heats of the women's 8. So it's a busy morning for the athletes, and then it'll all be done by about 1:30. Then there'll be a little bit of training time, and then we've just got 3 repêchages in the middle of the afternoon. That will be the first day of competition done here.
So if you're just tuning in to this presentation of the European Championships from Munich in 2022, the rowing event on the 1972 Olympic course, welcome. We hope you'll stay with us, or you've been enjoying the pictures and commentary so far. We've got a little bit of a break between the men's and women's double sculls heats, and you can see the wind blowing down the course. It's a headwind, which means the times are slower. Conditions are fairish. Quite fancy the far side of the course if I had to choose, but there's not much in it. The headwind's pretty much blowing straight down the course, which is good news.
Yeah, and it's fairly light, I think. I mean, the times are not... It's not like you're seeing people rowing along, crashing through waves and really struggling with it. It's a little bit bumpy at the start by the look of it. But they've got the start position with the shoe that the crews put the bow ball in, so it all looks pretty calm and quiet up there to me.
So the next race is due off in 4 minutes time at 10:35 Central European Summer Time.
Weather conditions probably warming up out there a little bit now.
Yeah.
We're in our little booth and we're in the shade, so it's a bit hard for us to tell, but I know the temperature is going to go up gently as the day went on. We came in here at about 7:30 in the morning. Just looking at my phone, it's about 21 degrees, 22 degrees outside now, which is pretty pleasant, I should think.
And thank you for the tweets coming in from Ed NL, at Ed NL, who's basically correcting my pronunciation of Roos to Rose, which I think
I did try to do that.
Yeah,
actually.
He said you got it right, actually, Rose de Jong.
That's because he's messaged us before and said Rose, as in Rose a boat.
And we said about, I was saying Ritsima, but it's Ritsuma. So with the pronunciation on the Rit. So, you know, any of our pronunciations, please do correct us on Twitter at Mark Crossy or at GregSell2012 or through at World Rowing.
Or any other comments or conversation we're happy to join in with as well. Martin Cross does do a valiant job at the pronunciations, but I did spot the Rose de Jong. So yeah, thanks for pointing that one out to us. With a little picture of a rose even in the tweets.
Oh, that's so cool.
So we get it.
Yeah.
So we'll lock that into our minds. Bit of local music going on the course. It's always a nice feel, isn't it, to a European regatta?
It's a nice feel that this is a multi-sport event as well, because the facilities here are much better than you would get at the European Championships, I think.
It's a lot of volunteers, aren't there?
Yeah.
A lot of volunteers, a lot of people being very helpful in uniforms. Moving the athletes from one place to another, lots of buses, people collecting shoes, bringing you drinks, doing all of the transport. And also, of course, because it's the European Championships rather than a World Cup regatta, fewer boats on the water, so it's a little bit of a calmer feel, really, to the whole thing. But we've got a full programme that we're bringing you. enjoying the races that are coming. Got the men's double scull coming up any moment now. We're going to have 3 heats of that, with 3 boats going direct to the semi-finals, the AB semis.
Yeah. And well, we finally got to the start list for that race at 10:35. Romania, Slovakia, Serbia, Lithuania and Greece will contest this heat. 3 to go through directly to the semi-final. The Romanians, Cornea and Kochikaru. Slovakia is Kovacic and Heonik. Serbians, Filipovic and Bednik. Lithuanians, Kelmis and Nemirovicius. And the Greek double closest to us, Kalandris and Palapionos.
A whole field of Filippi boats there, moving along, looking pretty good.
Yeah, Filippi boats, they're 2 major boat manufacturers, aren't they? The Filippi, the Italian boat manufacturer with the white boats, and Empacher, the German manufacturer with the yellow boats. And a lot of scullers tend to favour the white Filippi boats, don't they?
They do, as we see it in this race. 5 of them in a line. And again, Lithuania making a strong start here. All the crews about 38 strokes a minute. But Lithuania definitely the fastest moving through the first 250.
Those 2 boys, Kamelis and Nemirovicius, were out of the Lithuanian quad that got the last-minute call-up to go to Tokyo after the Russians dropped out. They finished 10th in that event, but nevertheless got the trip.
Always difficult, I'm sure, if you think you're not going to the Olympics, having not made the qualifying place, and then to get the call up a little bit later. It has happened a few times, and then crews have found themselves there. But then what often happens is they come off the back of that and are particularly strong, having been to the Olympics and not had the experience they wanted. And
this is a new Greek combination that's in 2nd place, going up to the 500 metres. I guess if you're familiar with the under-23s, the stroke man of the Greek double, we're looking at the stroke man of the Lithuanian double there. Dovydas Nemirovicius, 25-year-old. The stroke man of the Greek double, Athanasios Palapionos, who was a gold medalist at the under-23s back in Repechage in 2021. So there he is, the 23-year-olds. Kalendaris behind him, just 24 years of age, a young double. Under the tutelage, this crew, of Giovanni Postiglione, the Italian who is pretty much the technical director of Greek rowing and sculling. So 3 of the crews will qualify directly from this heat for the semi-final, and it's a great old race on the far side between the Romanians and, well, I'm looking Slovakia. I'm looking for the is that the Serbia, I think. Slovakia a little bit out of it. Yeah, I think Slovakia out of it. Serbia in 3rd place. Yeah, and Romania. So there's a fair old battle going on for the 3rd qualifying slot that we'll keep an eye on.
Yeah, the Slovakians have dropped out of the shot, haven't they? And that is Serbia there. But yeah, as you say, 2 very good races going on here. One for the lead position and one for that qualifying position. Through halfway, that's Serbia. They're just showing in front of Romania.
So again, I think the Serbian doubles coached by Stojic, Nikola Stojic, who also coached the Serbian pair that we saw come down earlier. Lithuania just stretching out a little bit in this 3rd quarter from the Greeks.
Yeah, very much like the women's double that we saw, just really strong bodies, really nice just connection at the front of the stroke, and then a little bit of patience in this headwind that the headwind allows you to do, to just almost feel like the blades stay under the water for a little bit longer, move the boat a little bit further, and that's working for the Lithuanians. The Greeks sculling really nicely beside them as well, to be fair.
Cap set back on the heads. Both team issue sunglasses by the looks of things. And making a pretty good job of it, the Greeks. Lithuanians coached by Kęstutis Kelbis. And I guess, you know, this combination will have stepped on from that Lithuanian quad that was kind of, you know, at the back of the field in the Tokyo Olympics. And they came fourth in the double sculls in the Lucerne World Cup, 6th in the double sculls in Belgrade. So they're going to take a win from this if they can in the last 500 metres as proof that they've stepped on in their season. You can hear the shouts of the coaches from the far bank. They're going crazy, aren't they? I think for that race in the 3rd place.
Yeah, I think you're right, Martin. There's definitely a lot of good sound being picked up on our course cameras. Hopefully you can hear it as we get this look at the Greeks, who look like they're stepping it on to try and have a go at Lithuanians. They're at 35 strokes a minute. Lithuania are only at 32, but I don't think they're going to be able to get in front now with that little bit of clear water Lithuania have. You can see Romania on the far side in the picture, but you have to use the graphic to actually notice that they're moving away now nicely from Serbia.
Serbians must have knocked it on the head for some reason.
Must have done.
Yeah.
Must have done, because that gap is getting huge when you look in that left-hand corner there.
If you wonder what knocked it on the head means that I just said there,
Yeah.
that means they've kind of lowered their pressure so they're not racing flat out.
And when I look out of the window, I can see they're completely paddling. The Serbian pair completely decided to let this one go today.
So they're passing our commentary position just now. We're about 25 metres or so back from the finish line. It is the Lithuanian double, Kelmelis and Nemirovicius, who come up to the line. And the Greeks, I think they might have led briefly, Kalandridis and Palaponos take the 2nd place, and Romania take 3rd place, and they're the 3 qualifying places on offer. Serbia are paddling and Slovakia are just paddling in. They will have to race in the repêchage later on today. I keep saying they'll have to race in the repêchage later on. I need to check that my facts are right in terms of the men's double repêchage.
Yeah, 3 repêchages only. Men's... Oh, no, I'm... Not men's double, women's double.
Women's double, so it's later in the regatta,
Women's
not today.
double, men's pair and men's quad have repêchages today at the bottom of my start list. So unless there's another page, that's what we've got.
Lithuania, Greece and Romania grab those qualifying slots. 6:52, around about a minute slower, just under a minute slower than world's best time pace, the headwind. Spain, Hungary, Norway and the Czech Republic. We'll take you back to that race and show the start. Spanish, Garcia Puloa, Conde Romero, Baksky and Sazbo from Hungary. Next to them, then the Norwegians, Helseth and Oistata, and the Czech double of Sinsenbuk and Podrazel on this near side, currently in 3rd place and hopefully going to grab that qualifying slot. But it is the Spanish Alexis Garcia Puloha and Rodrigo Conde Romero who lead.
Well, this Spanish double picked up a bronze medal in Belgrade and in Lucerne. So we've picked this one up with just about, you can see, just under 900 metres to go now. Again, 3 to qualify, so still plenty to race for the crews from Hungary, Norway and Czech Republic.
They've really come on this Spanish double. They were back 14th in the Varese Europeans, so that was finishing in the C final. But they've really moved on this season, as you said, Greg, with those results.
Yeah, picking up bronze in Lucerne's fantastic.
Credit to their coach, Paul Jane Sanhuea. There's the Norwegians, Martin Helseth and Erfik Oistata, closest to us in the stroke seats, 27-year-old. Norway just lost its way a bit in sculling. I think the Norwegian men's quad and the Norwegian men's double, perhaps, you know, not as strong as you might have thought in previous years. Olaf Tufte now has retired from the sport, so his presence
probably quite
around
important
the team.
within the team.
Yeah.
Mark Emke working with them now?
Mark Emke, the former Dutch eights coach, is now working with the Norwegian team, absolutely.
Again, saw him in the hotel, just another hotel reference.
So the Spanish definitely are loving that lane on the far side. Nice calm conditions they've got over that side of the course. Not that it's rough anywhere else, but I think, you know, there's a slight lane preference for that far side. And you can see the three crews there. Norway and the Czech Republic. Norway in second place, the Czech Republic in third place, look to be the three qualifiers. That's the back of the younger of the two, Jan Sinsenbuk from the Czech Republic, 24-year-old. Jakub Podrazel, the big man, 200 centimetres, 6'7" in old money. Jakub Podrazel, crew coached by Michael Vabrasek.
As you say, the Spanish are just getting better and better with each regatta, with each race.
Yeah, Spanish rowing needs to have that. It has been gradually a sport on the up. A lot of effort being put into their two training centres down in Seville, where a lot of other countries' crews go on winter training camps, and in Banyoles, likewise too, the two main centres of Spanish rowing. And the crews coming out of there, stepping through, going through their paces, and this double is one of them as they come up to the finish line.
Yeah, just able to take a little look over their shoulders, see that they're calmly in first place, and see where the finish line is.
So coming up to the finish line, it is the crew from Spain, García Poloang and Conde Romero, take the win in this second heat of the men's double sculls, go straight through to the semi-final, as does the crew from Norway, Helseth and Oistata, and the Czech Republic crew, Sinsenbuk and Podrazel. And a decent race from the Hungarians from Baksai and Sasbo. They weren't disgraced at all by any means, but they will have to go through the repechage.
Yeah, the Hungarians stayed in that as well as they could, kept the stroke rate up, but no, three clear qualifiers there.
Seven minutes, around about a minute slower than the world's best time at sub 6, isn't it? 5:59. Is that right? Sub 6, 5:59 by the Croatians.
The Sinkovic brothers we're about to see are the only double who've ever broken 6 minutes, aren't they?
Yeah. Doubles came close to it at the Tokyo Olympics. So decent Polish double. This closest to us, Poznik and Plomonski. Then it's the Sinkovics. That fast start in lane 3. Then it's the Swedish in blue and yellow, Gustafsson and Brote. And it's the Italians, Pinea and Mumolo on the far side of the course as we join the race back live again. I guess that's around about 1250 metres.
Yeah, about 900 to go in the bottom right, it says. So yeah, unsurprisingly, we have a look here at the Sinkovic brothers in their familiar position in the front of the field, and moving very strongly, very smoothly, with the Polish who've been trying to track them this year, haven't they?
They have. This Polish double, Poznik is the bowman is the one with the Palmares. Just missed a medal in the men's quad in the Tokyo Olympics. And Petter.
Oh, have a look at that, just across the screen. The Swedish having a few issues there. Looks like steering-wise as well as catching a blade.
Did you see them catch a blade?
No, they're just looking pretty uncomfortable there. Don't know quite what's happened. You can see they're 100 metres back, but we just saw them literally coming sideways across the picture.
Yeah, Peter Plominski in the stroke seat of that Polish double, only 21. Got a silver medal in the under-21 singles. In Repechage back in 2021. Now coming into his own, playing with the big boys in the men's double sculls. And for people watching, I mean, this is an incredible combination. The Croatians, they've won gold medals in this event at the Olympics in the double sculls. They've won gold medals in the sweep rowing event, single-bladed event, the Coxed pairs, and now they're back in the double grade. Yeah,
no, it's phenomenal what they've done within the sport of rowing, and now I think they're back in a more familiar position. I think they look and feel a bit more comfortable in the double, I think, don't they?
Yeah. It's interesting when they got back into the double scull after having rowed in the pair the whole time. It felt like putting on an old glove. It just fitted.
Yes, yeah, you can understand how that would be really for them. So looking, this Polish double, they've been looking at different combinations, haven't they, throughout this season. These two were 5th at Lucerne, where these two were in their familiar position at the front of the field. The Italians, as you can see from the graphic, pretty comfortable in 3rd and allowing themselves to drift further and further behind, with Sweden a very long way behind.
Coached by Robert Sich, and I just wonder if he's the same guy. Recognise that name from the Polish that won the lightweight double sculls gold medals back in the day. Good Polish double scull that won Olympic gold twice, and I think Robert Sich might have been a...
Can't say I'm familiar with this. Nice thing here that we've got a crew warming down and joining in the race with the Croatians. They might suddenly turn around and think someone's...
they've had to stop, yeah.
Someone's got in front of them.
So Croatia come up to the finish line and take the first qualifying slot in this 3rd heat of the men's double sculls. And in 2nd place, it'll be the crew from Poland. They'll be pleased with their morning's work, Poznik and Plominski. And the 3rd qualifiers are the Italians on that far side of the course, Veneer and Mumolo. And yet to see the Swedish, their Swedish double just coming into view now. They've got about 100 metres to go to the finish, Gustafsson and Brote. They will head for the repêchage.
So confirmation of it there, you see the result. Croatia nicely clear of Poland, nicely clear of Italy, and those 3 go to the semi-finals.
So we have the lineup for the first heat of the lightweight women's single sculls. Aoife Casey, Maddie Arlott, Orly Mozo, Martin Veldhuis, Dora Dragovic and Eileen Roll from Switzerland. She'd be closest to us on this near side of the course. This is a replay of the start we're watching. This is a non-Olympic event, so it's not in the Olympic program, but these athletes are very close to getting in the Olympic event. Maddie Arlott has been sculling in the double scull with Emily Craig through the season, but Imogen Grant is back in there for Britain now. And I'm just looking to see where Maddie Arlott is. She's in 2nd place. Martine Veldhuis.
No, she's in 3rd place, actually.
3rd place, sorry.
Now
Greg.
towards halfway. And this is a big one. Only 1 crew qualifying direct to the final. So this race very much worth winning, as we see the Swiss sculler here in front of us in lane 6, who got away well, sitting at 34 strokes a minute, and is just keeping it ticking along.
It's interesting, you know, the Swiss Sculler was back in the B final in the recent Lucerne Regatta, where Imogen Grant, who's now here in the lightweight women's double sculls, set a new world best time of 7:23. So, and Maddie Arler is back in third place. Or is that
fourth?
Possibly fourth, Aurélie Morizot. Standard is really quite high in this event, isn't it? Veldhuis in second place. Silver medalist in this event in the Belgrade World Cup.
Yeah, she's moving well, isn't she? I can't help thinking she may come through here in this third quarter, just looking at these two more or less stroke for stroke at 34 strokes a minute.
She looks more loose, doesn't she, Veldhuis?
Yeah, she does.
Sort of low shoulders.
So calm and quiet, isn't it, in her body? But Swiss Sculler's taken this on and she's still going for it.
So there's only one through direct to the A final, so this race really does matter, and the Swiss Sculler has got that metre advantage at the moment. The other scullers will have decided this isn't to be their day, so they will have just be racing for places, best lane places. Veldhuis is just moving ever so slowly, but the Swiss Sculler has just checked that move now. Einerol, 22-year-old, Veldhuis, 25, just edging her bows up now, Greg.
Yeah, I think she is, and it just looks in the Swiss boat like she's just become a little bit disconnected. Her legs are going down before the blades are going in. It's just not quite as good as she looked before, and you can imagine how it must feel to her, having had that lead and then be sculled through. As you see, she takes a look and thinks, yeah, this is going to be hard now. Very hard to come back from there, and then to keep your composure and keep your technique together is going to be difficult.
Veldhuis in that Italian Filippi shell, white boat with the orange for the Netherlands on the decking.
And she's just got a real whoomph of acceleration through the middle of the stroke in that Netherlands boat, which looks like it's just carrying her through. It's just in the middle of the stroke, just pulling out a few centimetres each stroke, and that's gone out to a length now, probably in the last 150 metres or so.
Yeah, Veldhuis won the World Cup in Zabaudia, the last one for the Olympics in this event, and she just missed a medal in the 2022 Europeans, finished in fourth place, so this is going to be an important regatta for her. And there's the Swiss Sculler looking over. Could she make any ground up? Rather despairing look. She's led and now been sculled through.
Yeah, the Swiss Sculler, Elina Roll, needs to just hang on to that second position now. She's done all this work to make sure she's to get out there. The rest of the field may be racing each other for the positions and may start trying to come back at her, but she wants to protect the position. See the Netherlands Sculler here. Veldhuis just making sure of the position. She will go straight through to the final, so she can really afford to relax on this in the last 250.
There we see Martine Veldhuis come through to the last 200 metres or so of this race. She's had impeccable technique, flawless. She's even just pushing it through to the finish. She can be confident now that she'll go straight through to the A final. That's Sunday's A final. She's got a few days just to paddle up and down the course to train. She doesn't have to race again if she keeps in that first place. And this is a flat-out race for her. She's not easing off at all as she comes to the line. Decent scull in third place from Aurélie Morizot from the French team, heading Britain's Maddie Arlott and Ireland's Aoife Casey. Croatia's Dana Dragovic, two back in there, but it's Veldhuis coming up to the line in first place. Shouts, let's go Maddie for the British sculler. Switzerland, all finishes in second. In third place, it's the French sculler, Aurélie Morizot. Maddie Arlott finishes in fourth place. And we've just got the Croatian sculler just heading across the line. Dragovic there. We'll give you that confirmation of the results and the qualifiers. There it is for you now. Martine Veldhuis, the only direct qualifier through to the A final. Aurélie Morizot just behind Elaine Roll in third place. So that was Heat 1. What has Heat 2 got in store for us? Marie-Louise Draeger, Zoe Fitsu, Natalia Miguel Gomez, Iona Kosmiuc, and Stefania Buttigioni from Italy. The Italian sculler closest to us. Germany, Greece, Spain, Romania, and Italy. This is a replay of the start.
And as you rightly said, Martin, one of these scullers will go direct to Sunday's final in the women's light single. So take a look at this replay, and now we are in real time with 900 meters to go. And this is the sculler from Romania.
Yeah, I mean, it's no surprise to see her in the front of this field. She was in the lightweight women's double scull in Tokyo. She's world champion back, I think, in Plovdiv in 2018. She was world champion in the lightweight women's double in Sarasota. That crew is now no longer an entity, and she's looking to get back in. She's got lots of strapping on her right leg, Greg.
Yeah, you do wonder if she had some sort of knee injury, don't you?
Yeah.
And it does look that little bit wobbly as well, doesn't it? Just as she comes up towards the catch, whether we're just our eyes drawn to it because of that tape. But it does look just a little bit like it doesn't track straight up and down.
I wonder if this is the event we'll see her in World Championships, or she'll force her way back into the lightweight women's double. In that double with Gianna Belegi.
Yeah, although she's gone up to heavyweight now, hasn't she?
She is. She's in the women's 8. It's a good spot.
Yeah.
So it may be the double is not. She's looking for a new partner, and you know they haven't got one in Romania, so she's doing the lightweight women's single.
Yeah.
Maybe her partner's had a bit more issues in terms of maintaining her weight, so it's easier for her in heavyweight than it is in lightweight.
Yeah. Decisions to be made. But strong performances like this are always going to put you in a pretty good position, aren't they, when you have those conversations about saying, should we be doing a women's lightweight double?
So we've got just under 500 metres left in this second heat of the women's lightweight single sculls. These women all weighing in this morning at an average of, a weight of maximum 59 kilos, weighing 2 hours before this race. In second place, it's Buttigioni from Italy. And just going through in third place, it's Zoe Fitsu from Greece. But it's only the winner who will qualify directly through to the A final to join Martine Veldhuis there from the first heat, and it looks very much like it will be Iona Kosmiuc from Romania to take that first place and automatic qualification.
Yeah, just looking at the timing here, the Romanian sculler here, Kosmiuc, had a decent lead, 3 seconds on the field after 500 metres. Opened that up with a big second 500, and then really has just kept moving away and having complete control of this one. Still at 31 strokes a minute. Still sculling well, just coming into view of the grandstand and our commentary position here. Going very cleanly across the water. There's a few boats cooling down in front of us, but they're not creating any wash. The water looks good, the water looks clean. It's so clear here in Munich. You can see right through this lovely clear water. It's like a spring that she's sculling across. There you see a nice clear lead, centre of the course, enjoying this and knowing she won't be out again racing until Sunday, which is a good break, to be fair, within this race format.
It is. She's not let off at all, really, in terms of coming through to the finish. I guess it'd be interesting to compare her time to that of Veldhuis. She's going to cross the line now in what, 8:25, 8:26. The clock stopped at.
Yeah, 8:30 for the previous heat with Velhuis.
Oh, right, so she's going to take that little 4-second margin, give her a bit of a psych up as the Italian sculler Stefania Buttigioni crosses the line in second place. She'll have to go to the repêchage, as will Zoe Fitsu. Marie-Louise Drager just paddles through the line. I think she knew that she'd have to race again in the rep. And the Spanish sculler Natalia Miguel Gomez just comes across the finish line out of shot. So confirmation of Jelena Kosmiuc, the winner of that race, going directly through to the A final. So we have the lightweight men's single sculls, Gabi Suarez in lane 1, Kasper Hilampi from Finland in lane 2, Daniel Gutierrez Garcia from Spain, Roland Siseki from Hungary, and Antonius Papakonstantinou from Greece, closest to us on this near side. These athletes have all weighed in at 72.5 kilos before the race, and this is live with 500 meters to go. And it's Antonius Papakonstantinou from Greece, who has got a very decent lead. 1 and 2 and 3 will go directly to the semi-final. So there are 3 heats of lightweight men's single sculls. So it's not like the women's that we just saw, where only the winner went directly through. 3 of these athletes will qualify directly. And this is the Greek athlete who is a world under-23 champion back in Repechage in this event in 2021, and taking his gold medal performance through to this senior class event at the Europeans. Over on the far side, that's Gabi Suarez from Italy. I guess Gabi Suarez from Italy was in that boat that won in Lucerne with, was it Pietro Ruta? I think it might have been Pietro Ruta or Stefano Oppo. The 2 Italian doubles were split in Lucerne, but Gabi Suarez was in the double that won. There he is in Lucerne. Oppo and Ruta are back in the Italian lightweight double sculls. No, he sculled with Pietro Ruta, I think, Gabi Suarez in Lucerne. That's a hell of a margin. And the Greek sculler, as he comes up to the line, 100 metres to go, is just easing his way over the waves.
Well, he has been able to ease off, hasn't he? Because he's done all the work in the first 1500. Now just able to enjoy the view. 24 strokes a minute, paddling over the line, really. Yeah, huge margin. Yeah,
it's a big old margin with first 3 through. So Antonios Papakonstantinou crosses the line for Greece. Gabi Suarez from Italy takes second place. He will qualify, like Papakonstantinou, for the semi-final, as will the Spanish sculler Dan Gutierrez Garcia, crossing the line now. So there's the 3 qualifiers.
There's quite a big drop-off then, the sculler from Finland and Hungary, which I guess was why the whole race wasn't getting pushed on too much.
So you can hear those buzzers, the Hungarian sculler Roland Szigeti crossing the line. That first heat of 3 from the lightweight men's single sculls. 3 through from each of the heats directly through to the semi-final. Let's have a look at the competitors in the next race. Oscar Sørdal from Norway, Andrej Sturzen from Switzerland, Rajko Havat from the Czech, from Slovenia, and Julian Schauble closest to us from Austria. And we're now looking at a replay of the start. So this is the race leader.
It's the Austrian.
And it's the Austrian sculler, Julian Schauble. Race leader, you can see that there. That's a good job that Schauble is leading Hrvat. He's pretty close. There's only a 2-meter lead.
Yeah.
And the three of them, you know, they're pretty miles ahead of Sodal from Norway.
Yeah, it's hard to know what to do now in your head, isn't it, really? Because you're positive you're going to go through. But I don't think the mentality of these guys is to let up. I think they want to make sure they qualify. And again, here we see 3 M-Packers in the line, Martin.
I know, 3
Nice
M-Packers. I know, it's all chained to Yellow Boats, the German boat manufacturer, and the other sculler from Norway is also in an M-Packer. Rako Hrvat there, distinctive socks. Have you ever worn those compression socks before?
Never really got into it. I gave them a little go. You often need a bit of protection for your calves, don't you, from cutting them on the slide beds. But a big move there from the Slovenian. What's he rating? He's rating 40. So, yeah, you see he's just decided it was time to go, and he's quickened that pace.
He does like to rate high, Rako Hrvat.
It's quite fun to watch, isn't he? We've watched him for years.
Yeah, we have. And
see the stroke rates there on the screen.
Yeah, Hrvat at 39, the Austrian sculler much more considered in his stroke rating. Nice move that Hrvat made in that third quarter of the race as we come up to the last 500 metres. Those are the 3 qualifiers directly through to the semi-finals.
Yeah, it's an interesting tactical thing to do here, that the 3 of them are all going to qualify, but to maybe say, look, I'm just going to make a great big move, try and establish myself in first place and see if you lot might all decide you're not going to bother.
Do you think Rako Hrvat knows how to wind down and take it easy?
It might not be in his
I don't
language.
think he computes that. I think, you know, his brain computer is, you know, let's go over at 40, let's kill this race, let's kill off the opposition, even though I'm going to go straight through to the semi-final and I've got a lead of, what, 20 metres. He hasn't let up at all, has he?
No, he hasn't. It's still 39 strokes a minute. And the gap is still getting bigger. When we joined this not long ago, the Austrian sculler was actually leading, wasn't he?
Yeah.
And now we've got a 3-length, 4-length lead for Hrvat.
The Swiss cowbells are really one of the most distinctive sounds on this Munich course this morning. If you've just tuned in, you're watching the European Championships multi-sport event in Munich. We're very excited that rowing is part of it, and this is the lightweight men's single sculls, a non-Olympic event, but Rako Hrvat won't care about that from Slovenia. He is leading this race. He's going flat out to the finish line, even though the first 3 will qualify direct for the semi-finals. And Hrvat has only got one setting, which is max power.
He enjoys racing. The Slovenians do. I've always loved Slovenia. I love going down to Bled. And they love to race. Good athletes enjoying this sport of rowing, and he's enjoying racing. And if you can cross the line first, why wouldn't you?
So Slovenia and Andrej Struzner has been in the double earlier this year, but lost his seat to Ireland in the Swiss double. And third place, that was Julian Schauble from Austria, who was the race leader. There is Struzner, 25-year-old Swiss sculler. Got a bronze medal in the lightweight men's double back in Poznan. So Hrvat, Struzner and Schauble qualified directly for the semi-finals, and Surdal from Norway will have to go through the repêchage. This is the third heat. Ahmat Rapi, Marlon Kolpart, Rasmus Lind and Laszlo Penev from Bulgaria. Sweden, Belgium, Denmark and Bulgaria. And that's a replay of the scullers off the start.
Really dynamic from the Bulgarian in front of us, wasn't it?
The race leader. You can see that typical look of the lightweight, tall, but, you know, not an ounce of fat on him at all, is there? Very
lean
guy.
Yeah. And it is, as you see, we're through the 1,000 meters, and it is Penev, the Bulgarian, who started well. He has the lead now, 31 strokes a minute. Looking just to his right, the Danish sculler Rasmus Lind, more or less with him stroke for stroke. It's about a length lead.
Swedish sculler on the far side, Ahmet Rapi. He is just 24 years of age, coached by Marco Galloni, and he's in third qualifying place at the moment. Blades of the Bulgarian. We've got a decent open weight sculler with Vasiliev as well, Bulgaria. Got good coaching team down there. Romania Nikova, the
yes,
Olympic
he's coached by
champion.
Nikova, isn't he? Who still has the world's best, does she?
Yeah, that's
Might have been
707, I think, for women's single sculls. That's not going to be broken for many a year. You know, I haven't seen any of the scullers get near that record mark she set back on the course. I saw her do that in Seville in 2002. Anyway, Nikova is coaching this lad, Lazar Penev. And Bulgarian sculling is kind of on the up. I'm just wondering, did the Bulgarian get a medal in the men's singles in Lucerne? I'm not sure if I've got that right. Yeah. Anyway.
I wasn't there for that one.
Yeah, I should know, and I was there. But so 500 meters left in this race. Bulgaria, Denmark, and Sweden are the three qualifiers. Nice long strokes from Bulgaria.
As you say, he's a tall man, isn't he? But he just moves very nicely on top of that boat, and the boat just glides along underneath him. The boat almost looks quite big out of the water.
Yeah. He's 1.84 m, Penev, so just around 6 foot. It kind of looks taller as he's sat in the boat.
Yeah.
Longish legs. The Danish sculler Rasmus Lind, who we haven't talked about, who's coached by Sverre Nielsen, would you believe?
Is he? Okay.
Yeah, so Sverre Nielsen, the Danish sculler from last year, just missed a medal in the Olympics. And as we come through to 250 meters, I mean, he knows he's qualified. Do you go at 250 meters? Do you sprint it?
I think you could give it a go, couldn't you? You could put a bit of pressure on here. But I can't help thinking the Bulgarian sculler will respond if he needs to. They're both at about 30 strokes a minute. So I think they both know they've got somewhere to go. So if they need it, they can go higher. No, I think they're settling for this. Why would you? You're both just going to make each other hurt.
So about 6 or 7 meters, you can see it on those graphics, the distance between the Danish and the leading Bulgarian sculler.
Yeah. And I think, there's just an acceptance here that the Bulgarian's got it if he needs it. But that gap is getting really quite tight now with just 50 meters left. Very calm from Penev.
Yeah, he's just got to look across there. Yeah, I like that. So it's Penev from Bulgaria who takes that win in this third heat of the men's lightweight singles from Rasmus Lind from Denmark. In third place, Ahmet Rapi. Those three qualified directly to the semi-final.
Penev is going to be happy he wasn't racing Havrat from Slovenia. He wouldn't have been paddling over the line, would he? And he will get to race him later on when they progress to the semi-final. And confirmation there, you see it on the screen. Penev of Bulgaria ahead of the scullers from Denmark, Sweden and Belgium. 3 qualifying. And we're going to have something of a change of pace as we move to the women's 4. So this is going to be Heat 1. As you can see, it's Spain, Italy, Romania, France and Great Britain. And in this, it's 2 to qualify direct to the A final.
Yeah, British will be the favourites. Birthday girl, there's a couple of birthday girls in the women's fours actually. Nuria Puig Aguilo, the stroke of the Spanish crew on the far side. She is 23 years old today, but here are the race leaders, the British crew, who have been in dominant form all this year. And Rebecca Shorten closest to us in the stroke seat with that very distinctive rhythm. What are they, around about 34, 35? Doesn't look...
Yeah, no, 33 actually. As you said, the British crews often do underrate the rest of the field. And in this headwind, it's certainly working for them. The distance, you can see it, we're well into the third quarter, coming up towards 500 to go. And the British, just looking at the time, they had a 1 second lead over France and Romania at 500. They opened that up to 3 seconds. And it's now looking like more than that as they're coming towards 1500. So just steadily, smoothly moving on the rest of the field.
So it's Romania in that second qualifying place. All of them veterans of the Tokyo Olympics. Gianna Belega, Elena Lofgatu, Magdalena Rusu and Juliana Buhus. Belega and Buhus, the two oldest at 27 years of age, either end of the boat.
And is that Belena, the former lightweight?
It's the former lightweight, and she's also in this event, and she's in the 8. So they're the bow pair in this, Belega and Logfatu, are doubling up in the women's 8.
Okay.
Rusu and Buhus, the stroke of the two strokes, are staying in the 4. And this British combination as well, all of them are doubling up in the women's 8s. Heidi Long in the bow seat. All from the Leander Club. Ryan McKellar, that veteran of the Olympic crew, the 4 that finished 4th. Sam Redgrave, no relation to Steve, and Rebecca Shorten in the stroke seat. She's on the left of your picture as you look at that. The Northern Irish woman.
Well, they'll be very happy with this performance here because they've been calm and controlled. And within 2 hours, they're going to be back racing on the course at 1:20 local time. So for them, I'm sure being able to sit here at 32 strokes a minute, looking as smooth as that, is everything they could have hoped for.
Well, 32 strokes a minute and being, what, a length and a half, 2 lengths of clear water up on Romania. I mean, wow, job done. That's an extremely expressive display from the British combination, coached by James Harris.
And on this side of the course, Martin, which we haven't seen that many winners, but
no,
let's hope there's really not too much in the lanes, but they do look very good and very smooth.
So Great Britain will take one of the 2 qualifying places on offer directly to the A final. Job done. They're doubling up in the women's 8. Romania, job done for them. Finished in 2nd. They will go directly through to the A final. Don't want to be doing too many races when you're doubling up. And it's the Italians, Tarazzi, Mariano, Palacci, Bombaccia in 3rd place. Ahead of the French, Cornelius Brosse, Cornor d'Anjou and Cornu. And then I think it was the Spanish with the birthday girl finishing in 5th place. Give you confirmation of those results. There we are. Yes, it's Great Britain and Romania with the direct ticket through to the A finals. So we're back off to the start for the second heat of the women's 4. The Netherlands, Denmark, Poland, Germany and Ireland closest to us, with another birthday girl, Aymar Lamb, 25 years of age. She is stroking the Irish boat, and it would be great for her, obviously, to have a nice little present of a win on her birthday. And indeed, she is stroking a leading boat at this stage of the race, Greg.
Yeah, that's right. Through the 1,000, and that's the Irish boat. That is Emma Lamb in the stroke seat. And yeah, they took the lead at 500 gone. They've held it through 1,000. And yeah, again, let's remember 2 to qualify. So Ireland are in a wonderful position here. And then looking at the real race going on this far side of the course. Surprised to see the Netherlands, Martin. Up there in lane 2, they were second in Poznan, quite close behind the Australian 4, but not so competitive here.
No, not so competitive at all. And the Polish in second place, Kazmierczak, Mikhailovic, Lenson and Jehoracek, Barbara Jehoracek, the 20 youngest in that boat, the 20-year-old in the stroke seat, just maintaining a second place. There's a look at the Netherlands. A little bit tired, just as they come through the middle of the race.
Oh, look, yeah,
little
bumping
wobble
off their knees, a little wobble there, yeah. It's just not got the smoothness and the flow and the lightness of touch that we expect to see from these Netherlands crews.
The Danish crew in a good position there with the experience of Frida Sandgaard Nielsen in the 3 seat. That's one back from the left of your picture. 23-year-old Astrid Steensberg, Marie Johannessen and Julie Poulsen up in the bow seat. And there's a real battle for the second place. Don't want to, look at those 3 crews. I think the Netherlands crews, they have always, you expect to finish out the Dutch crews.
You do expect them to finish well because you expect to have efficiency early in the race. But I do wonder how they're dealing with this headwind. As opposed to tailwind conditions. It's maybe just quite a change.
I'll tell you what, I'd love that lane 6 coming up to the last part of this.
On that far
or
side
lane
of the course.
1, sorry, coming up to the far side. So at the moment in a qualifying position, it's Poulsen, Johansson, Nielsen and Steensberg from Denmark in second place, and they will qualify directly through to the A final. They're also doubling up in the women's A, as are the race leaders from Ireland, Long, Keogh, Hanlon and Lamb. Berthigol, Afrik Keogh in the 2 seat. And the crew on the far side from the Netherlands are also doubling up in the women's 8, so they really don't want to.
Not only that, they're all racing each other as well in the 8. Ireland, Netherlands and Denmark are racing again in the 8 at 1:25 with only 1 to qualify direct to the final.
Spot. Oh, wow.
So a replay of these 3 boats. Will it be a replay of the same result? If you're in the Irish boat, you're very happy that you're sitting up there in relative calm and control of the race.
Denmark's stuffing it in now just to keep ahead of the Netherlands. They will take second place if nothing untoward happens in the final few strokes of this race. Ireland's come up to the line, coached by Giuseppe Vita, the women from the Skibbering Club, University College Cork, take the win. And in second place, it's Denmark. Go and wind down. Now, unfortunately, the Netherlands will have to race the repêchage as well as race the women's 8 later on. And as you heard Prexel say, all these women are racing later on this afternoon in the women's 8s.
Which makes me think the other heat's going to be a very similar lineup as well. Great Britain, Romania, Italy, Germany.
Danes look very pleased with that.
They do, don't they? The Danes have got better and better through this season. They've been busy at plenty of regattas, including Henley Royal Regatta. But there we see Ireland with that clear win. Denmark also qualifying ahead of the Netherlands. And then it was Poland and Germany.
So the men's 4, Italy, Great Britain, the form crew, Austria, Germany, Poland and Switzerland. And this is a replay of the crews off the start. And I guess it's almost going to be certain that the British crew will be leading this race. No, they are not leading it. It's the Polish 4.
It's close though. It's close. We're going to have. So you can see them looking from side to side. You've been saved, Martin, by the graphic.
Oh, thank God for that. So Poland, Wielangowski in the stroke seat, the beard of Mike Berder behind him, the man with the hat, Lukas Podlaska, Piotr Justak. So there's the British on the far side of the course, just taken over the lead from Poland. It is only one crew through to the A final. So all the other crews will have to go into the repêchage. But this British boat, stroked by Freddie Davison, the former St Paul's and Cambridge University oarsman, beautifully smooth rower, lovely. I love the way his hands move around the back turn. Matthew Aldridge was in the pair with Josh Bogowski, who's not here, won the trials. Couldn't find a seat in this team. Sam Nunn in the 2 seat, the white cap on, and furthest away, Will Stewart. Those boys from Leander Club and Oxford Brookes. In fact, the stern 3 from this 4 rowing for Oxford Brookes.
Poland did lead through 500, just ahead of Great Britain, but then Britain looks like they've squeezed it on through the second 500. And like these other British crews that we've seen looking to do more of the same, they're at 36 strokes a minute, so not really underrating, pretty much the same as everyone else across the field. Poland were brave early on. They're now coming under pressure from Switzerland, as you can see in the bottom of the picture, and Britain seemed to just be able to keep moving out in this third 500.
And this is a new Swiss 4 with Roman Riesli come into the 4 from the double scull. We're looking at the Polish, so Roman Riesli rowing with Oxford this year, and come into the 4 with Joe Schurch, Tim Roth and Adrian Gulic, coached by Ian Wright, who took the Aussies to a gold medal in the Tokyo Olympics, and he's back now with Switzerland, where he coached the Swiss lightweight 4 with Joel Schurich, his brother Simon, to a gold medal in Rio. There's the Swiss. First race for this new crew. In 3rd place at the moment, but at the moment, presently it's Britain out in front, coming through with 500 metres to go to grab the 1 qualifying slot direct to the A final.
Well, as you said, Martin, this was the picture you were expecting at halfway, that Great Britain would be able to get in control and dominate this race. They didn't have it easy. Certainly Poland went out strongly, and there's just had to be a calmness. But as you said, Freddie Davison in that stroke seat seems to have a calmness about him, and well backed up. A lovely looking rhythm in that boat. They're still just sitting on 36 strokes a minute and just sitting in a very controlled way.
Surprised the Germans aren't further up. You know, Hagemeister, Grossman, John and Kaman have been having a decent season, and perhaps a little bit higher up, coached by Sabine Chaga, who coached the German men's lightweight double to a silver medal last year, and I would have thought the Germans were slightly more competitive, but at the moment their green boat is back in 4th place.
Yeah, as you say, they were 4th in Lucerne, the Germans, so yeah, a bit of a surprise to be this position in the heat. But that looks pretty smooth, doesn't it, from the British 4? Again, just pretty unfussy, moving well. Poland have responded well to the Swiss coming at them.
Yeah, the Swiss will be pleased, I think, just to get a race into their legs and move on and have another go in the repêchage. The Swiss charging through the Polish, they can react to their cowbells, but the British can look back on that contest for 2nd and 3rd place. And that calm, controlled style that took them to the gold medal in Lucerne has taken them to a direct A final qualification and a heat win here at the European Championships. First of 2 heats of the men's 4.
Yeah, and the British there are able to just keep moving because they were just at 35, 30 strokes through the line, whereas down in front of us, Poland and Switzerland were sprinting it at 38, 39.
Thumbs up there from the Polish bowman Piotr Justak to the British.
Justak has been in the Polish team since London, raced in the 8 against me.
Did he?
Yeah, he did, yeah.
34 years of age. So they've actually changed their combination around from the one that was entered. Justak was in the 2 seat when it was entered, but he's now in the bow seat. So heat 2, Romania, Norway, the Netherlands, Ukraine and Denmark. and we will see a replay of the start. Denmark closest to us, Romania at the top of your picture. Nice start by the Romanians, Tiganescu, Semchuk, Bereru and Florian Lahachi coming into that boat, which won a silver medal in the Olympics. Florian Lahachi was in the 8 in the Olympics. So Cosmin Pascari, the guy not in this boat. 3 of them, Tiganescu, Semchuk and Bereru, won silver in Tokyo, coached by Antonio Conomalici. But the Dutch crew, with the Rinks brothers, Ralph and Rick, Ralph in the bow seat and Rick in the stroke seat, Ruben Nab and Sander de Graaf. Of course, Nico Rinks, the famous Dutch Netherlands rower. His wife is a rower too. So the Rinks brothers, and they say they definitely took their endurance from their mum, not their dad. Nice.
Well, that's good to hear, isn't
it?
Yeah. Sweet. Into the eyes of Rick Rinks in the stroke seat behind those sunglasses. And they have been pretty much in this position with Romania since 500 gone. So they both came through 500 in 1:33. They've both gone through halfway in 3:11. Romania with almost exactly the same lead as they had at 500, still at 1,000. So got to see what happens in this third quarter. Romania a higher rating, up near 40. Netherlands more like 35, 36.
And this Dutch crew, coached by Diederik Simon, who you also raced in London 2012. I think he was in the Dutch, eh?
There's a question.
I think he was.
There's a question. He was certainly around.
I'm guessing he was. But
he had a brilliant career.
Diederik Simon is now working with the Dutch sweep squad. And this crew have got 2 Tokyo veterans in the 2-seat. Ruben Nab, that's one up from the right of your picture in the Netherlands boat with the orange decking, and Sander de Graaf, who was in the men's 4, finished 6th in the Olympics. So they were both finalists in the Olympics, the middle of the boat, bookended by the Rinks brothers. Ralph Rinks, the youngest in the bow, and Rick at stroke, the oldest at 27.
And they've made a nice move in the third quarter. This Netherlands crew have come. They were being led by Romania. They've just eased out to 2/3 of a length now.
You always wonder, Romania, because they're traditionally more high-rating crews, where have they got to go at the finish?
Yeah.
But they always seem to find something extra, particularly this Romanian crew who did come through the British in the Tokyo Olympics to grab that silver medal, one of the crews that came through.
That's right, yeah, yeah.
So 500 metres to go. It's the crew from the Netherlands in the lead. Just one qualifying place from this second heat of the men's 4 at the European Championships. Romania were leading and now battling to try and get back on the crew from the Netherlands, going through the gears. The Netherlands look calm, they look confident out the front, they look collected. And they have about 400 metres or less to stay in that position. They're actually edging out, aren't they, Greg?
Yeah, they certainly are. The Netherlands crew from about 1100 have just been faster than Romania. And you see them here, it just looks a little bit frantic in the Romanian boat. As you say, often we do see their crews higher rating and managing to keep that going throughout. But no, I think the calmness, the control, really doing very little to slow the boat down in the Netherlands boat is allowing them to go along, underrating Romania, but just moving more smoothly. And they've just opened that up, as you can see, to a little bit of clear water now.
Nice to get a bit of background on Twitter from Ed NL. Rowers not being able to handle rough conditions used to be called the Utrecht disease in Dutch rowing because the canal there is so sheltered. But he thinks in general it's true for all Dutch rowers who start rowing later in life and have lots of good water. But the water here is pretty calm as they come up to the finish. Great row from the Dutch 4 to join the British directly in the A final. They take the victory in this second heat. The men's 4s at the European Championships from the Romanians, with 3 of the Olympic silver medalists on board. And a decent result from the Ukrainians coming in third place. Ozelenko, Mazur, Green, Selivanov.
Yeah, interesting one that on the Utrecht disease. I mean, so that means you're used to very calm, flat water, so when it gets bumpy, it gets a bit more difficult. It definitely is more difficult in these conditions. It's a headwind, but I wouldn't say this is difficult to row in conditions. I think Poznan with a great big tailwind is maybe harder technically. But anyway, we'll just confirm that result. You saw it, the Netherlands are the ones qualifying direct to the A final. So we've only got 2 boats in this one, the lightweight men's quads, and it was Germany in front of us and Italy on the far side.
So I imagine Italy are going to win this race. It's got our old mate in the 2 seats, Martino Goretti, who is, well...
He was in the single back in 2019,
He was in the single back in 2019.
With those
he won
special
that,
things on his blades.
on that title, the kind of wing things.
Yeah.
It was also in the lightweight men's quad that won the Europeans in Varese back in 2022. So these are the guys that haven't found a seat in the lightweight men's double sculls. There's the Germans. Joachim Agna.
Germans rating 30 in this preliminary race. Italy 34. You wonder whether Germany are thinking, well, we'll wait till the medal race. But it seems a bit of a shame when you've only got 2 races to do.
It does, and I guess the medal race will be in the final.
I assume there'll only be 1 medal,
Sunday.
won't there?
Yeah, so 500 metres to go in this preliminary race for the men's quadruple sculls. Non-Olympic event this. The athletes have had to weigh in a crew average of 70 kilos. They don't look the quickest Italian quadruple scull that I've seen.
No.
Patrick Rochek in the stroke seat, real sort of heave. It's not kind of a unified stroke. It's kind of put it in and then there's a slight heave towards the finish from the 23-year-old in the stroke seat. Niels Torre, 22, behind him, 2 youngsters.
But you can't help wondering how much training they get to do together, how these are funded. Probably quite different to some of the other squads who get to spend all of their time focusing on rowing.
It was a great race in the Euros back in Varese in 2021, where Italy went head-to-head with France. France aren't in this event, obviously, as the only 2 crews, but it was just 0.02 of a second separating the 2 boats. See, Goretti's quite smooth in the 2-seat, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. There's a little bit of heaving in the stroke seat, like you say. Sort of, you can see the head nod, the chin comes down at the end of the stroke. The strokeman there trying to give it a little bit extra.
So Italy come up to the line in this preliminary race. They will race again in the A final, these 2 crews. Only 1 medal on offer for these 2 crews.
That race is on Saturday.
Oh, it's on Saturday, is it?
11:30, yeah.
Germans just paddling this. Klüter, Ursprung, Kress and Agner. Coming up to the finish. There they are. Just paddling straight out. .6:36 was the winning time from the Italians. So we move into the heats of the women's single sculls. 3 places on offer to the semi-finals. Nina Kostancek, Janine Gemelin from Switzerland, Evangelina Anastasiadou from Greece, Alexandra Foster, Lucerne winner from Germany, and Siri Eva Christiansen from Norway. And it's a replay of the start we've just seen. Nice start from the Greek sculler and the Slovenian at the top of your picture. And it's Evangelina Anastasiadou is the race leader from Greece at this stage of the race.
3 heats here in the women's single. So it's, again, 3 to qualify direct. That's direct to the semi-finals. Yeah, big statement here from the Greek sculler.
Yeah, she's looking great out the front, isn't she, there?
Yeah, she is. It's a good lead she's got as well. Because Gamellan's looking like she's coming back to form, really, this year, with a silver in Poznan, 3rd bronze medal in Lucerne. Oh, here we go on the near side as well.
Yeah, Evangelina Anastasiadou has come out that she was entered here in the lightweight double with Contu. But I guess Contu has been has got a problem, so Anastasiadou has come out from the lightweight double into the heavyweights. So it's very odd to see Anastasiadou and Janine Gamellan sort of struggling in a way. She knows first 3 will qualify.
Yeah, but how about Forster there in 4th position, looking like she may not make it through to the semi-finals here straight away.
Do you think the headwinds got anything to do with that?
Well, it's all a bit surprising, isn't it? And then we've got a lightweight sculler leading in a headwind.
I know. So she won the lightweight singles in the under-23s at Varese. She also took a medal at the European Rowing Championships. I mean, she's got form, Anastasiadou. But I guess she'll have weighed in at around 72.5. She won't have had to weigh in this event.
Won't have had to weigh in.
72.5 kilos.
Maybe it helps her a bit. I'm sure it would.
So the Lucerne winner, it was nice fast conditions in Lucerne, wasn't it, for Foster? The woman from...
Here she is on screen now.
Ruder Club Meschede.
And yeah, it just looks a little bit hard work at 30 strokes a minute.
Janine Gamellan is just tracking the Norwegian sculler over here on this near side lane. Siri Eva Christiansen, 29 years of age, Christiansen.
But we're looking now at, the Greek sculler. It just looks so much more dynamic, doesn't it? There's a real ease of movement about it and a change of pace as opposed to, Forster, who just looked very one-paced, really.
So she has a slight Clearwater lead over Christensen. 3 scullers will be going through. The Lucerne winner at this point, unless she finds something extra in the last quarter of the race, Alexandra Foster will have to go through the repêchage to progress further in this regatta. It's a big turn-up. She had a great finish, Foster, at Lucerne. She really came through in the last 300-400 metres, so let's not write her off yet.
Well, and she is only 20, won the under-23s in Varese only 2 weeks ago, so maybe she's been doing a lot of racing and is tired.
Anastasiadou, say it again if you're recently tuned in, this is the European Championships from Munich, multi-sport event of which rowing is a part. Janine Gamellan coming back to Anastasiadou in the last part of this race, edged on no doubt by those cowbells. The lightweight sculler has led throughout this contest. The first 3 will go through to the final, 2:50 to go. It looks like Gamellan will take this if she continues that speed. Christensen still in 3rd place. We've yet to see the bow of crew number 4, Alexandra Foster.
Yeah, Gamellan with a big move here, encouraged on by those cowbells, no doubt. But no, the Greek sculler's responding again here. She's taken a little look over her shoulder, sees there's 150 metres to go now, and I think has responded to the move from Gamellan.
Lightweight versus heavyweight, although Janine Gamellan is not the most, she's one of the more diminutive of the heavyweight scullers. She's going again, Janine Gamellan. Just coming past the cowbells now, and it's Anastasiadou still with that 1 metre lead over Janine Gamellan. She's looked across again. She's looking for the finish line. It's not so far. Evangelina, you're going to do it. I think you're going to take this heat. What a remarkable victory that will be in the opening heat. for Evangelina Anastasiadou, ahead of Janine Gemelin, finished 5th in the Olympics. Janine Gemelin, that's a measure of the speed. So Eva Christensen of Norway finishes in 3rd place, and the Lucerne winner, Alexandra Foster, okay, she's just 20, there's lots more to come from her, but she's just paddling across the line to take 4th place, and she will have to go into the repechage to progress further. And the Slovenian sculler Nina Kostancek on the far side is finishing back in 5th place. So that was an exciting race.
Was an exciting race. Surprising one there. That graphic said only 2 go through. I think 3 go through.
I think 3 go through.
So here we go for the next heat with scullers from Italy, Czech Republic, Netherlands and Finland. We're going to have a quick review of what happened on the start.
So we'll join the race just through the 1,000 metres. I would imagine Caroline Florine, yeah, there she is going to be leading. Didn't see her at Lucerne, but she has dominated the women's single scull scene at Belgrade and the Poznan World Cups. I talked to her on Cross's Corner. She's a lovely lady and came out of the Dutch 4 in the Tokyo Olympics, running the 2-seat of that boat into the single scull, coached by Michelle Darville, and has never looked back. Look at that margin, Greg.
Yeah, no chance of Utrecht syndrome there. She's very comfortable in any conditions, as we've seen earlier in the year, winning in Belgrade, winning in the tailwind of Poznan. Here she is in a gentle headwind of Munich, looking pretty good at the front of the field.
Comes from a rowing family. Her father was a rower who won gold in '88 and in '96. Her mum was a rower too, rowed international level for, I want to say Germany, but I'm not 100% sure of that, but she's certainly an international rower. Her brother, Finn Florine, was the sculler for the Netherlands at the Tokyo Olympics. Unfortunately got COVID, so a real rowing family. And she must be the hot favourite to take the singles title here. I mean, you know, she's absolutely been untouchable.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see Lobnik in the next heat, because we haven't seen her at all this season, when she's not been able to compete this season. When she has come out, she had to withdraw. So I thought she's the only one who could be a surprise from what we've seen so far. But no, look at Florian that far out in front there, looking brilliant.
Second place is Lenka Antisova. There she is, the woman who came out of the Czech double scull to row in the single now, coached by Joseph Lux, the 30-year-old from the Dukla club in Prague. And back in 3rd place, we have got Eva Karpinen, who I assume is the daughter of Pertti.
I think that'd be a reasonable assumption.
Yeah.
She's been around on the scene for a little while, I think, hasn't she? There was a brother as well, wasn't there?
Yeah, there was a brother.
Karpinen boy.
So, you know, she finished, she did try to qualify for the Olympics. Eva Karpinen finished 5th in that event.
While we're on the subject of talking about fathers, we've had a lovely picture sent in of the Rinks brothers' father carrying the flag in the Olympic Games in Atlanta. Carrying the flag at the opening or closing.
Just one hand, I believe.
Yes, opening ceremony one-handed.
Have you ever done that, carried the flag?
No, Mark. Plenty of people ahead of me in the queue.
Caroline Florine rowing in that reverse wing Empaka single scull with the carbon wing riggers just bolted to the shell behind her. extremely dominant performance coming up to the line. And the next sculler is, well, I guess she was about 50 metres behind.
Yeah, it's going to be Antisova, isn't it?
Yeah, Antisova from the Czech Republic and Karpinen from Finland with 3 qualifying slots.
There's a real calmness about that one, though, with Florian taking such a strong lead and everyone else seemingly accepting the positions. Only a 4-boat race with 3 to qualify. And we've got another one of those up next, with Magdalena Lobneg in it.
Yeah, it is 3 through to the semi-final. We've got it on the graphics there. Caroline Florijn with that 22-second margin over Lenka Antisova. Eva Karpinen in 3rd place. So Virginia Diaz-Rivas, Victoria Senkute, Magdalena Lobnig and Desislava Angelova from Bulgaria. Bulgarian sculler will be the closest to us. This is a replay of the starts that we're watching. Lobnig out very quickly. No trouble for her in the rough water off the start. She's used to those rough conditions.
It does look bumpy though, doesn't it, at the start? We don't get to see the start for very long as we move on down the course here. And they're at the 12:50 mark. And Lobnig, we can see there, has got a lead. But yeah, the Bulgarian sculler right with her.
Yeah, she was entered in the Belgrade World Cup, Lobnig, but, you know, she raced, I think, the opening heat, but then withdrew.
Yeah, entered at Henley Royal Regatta as well and then had to withdraw.
Yeah, she's had that problem. She broke her leg, I think. She's had rehab, she's been on the bike and all sorts of things. So there is the 2nd place. This is Slava Angelova from Bulgaria. Nice little cat and mouse battle this. So Lobnig's working quite hard, I think, to stay out in front. Desislava looks slightly the more smooth of the 2 scullers.
Yeah, the Bulgarian sculler slightly underrating the Austrian here. So yeah, like you say, just it looks that little bit more calm. Whereas Lobnig looks like she's just trying to shake it off in the cat and mouse description you're describing. Kind
of like a B final standard sculler. This is Angelova. And
do you mean she's consistently in B finals?
Consistently in B finals, yeah. Lobnig stretching out a little bit now as we move into the last 500 metres of this race.
Yeah, as I guess Lobnig would be a sort of consistent A final sculler, wouldn't she?
Yeah.
Bronze medalist in Tokyo.
So you'd have to say, I mean, unless Lobnig is disadvantaged, I suppose she must be, first race back, slightly disadvantaged. So the Bulgarian has got to be really pleased that she's in contact with the Olympic bronze medalist.
Yeah, I think she will be. And I guess, as we said from the previous race, really, for the Dutch sculler Florian, she'll probably be pleased to see that Lobnig hasn't come flying back in. And will need to keep working on her fitness if she's to recover back to where she was, perhaps in that hitting the podium at the Olympic level.
Thanks to Rohir Blink from confirming that Caroline Florijn's mum is indeed German.
Okay,
so
good.
That was
you
nice.
remembered that well from your Cross's corner chat.
Yeah. So Magdalena Lobnig, as we look out the commentary box and just see her through the 250.
It's got a bit of clear water now.
Yeah. So no worries for Desislava Angelova. She will qualify directly through to the semi-finals. The 2nd of 3 qualifying places on offer. And Virginia Diaz-Rivas from the pair that finished 6th in the Olympics into the single scull now. She will grab a qualifying slot. I guess she'd be disappointed she wasn't more competitive in the second half of the field, but you know, maybe she's doing a canny scull.
Yeah, no, the Spanish sculler, she was 10th in both Lucerne and Belgrade. So yeah, I guess moving into the semi-finals, the first move she needs to make. As we see Lobneg coming across the lead there to win there for Austria. Yeah, ahead of Angelova for Bulgaria. And then the Spanish sculler Diaz Rivas securing that journey into the semi-final and smoothly on through the regatta.
So nice to see you back. And well, Diaz Rivas we saw, and Desislava Angelova. Nice to see you back, Magdalena, I was going to say. With a win, do wonders for the psyche.
So we're going to move to the men's singles, where we're going to have 4 heats, and it's only 2 to qualify.
So Jordi Joffre Senkiales, the Olympic champion Stefanos Untuskos, Benigues Petinar Vonilari, Ben Naziri from Azerbaijan, and Eskil Bor from Sweden. All eyes on Untuskos, who hasn't raced. I haven't seen him race since Piedluco Regatta. And everyone's saying headwind is not his conditions, you know, and saying it was very...
of course, he's the Olympic champion, isn't he?
Yeah,
Came from nowhere to win the Olympics. Never been on a podium before until the Olympic Games in Tokyo.
Former lightweight, and they're saying, of course, you know, tailwind in the Olympics, but here he is handling headwind conditions.
Yeah, and bumpy water as well. I mean, we're seeing them, you know, it's only 500 metres out. I think the first 1,000 is probably going to be more tricky than we think it is. And more tricky than we're seeing from these pictures, I guess.
Yeah, and, you know, Joffre Senkiales, who was in the final in Lucerne, finished 5th. That's, you know, the Spanish sculler over there in lane 1. So, you know, he's racing scullers of a decent standard. And quality all through this event. You know, we've got, you know, Untuskos, the Olympic champion, Chetel Borsch, the Olympic silver medalist. We've got Melvin Tweller, who's won those 2 World Cups. We've got Ollie Zeidler here on his home course, and we've got Graham Thomas, of course.
Yeah.
The British sculler who won in Lucerne.
So no, 4 heats, plenty of entries. So this one will keep hotting up through the regatta. But yeah, seeing the Olympic champion here for the first year, I'm sure he'll be pretty pleased to be this much on form, because you never really know when you're training on your own what you're going to come out with. So no, he'll be pretty pleased.
One thing I think about, you know, Untuskos, as we see him there, and rough water, that he hails from Ioannina, that lake in the north of Greece, which is really blowy.
Is it?
And he's used to handling rough water of whatever dimension, whether it's headwind or tailwind.
Yeah.
So he's got a very high level of technical precision.
Okay, yeah.
And
well, look, he's handling this, and I think the top 1,000 is going to be a bit more tricky than we think. I'm sure if you go onto the World Rowing website, you can listen to some interviews and sound bites from athletes and comments that we're not able to pick up because we're just talking to you on the pictures. But I bet they're saying it's pretty tough and harder than it actually looks from here in the commentary box.
So Stefanos Untuskos, see that graphic, it's coming up to the finish line, just a few metres, less than 50 metres to go. Ahead of Benigues Petiar Molinari from Hungary. And the Swedish sculler will be pleased to grab, well, he won't be pleased, it's just 2 through, isn't it? Sorry, Gregor. So Stefanos Untuskis and Benigues Petiar Molinari grab the 2 qualifying places through. Jordi Joffre Senkiales way back, the Spanish sculler, as is Bahman Nazri from Azerbaijan. Petinar Molinari there, delighted to grab qualifying direct slot. The other crews will have to go to the repêchage. There are 2 through to the semi-finals A, B. Lovely to see Untuskos back on form, bodes well for this regatta. What are we going to see from Chetel Borsch in the next heat? There he is in lane 2. Matteo Sartori from Italy, Far side of him, Bastian Setcher, the new Danish sculler, Filip Matej Pfeiffer, and Viktor Pivac from Serbia, coached by his dad Laszlo, who I used to race in the 80s. So the Serbian sculler on this side, near side here, the Italian sculler Sartori at the top of your picture. Chetel Borsch is now race leader. Had an operation to contend with. He's been debating whether to come back and make Paris.
Because it was a knee operation, wasn't it, that he had?
Yeah, it was.
So presumably quite debilitating in terms of rowing. But he looks in pretty good shape, to be fair.
Yeah, you have to say the 32-year-old's not looking too shabby out there. Mark Emke, we've been telling you about him, the Dutch coach now working with the Norwegians. Bit of Johan Flodin, normal coach.
So yeah, here the Slovenian sculler currently in second place.
So 2 to go through. So it's the Slovenian sculler and it's Bastian Setcher from Denmark, who's been in and around, just missed a medal in the Poznan World Cup, won the B final in the Belgrade World Cup. So there's 2 slots. So at the moment the Dane is battling the Slovenian for that second qualifying slot, and Chetel Borsch out on that far side.
Yeah, Chetel Borsch just looks really nice and dynamic, doesn't he?
Yeah.
But this is pretty good looking sculling. Look at those lovely straight arms here from Bastian Setcher. A good connection of his body. I can't help think he may row through the Slovenian beside him.
I think you're right. He's coached by Thomas Poulsen, Setcher, who coached Ferry Nielsen, of course, and the Danish lightweight men's double in London 2012 that took gold. So he's got some fantastic palmares as a coach. As an athlete, he's Olympic champion himself in the lightweight men's fours. And just as you said it, Greg, Setcher is coming through, and that's enough for the Slovenian. Pfeiffer has sculled his day and can't live with that pace.
Yeah, stroke rate's come down now, the Slovenian sculler to 27, whereas, yeah, Setcher beside him's up at 32, so I'm sure when we see this picture, he'll be sculling away to clear water.
So it's a Scandinavian 1-2, Borsch through the 1500 in 5:41, Setcher just 7 seconds behind. In second place, that is a direct semi-final qualification. The other scullers, should this finish position be maintained till the line, will have to go through the repêchage. Nice to see Chetel back again, like Stefanos and Tuskos, in a winning position. Does make your mouth water for potential A final lineup in this men's single sculls, Greg.
Well, I hope things are going to shape up that way, that, like you say, we've got Ollie Zeidler, Graham Thomas, Melvin Tweller, plus Borsch, yeah, plus Olympic champion. It's fantastic, it's fantastic to see them all on this course. But we'll see it go through the rounds as we hit the semi-finals in the next couple of days. I'm just going to look at when those are.
So the men's single world best time is around about a minute quicker than Chetel Borsch is going to scull this race. That's Bastian Setcher, the second place sculler. We're looking at the Dane there, 22-year-old. Taking the place is Ferry Nielsen, who's now coaching.
Yeah, so we'll go through to the semi-final, which is going to be on Saturday, and the final is the last race of the regatta on Sunday.
Oh, wow.
Final of the men's singles. So someone thinks this is going to be a big one. I think they could be right.
Yeah. So Chetel Borsch takes that second heat of the men's singles ahead of Bastian Setcher. They're the 2 qualifiers. The Slovenian, who was in second place, Pfeiffer, takes third, a long way ahead of the other scullers. The Serbian Viktor Pivac and the Italian Matteo Sartori. So Danny Friedman, Ollie Zeidler, home favourite on his home course, Christian Vasiliev, Quentin Antonioli and Victor Chabal from Poland. This is a replay of the start. Antonioli jumps out. Ollie Zeidler, what happened to Ollie Zeidler?
Oh my goodness.
Something happened there. Will there be some problem with that? Did the boot not go down? What did Ollie Zeidler do there, Greg?
Well, we may get a little slow motion later on, but as we see, actually moving now up to the 1,000 metre, clearly had a real problem at the start there. It may just have been the bumpy water. I mean, talking about Ollie Zeidler and bumpy water, I feel like we shouldn't be doing that. But look how well he's done here to claw himself back into it, and he's actually in second place in the qualifying place.
Well, that's all he wants, qualifying place after a disaster at the start like that. Relative in terms of, you know, for rowing, call that a disaster to lose so much at the start of the race.
2 lengths, didn't he? 2, maybe even 3 lengths the rest of the field. But yeah, he's eased his way back into it, kept calm.
So we've got Antonioli there with number 4 on his boat, the Monegasque Sculler, and Ollie Zeidler in lane 2, in second place, and the silver medalist from Lucerne, Christian Vasiliev from Bulgaria. We've seen a lot of Bulgarian scullers, talking about a bit of a renaissance of Bulgarian sculling, and Vasiliev is evidence of that. Ollie Zeidler just heading through there nicely. And Ollie Zeidler wasn't at Lucerne. I'm not sure if he couldn't race or not, but he raced at Henley and won the Diamonds, didn't he?
That's right, yeah, he won at Belgrade in the first race, then he came to Henley, won at Henley, and now we're seeing him just taking control of this one and pushing his way on through here. Look at this, up to half a length, just another nice, smooth move.
Well, if he's going to give Scullers 2 lengths off the start and then come back through them, he's in pretty rude form.
Yes.
It's not exactly the start he wanted, because you say it's the last race of the day. This is his home course he trains on the whole time. He lives here with his family, his mum and dad and his grandfather. Heino Zeidler, his dad, is his coach. And
you've got to hope it's good to get those little things out of the way. So that you think, yeah, well, I could do that. I had a big bump at the start, but managed to recover it, managed to come back and got on with it.
So he does look smooth there, doesn't he? Nice, you know, not much going on in the top half of his body.
No, it's funny because he's so strong that he doesn't have to look like he's really working it. No, he just must give it a really good squeeze and accelerate through the middle of the stroke there.
So Vasiliev, let's say he's let him through. I mean, Ollie Zeidler is just too much, you know, shown too much pace. Do you think Vasiliev will feel he's not moved away? You know, he's not got clear water and have a little look?
I wouldn't have thought so, because Vasiliev must have seen Zeidler come from 2 lengths behind. I mean, it'd be interesting to see what happened at the start there and how he got out or didn't get out.
Yeah,
but I think it was the starting block, just he couldn't get out of it.
So yeah, we might get a replay of that start. It'd be really interesting to see a replay of that. So 250 metres to go. Ollie Zeidler now looks comfortable. It was far from that at the start, where he couldn't get out of the starting block. Whether that was a fault with the boot mechanism that holds the bows in place, it didn't go below the surface of the water. But appreciative applause for the home crowd favourite. Man who came into this sport from swimming, 26-year-old, reigning world champion back in 2019. Didn't make the final of the Olympics. Lost in that semi-final that Tuskos won, and that's really set the pattern for his training. I think he's been the first single sculler back into training of all the competitors this season. And it showed. Takes the win. Vasiliev will get an automatic semi-final qualification, and Antonioli will have to go through to the repêchage. So will we get a replay of that start? Vasiliev's asking him what happened, I think.
Hopefully he might get to see a replay too. Let's see what happened. Because Zeidler, as we say, I mean, you talk about him sculling and whether conditions, you know, whether he handles difficult conditions well. But here he is in lane 2. The thing goes under the water, and he just doesn't start.
What is that? I can't really see that because the boot did disappear,
It
didn't
looked
it?
like the boot disappeared in that picture that we saw.
Yeah.
How interesting.
I've never seen a start like that.
Yeah.
It's the first time for me.
Because it didn't look like he hit it and stopped. Confirmation there, you see it. That win for Zeidler, ahead of Vasilev. Those three go to the A final. Everyone else goes through to repechage.
Victor Chabal too back in the repechage. So we've got a little break before the next race.
Is there any chance we can see that again? Yeah, so you can see the water at the start there. I mean, it is a bit bumpy. We're not seeing much of what happens in the first 1,000.
So there we go. This is the fourth heat. Graham Thomas at the top of your picture, the Lucerne winner in lane 1. Scott Berlocker from Switzerland in lane 2. Estonian Andrei Yamsa. And then Melvin Twellar, the World Cup successful winner in Poznan, I think. Silver medalist behind Zeidler in Belgrade. And he is race leading, and he's racing. What's happened to Graham Thomas there? 40 metres behind?
Fallen a long way behind, yeah. As you say, Melvin Twellar, yeah, he won in Poznan. Graham Thomas won in Lucerne.
Yeah.
Zeidler won in Belgrade, didn't he? So we've had 3 different winners. Graham Thomas was the winner in Lucerne. But look at this. A long way behind Twellar. Who knows what happened to him? Whether he's just accepted, he's got that second place, and 2 of them are going to the semis. But that's an enormous gap.
It is an enormous
You'd
gap.
have thought as the regatta goes on, Graham Thomas isn't going to want to be 60 metres behind Melvin Twellar.
So Melvin Twellar, 25 years of age, out of the double scull, that finished second in the Olympics with Stef Beinink, who's here stroking the Dutch quad. Twellar is the Dutch scullers, coached by Francesco Fossi, the Italian working in the Netherlands, the man from the Ahir club. And he's had those very encouraging results through the season. Just tapping the water a little bit there, Greg. Just saw him as he come forward. It's not...
Yeah, no, I mean, it is bumpy conditions. Like you say, you know, we're looking at these pictures and you think, oh, no, it looks pretty calm. But if we look out the window, the flags are having a good wave opposite us. And I'm sure for the scullers on the water and for all the boats, they will be feeling the you know, I'm going to say the popple on the water, you know, the ripples, the small waves. So, yeah, catching the odd blade is something you need to be able to do without letting it throw you off, I think.
Yeah, so Twellar's done his work early on, and that's impressive work because it's seen off the pace of the Lucerne winner, the 33-year-old Graham Thomas. The double, Thomas raced Twellar in the Olympics, and Twellar's double finished second, just centimetres behind the French double. Took gold at that event, and Graham Thomas finished 4th, I think. Was that with John Collins?
With John Collins, yeah.
Yeah. And Twellar now able to ease down. Interesting to talk to Graham Thomas.
Yeah, what a strange race.
Just
we didn't see what happened there. Because he's not the sort of guy who you would have thought is going to hand people races easily. He's the sort of guy who's going to want to compete and want to get in amongst it. But just seeing the 3, you know, we can see them out of our window now. And yeah, basically we've got 4 scullers out for a paddle, really. Rates 24, 29, 28, 22, with Twellar at 22, Graham Thomas at 24.
So he's going to qualify,
he's
Graham Thomas. Scott Berlocker from the Swiss sculler in 3rd place, and that's why you can hear the cowbells all to no avail, in the sense that he's going to have to go through the repechage. Melvin Twellar wins that heat 4 of the men's single sculls, and he will go directly through to the semi-final, as will 2nd place sculler Graham Thomas from Agecroft coming up now. Scott Berlocker will have to go through the repêchage, as will the Estonian Andrei Jamsa, also in this race. So we've had something to talk about in all the men's singles races, Greg.
Yeah, we have. It feels like we're just sort of setting up the regatta, teeing up the regatta really with those heats, because there's plenty of good scullers in the field, but they were all quite nicely separated. The one big race we might have had there would have been Tweller and Thomas, which didn't quite get going. So no, as the regatta goes on, we'll see how that works out.
Confirmation, Melvin Tweller takes that win. Slow time of 8:03. His best time's about 6.5 minutes. Graham Thomas in second place. We have got a little break now before the next race, which is off at 12:25, the lightweight women's doubles.
Yeah, so a little 5-minute gap.
Or rather more than 5 minutes. So we will sign off for the moment, and we will pick up.
It's in 5 minutes, isn't it? So yeah, we'll take a 5-minute break.
So, ich bin immer noch auf der Suche nach unserem Maskottchen hier von den European Championships. Ich weiß nicht, wer es schon gesehen hat. Ich auf jeden Fall noch nicht. Ja, wie sieht's aus hier, Leute? Nicht mal, wer es gesehen hat. Keiner wegen, das ist anscheinend nicht auffindbar. Vielleicht, ja, würde es ja nochmal irgendwo durch die Gegend. Und jetzt sitzt ja auch schon auf der Tribüne mit 2 bekannten Gesichtern, mit Durchspruch oder auch ein paar. Also, für mich sind es auf jeden Fall sehr bekannt, dann sind die Eltern von Erik und Torbjörn gewesen. Erik Olympiasieger, auch Olympiamedaillengewinner, Weltmeister. Jetzt auch gerade Schlagmann hier in Deutschland. Der Schlagmann, der aktuelle Schlagmann ist ein bisschen verletzt und Torben spielt hier jetzt als Schlagmann und sagt, ich rutsche auf die Schlagmann-Position. Erstmal eine ganz andere Info, denn die beiden sind auch beide nochmal frisch gebacken. Erstmal einen herzlichen Applaus hier vom Publikum. Sehr schön. So, ja, Tom sitzt jetzt hier auf Schlag. Ihr seid jetzt hier schon da, aber jetzt natürlich die Verteidigungswerte. Wie sind so auch Gedanken dazu, was ihr macht?
Ich glaube, dass jede Position im Angriff und die Mannschaft des Anfangs ist genauso überordnet als der Film. Und Schlagmann ist nicht die Besonderheit, sieht sich nicht als etwas Besonderes, sondern es ist wichtig, dass es im Boot Leute als Ersatz gibt, die diese Position ausführen können. Und das ist Gott sei Dank der Fall bei uns Deutschen.
Sehr schön, das ist super. Und ich meine, ihr habt ja jetzt auch als Eltern da die absolute Insight, ich kenne das ja. Wie sieht es denn aus? Wie ist Tom für hier? Wie sind so seine Erwartungen, Kabinen und wie läuft es in der Mannschaft?
Ich glaube,
das ist doch schon mal super. Sehr schön. Ja, da freuen wir uns halt auf. Das Abenteuer sind natürlich auch Partner, aber auch alle weiteren Länder. Okay, ja, und ich habe es gerade schon mal angesprochen, ihr seid ja selber aus dem Kampf. Und wir haben es im Vorgespräch schon so ein bisschen gehabt. Erzählt doch mal kurz, ganz kurz vielleicht mal so ein bisschen eure Kennengeschichte. Ja, das hat ja auch ein bisschen was mit diesem Wortchen zu tun. Also das ist, wenn das nicht mal eine schöne Love Story ist, jetzt aber mal richtig Applaus, jawohl. Wunderbar. Also Sport verbindet, wie immer, man sieht es einfach nur und knapp, es ist einfach egal, es ist einfach der Sport, der Sport, vor allem ist der Sport. Ja, sehr schön. Dann wünsche ich euch natürlich noch eine schöne Zeit und drücke natürlich logischerweise euren Sohn besonders die Daumen. Und ja, dann würde ich sagen, erstmal viel Spaß weiterhin und ich gebe wieder ab nach oben in die Tor.
So this is Martin Cross with Greg Searle back in the commentary position. We are taking you through the races this morning. The first day of rowing at the European Championships in Munich on the Olympic course from 1972. That's the big grandstand you can see in the background, and sadly condemned now, or it's not particularly usable apart from the bottom section of it, which is such a shame. Seeing that grandstand full at the Olympics. I remember watching it back on telly in '72, and the World Championships was 2007. It was pretty full there. These are, you can see the difficult conditions at the start there, Greg.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing this race in full, because we're not always seeing the first 1,000 of the course. We're with lightweight women's doubles up on the start, and you can see there's a headwind which looks fairly mild in front of us, but as the wind goes along the course, obviously it gathers strength, the waves get a bit bigger, and we're now lining up for this one. The first heat of women's lightweight double. There's going to be 2 heats with only the first boat qualifying direct to the A final, so all to play for.
Look at that water, yeah, pretty difficult, and we are treated in this race because on this side we've got the Olympic champions from Italy, Valentina Rodini and Federica Cesarini, and on the far side, further their lane, we've got Laura Talantola and Claire Beauvais.
Silver medalists.
Silver medalists, yeah. So Austrians, Laura Tiefenthaler and Valentina Cavallard in lane 2. The Denmarks, Mathilde Pedersen and Maria Mork Pedersen from Denmark in lane 3. The Czech Republic's Veronika Sinkova and Kristina Neuhautova. The Norwegians, Oda Eigersen and Maria Emily Lund in lane 5. And then the Italians on this near side. But who's the race leaders? I say the Italians are the race leaders by the looks of things.
Well, here we are in with the Italians. Yeah, that distinctive style, really. Their bodies almost sort of leaning forward. They don't really go much past the 90 degrees with their bodies, certainly in the early part of the race, sitting really upright, getting away from the start well. But it's going to be hard for them, particularly with that crew next to them, the Norwegians dropping back, because the race is here on the other side of the course where we're with the Austrians.
Yeah, fantastic start there, riding with the Austrians, who are neck and neck level with the French crew on that far side of the course. Very handy lead to have from the Olympic champions. Valentina Rodini, 27, in the bows of that boat. Federica Cesarini, the 25-year-old, in the stroke seat. And there we're riding with, I think that was the crew in lane 4.
I thought it might have been the Austrians in lane 2.
You think actually, so, yeah, with the blue tops. I'm getting confused with my tops.
But as it is, like you said, it's interesting kind of on the course. We haven't seen this first 1,000 very much because the races are only 5 minutes apart. So usually we get a little bit of the start and then we leap down to the 1,000-metre.
So Cesarini has got the blue strapping on the shoulder, but I'm interested just how far in front of her body Valentina Rodini finishes, Greg.
Well, here we go. What a lovely close-up we're getting. But how really, in the bow seat, Rodini, really, her body doesn't go much past the vertical, and she gets her hands out, as you say, so early. So really, the blades have only just got past 90 degrees to the boat, and it looks like she's taking them out again. Of course, the reality is that's where her hands look like. Actually, they are coming through, and it's just keeping it pretty clean. But it's the sort of thing I'd have thought you might get away with in a tailwind. In a headwind like this, I would have thought just you need to keep a bit more length.
So that Olympic final was just such an amazing race. The Italians took it, but I think the Dutch were leading, you know, with just a few meters to go, called a crab. And then the French came through, the Italians came through, the British were just off the Dutch for that bronze medal.
Must have been one of the closest races at the Olympics.
Yeah, the French, they look pretty cool, don't they? Nice and loose in that water.
Yeah, somehow this looks a bit more conventional, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Just in terms of the way the body rock happens.
Yeah, body rock away from the finish on the back turn. French have got a handy finish, and by no means write them off. We should mention that it is only one through to the first final. We haven't mentioned that, apologies for that, but this is the first of 2 heats of lightweight women's doubles, 1 through to the A final, which the Italians are in pole position for. The French will want to grab that slot desperately, so this is going to be a great race as we move through this second quarter into the last 1,000. It's kind of stabilised the positions now.
Well, it has stabilised positions, and like we said, we had that little look at the French, and we thought the French looked fantastic. And looked like they were moving well, and we said more conventional, you know, a little bit longer, leaving the arms straighter and so on. As we have a look now at the Italians, they scull their way, and it really does work for them. And so sometimes you can think a lot about what you think rowing looks like, but let's have a look at what the stopwatch looks like. And it's showing that the Italians have got nearly a boat length lead on the French on the far side there. The Italians are higher rating, about 36 strokes a minute. France more like 31, as we have a look at the Danes here in the centre of the course.
Marie Mork Petterson, closest to us, the 24-year-old, this crew as well, coached by Thomas Poulsen, who looks after the single. The Italians moving out on the French, so still with around about 800 metres left to go in this race. You can see the little dial on the bottom right hand of the screen counting down the metres to the finish line, which is a very handy addition, I must say. I really quite like that graphic.
Yeah, great information on the screen for us here. You can get the distances, sometimes we get the stroke rates. Looking at the Danes again here. Again, I mean, they scull so well. So efficient. As with all these women's lightweight doubles, you can't really afford to be losing much. But what about the Italians, Martin? Still continuing to open the lead up?
Still continuing to open the lead up, and you know, the Italians finished 3rd at Lucerne, so you know they haven't been in the best of form, but the French took the 2nd place at that regatta.
Sorry, though, the French are at 31, the Italians are at 39.
You're
and
joking.
when you look at the French, it just looks quite sort of sedate by comparison. Yeah, no, that's the graphic. I mean, unless something's not working, let's take a look. But no, the Italians just look like they're on it, don't they? Sort of bam, 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 keep coming. The French look more like they're sort of relaxed and sweeping it along, but at 31, 32, it's just too low.
I just wonder how much their life changed with that Olympic title, those 2 Italian women. I know for the French who got the silver, you see a lot of them on Instagram. I just watch Claire Beauvais' Instagram feed and Laura Tarantola, and you know, there's a lot of things that they've been doing, shoots, photo shoots, and, you know,
these Italians, they were very joyful, weren't they, at the medal ceremony? It was you know, the Italian anthem is quite a rousing kind of anthem anyway, but it looked like they were really just, you know, a very special moment that they were enjoying, and just full of joy.
What do you think that strapping on Cesarini's arm is? That blue strapping that she's got.
We may be going beyond my commentating limits now to start guessing physio injuries, but I guess that sticky tape to kind of hold a wrist injury from squaring and feathering the blade. Maybe you get that sort of tenosynovitis kind of swelling, but hers seems to go beyond the wrist and right up her arm, which is different.
So the Italians with 250 metres to go, delighting their coach Franco Catano. Really moved on since Lucerne, the double that took the gold medal in Tokyo at the Olympics, that won the gold medal in the Europeans back in Varese in 2022. They've now realised that they are in pole position and they're going to win this race. Are they slightly easing off the pressure as they come up to the finish line? I think they are fractionally.
Yeah, the stroke rates come down slightly more, sort of 34 strokes a minute, but no, they've done a fantastic job there, really, because I thought they were a bit isolated out on their own on this side of the course. The French were right in the race, but they've stayed focused on what they're doing and delivered a brilliant race there.
So Italy take one of, or the only qualifying slot direct to the A final. The Olympic champions stamp their form on this race. The Olympic silver medalists will have to go through the repêchage. In 2nd place, as will the crew in 3rd from Denmark, and the crews finishing from the Czech Republic and Austria, and then I think Norway yet to finish, still racing it out. You'll hear the hooter as they cross the line. Very clinical performance from the Italians.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it? Although I like to think it's more heart than clinical.
Yeah, you're right.
Less clinical, more emotional.
You're completely right. That's
Italian
a great shout, Greg. It is that emotion.
Yeah, driving them
energizing, yeah.
And you see a 10-second win there over France, who got their silver medal in Tokyo. And we'll fly back up to the start for the second of these heats, the women's lightweight double, with, as you can see, Spain, Switzerland, Great Britain, Germany, Ireland and Poland.
So Lau Chan says, and Navarro from Spain, Mertz and Roll from Switzerland, Craig and Grant, the new British double, Imogen Grant back into the double, the two Repechage from Germany, Heafy and Quemen from Ireland, and Velner and Jasinska from Poland. They're the race leaders. Imogen Grant took that world's best time in the lightweight women's single sculls at Lucerne. Emily Craig won the double in Lucerne with Maddie Arlott. And this is going to be a great matchup between this double and I think the Italians we've just seen in the final.
Yeah, so this time we are editing the race. So you saw the start there. We've moved in now. We're there at 12:50. So 750 metres to go. And yeah, the British double here have got pretty decent looking lead. On this side, yeah, you've got the crew from Poland and Ireland here, but it is only one to qualify. And again, with my fairness hat on, I'm delighted to see winners and fast boats all over the course.
Yeah.
It looks like the lanes aren't really having any impact at all.
Yeah, well, I guess if the Fairness Commission thought they were going to have an impact, they'd have kind of moved the lanes over. And that's not happened. So, such a commanding lead for this crew, coached by Darren Whiter. Are they using those fat smoothies, the British? I just saw.
I think they are, yeah. Yeah, they're just a little bit more barrel-shaped, aren't they? A little bit shorter, a little bit wider. So we're looking here.
Ireland, Margaret Kremen and Lydia Heafy.
Digging pretty deep. They've been around the medals in this year in the World Cup regattas, so here they are wanting to try and make sure they're getting a good qualifying place or a good position when they come to their rep. But no, these two look so good, don't they, out in front? I think they're bringing together the two things that we saw in the last race, which is that they've got that sort of length and control of the French, but maybe a little bit more of that dynamism that the Italians had.
Yeah, absolutely. Coached by Darren Whiter. Not the only crew that he coaches in the British setup. There's Mertz and Roll. Very good lightweight women's double, but 12 seconds down on the British. Back in fourth place, the Swiss double. The picture of them on screen precipitates the cowbells ringing. Look at that margin. I mean, that is really one of the most impressive margins I think we've seen today.
Yeah, no, it's very impressive performance from this British double who are out there. They're going to take the qualifying place. This really is racing for where you're going to be within the repechage, because I assume we'll get two repechages now, with only two qualifying from each of those repechages. So quite important to try and get a good position, because you're going to be in that 5-boat race.
Lydia Heafy and Margaret Kremen really battling to try and get through Katarzyna Velner and Susanna Jasinka from Poland. They are edging back slowly, but the British double, they are probably about 30, well, actually we can see exactly how far they are. They're about 60 metres, 50 metres in front. The Irish have just got through the Polish, but the British will take the only qualification slot direct to the A final. A commanding performance. Imogen Grant back in the double with Emily Craig, the fourth place double in the Olympics. Who's to say they haven't stepped on, and they will go a few steps better this European Championships up against the Olympic gold and silver medalists.
Well, it's looking like they have moved on. Big thumbs up. We'll find out more and more as the regatta goes on, and we'll get to see them racing against that Italian boat and the French boat. Important finish, I think, there for the Irish, just rowing through the poles.
Yeah, you want to take that, and you know you can come
Yeah.
off the water in your sort of post-race chat and feel good, even though you know.
Yeah, and we see it confirmed there, Great Britain, Ireland, and then that crew from Poland, just with their heads down, they look like they've really given everything, but Ireland have got one over them there, ahead of them, Switzerland, Germany.
So, Kovalov and Kamara from Ukraine, McCarthy and O'Donovan, the Olympic champions, Copers and Flockhart, new double from Britain, Balathegi Horta-Pombo from Spain, Charbly and Ahumeda, Ireland from Switzerland, Simicek and Brashdil from Czech Republic, closest to us in this lane. So, there, the Swiss double, Raphael, Ireland in the stroke seat. This new find from Switzerland, Jan Charbellet behind him. And it's the Swiss who have a 4-metre lead over the Irish. But you would imagine the Irish will come through in this race. You always imagine Paul O'Donovan and Fintan McCarthy will come through at the finish.
But there's a difference between imagining it and it actually happening.
Yeah, I know. But it's
It's
great.
always got to happen. They've got to make it happen.
It's great to be leading the Irish at this stage of the race. They're looking round, the Irish, as well. You see Fintan McCarthy had a look round, Paul O'Donovan had a look round.
They look like they're washing out as well, don't they? When you look at those blades kind of coming loose, but they do. They run. They row on passion, don't they?
They do.
Plenty of heart. 38 strokes a minute compared to the Swiss is 33, and it's probably because of that despite a little bit of washing out and not holding the blades quite as deep as they might, the Irish have moved rapidly through. And it's not just something you can imagine, Martin, it's something you can see. Ireland now half a boat length in front.
Wow, that's cool. So I think there is 3 crews through to the semi-finals.
No, I don't think there is.
No, I've just looked at, I've got 2 different things on my start list.
So I tell you what, I've got cancelled, that we've had a race cancelled. There's only going to be 2 heats of this.
Oh, so it's
rather
1
than
through to
3
final A,
heats
yeah.
with
So I've got
1
another
through.
3 heat. Yeah, that's it. So race 38 isn't happening. So it's
So
1
we're down
through.
to 12 entries.
Yeah,
in
we've
total.
got a corrected start list here. Apologies for that slight mix-up. So it's 1 through to the A final. Thank you, Greg. And the Irish have got through the Swiss and now have that leading position for a direct place through in the A final. Actually saw, it was on social media, the Irish Championships, and Fintan McCarthy beating Paul O'Donovan in the final of that. And Paul O'Donovan, who won in Lucerne, literally he was up at like 50.
Yeah, I was going to say, we saw them racing at Lucerne, didn't we? And in singles this year. But no, those Irish Championships look like they happen in lovely conditions on a lovely, beautiful lake. And here we're seeing performance. Again, you can see it's not the tidiest sculling you'll ever see, but it's not easy conditions. They're at 36 strokes a minute. They're holding this lead that they've worked hard for, and they're looking for that 1 qualifying place. The Olympic champions here, racing down in this, what still looks like quite a strong headwind.
Does look like a strong headwind, but it's that second half which is unstoppable from the Irish, taking them through. Coached, of course, by Dominic Casey, based at the Skibbereen Club. River Illin down there, and the Irish come up to the line. Olympic champions grab that first qualification place. Switzerland will have to go through the repêchage. Pretty tough draw for them. Decent result for the Swiss. The Czechs finish in 3rd place. Again, that's a decent double, the Czech double. Just to underline the quality of the Irish. All the doubles finishing quite close together. But all except the Swiss will go through to the repêchage.
You mean all except the Irish will go through?
I mean the
repechage.
Irish. Did I say the Swiss?
Yeah. So
Thank
yeah,
you.
that's not quite showing on our graphic. Yeah, but we're pretty sure that Ireland will progress direct to that A final. The others will all go into a repechage.
So here's the next race. Popel and Lut from Estonia, Ruta and Oppo from Italy, Petterson and Modest from Denmark, Tamas and Galambos from Hungary, Duarte Costa from Portugal, and Benske and Tom from Norway. And the Norwegians, you can see their graphic on this near side, Estonia at the top, and we will go live to, I think, would it be the Italians? Yeah, the Italians leading this race. They weren't together at Lucerne. They kind of raced in doubles with different partners, but clearly this is the fastest Italian combination.
Yeah, and it's the Portuguese who are second to them, looking to push them on here.
And we can say about the Portuguese that they are coached by your old coach, John West.
Yeah, John West doing some work with the Portuguese team. And that double of his is putting plenty of pressure on this experienced Italian double. Bronze medalist in Tokyo?
Yeah, bronze medalists in Tokyo behind the Irish that we've just seen and the Germans.
The Germans, yeah.
Jason Osborne now in that German double now, cycling with, I can't remember the team, it's not Coxed, is it? No, I don't think so.
Someone might tell us.
Yeah, someone might tell us.
A professional
social media.
cyclist.
Yeah.
But here's this Portuguese crew, and yeah, it's only a half-length lead that the Italians have over them. You can see doing their best with these conditions. It's not easy, it's not straightforward. The blade's going a little bit deep. It's not more than just the painted end of the blade going in, and they're now feeling pressure from the Norwegian crew beside them. But it is only one to qualify.
They are really battlers, this Norwegian crew. They've had such a good season. Askild Tom on the left of your picture in the stroke seat, Lars Benschke with the blue hat on in the stroke seat.
And as you say, battlers, you see them taking that look to the right. Yeah, we're really in this race. We're really going to have to dig deep and keep going for it. And look how they're coming back here. They could even yet put pressure on the Italians on that far side, I think, Martin.
Well, I think that says a lot about Norwegian sculling and, you know, the job their coach, Mark Emke, has done with them. Coming through the Portuguese, just within half a length of the Italians. 500 metres to go, and Askild Tom has got an amazing finish on him, the former Oxford Brooks oarsman rode in bow seat of the Oxford Brook 8. He had a look across there.
Yeah. No, I think this, I mean, I would still be back in the Italians with 500 to go, knowing their form. However, yeah, Norway, like you say, they do sprint finish. They're at 38 strokes a minute. Italy at 36, and I think Italy have just been able to move away a little bit. Maybe they waited till 500 to go.
The thing is, I think Thielmann and Benschke have just thrown everything in with about sort of 700 to go. They didn't wait for it. They just threw it in, didn't they? And now they're finding that, you know, perhaps they haven't got too much left for the sprint finish. I mean, it was a brave move by the Norwegians.
Yeah, the Norwegians almost were doing a sort of a match race with the Portuguese. I think, well, we'll throw everything at the Portuguese in that third quarter, see if that gets through them. Looks like it wasn't enough. And then Italy have been able to respond to everything that's gone on over here at 37 now strokes a minute, and have taken a good half a length on these other two boats in the last 250.
So the Italians coming up with around about 200 metres to go to the finish. Just want to know how much to go to the finish. Look at that little graphic on the bottom right of the screen. It will tell you all you need to know about where the crews are in the race. There's the Portuguese, held off the Norwegians. Well, I think would you call that blowing up, or just?
I think you would call that blowing up. I think you'd say that was going for it with early, taking a big risk, and it not quite paying off.
I think I heard John West shouting about or something on the far side.
Are you serious?
I think so. He's got to be pleased that the Portuguese are that close to the Italians.
Yeah.
So Italy take the one slot to the A final that was available in this race. The other crews go to the repêchage. There's the Norwegians just drifting across the line. Lars Benschke with his head down there with the blue cap on. Look at the three other crews. There's really three crews out front. Portuguese look very businesslike.
They do look businesslike, don't they? Yeah, they'll be pretty chuffed with that. Because they held their nerve, really, when the Norwegians came at them so hard.
And there you see confirmation, that 2-second margin that Italy had over Portugal, but it's only Italy that will go through to the final A. So we go to the start list for the next race, which I think will be the women's quad, if memory serves.
Yeah, it's going to be, if it is the women's quad, then we've got a slight moment to catch our breath because we had a race cancelled that was going to be an extra entry in the lightweight double.
So 1 through to the final from this heat. That means there are 2 heats from the women's quadruple scull: France, Netherlands, Germany and Ukraine. There's the German quad, Pia Greiten, the new woman in the stroke seat for the German quad. It's in the double in Lucerne. French quad with Emma Lunati. Just, well, they're all at it now with their calves. Were you a leg hitter?
No, I wasn't a leg hitter. No, not a leg hitter like that.
Just having a conversation. Bente Paulis, Ilse Paulis's little sister, the Olympic champion and bronze medalist from Tokyo, who always watches these presentations to watch her little sister. Maria Zeidler in the German boat in the 3-seat. That's kind of with the white peak cap on, and of course it's her home course as well. Her brother Ollie we saw win the heat of the men's single sculls. Vegodia, Dovgodko, Duchenko and Dovodko in the Ukrainian team. Ivlina Dovodko in the stroke seat, coached by Nick Chiprina, former Ukrainian oarsman who is a world champion in the men's quads. Former world champion in the men's quads.
France, the Netherlands, Germany, Ukraine. Attention.
So you heard the starter call over the crews. France at the top of your picture. Reminder, Netherlands, one down from them. Then Germany in the yellow boat, the only crew in the yellow unpacker in this race, and Ukraine on this near side. And it is the Netherlands who have an early lead.
Yeah, Netherlands getting away well here. Again, we're going to see them through this first 1,000. The conditions really look pretty consistent the whole way along the course. But there is this headwind. Germany here, again, looking pretty strong, getting away there. Under 23 generally, under 23s generally in there. Ollie Zeidler's sister, as you said, got a silver back in 2021 in the under 23s.
Yeah, it's Frauke Hundling, the oldest in that boat at 27. Just thanks to Brian Orsini for letting us know that Jason Osborne's cycling team, we were talking about that in the light women's double, is the Alpecin des Unique development team. But thanks for that. So there's the Ukrainian Ivlina Dovgodko. Ukraine, of course, famously won the women's quadruple sculls back in 2012. The Olympics.
Crew from the Netherlands looking pretty smooth here, and yeah, we're seeing these conditions in this area around 500 meters gone. They look completely fine, although I'm sure the athletes will be feeling it because it is a decent headwind. But certainly the water's not choppy, not difficult. Ukraine, I think, have moved pretty well from 250 to 500 and held the early pace of the Netherlands.
So these Dutch crews have done really well here on this morning. There we see Bente Paulis, the 25-year-old, behind her Ilse Kochman from the pair in the European Championships last year, 25. Tessa Dulmans, 25-year-olds in the 2-seat, and then up in the bows from the 8 in the European Championships, Ninka Vos. On the Scull Club, this crew is coached by Freek Robbers, but they have just been slightly rowed through by the Ukrainians. Freek Robbers, the former Dutch oarsman, now working with Michel Darville. And there are the new race leaders, Ukrainian. Very flat draw, isn't it?
Yeah, very flat draw, very calm. The crew from Netherlands looked, I thought, very relaxed in their faces, and I was thinking, oh, is that too much so? And is there just that little bit more draw, as you said, in the Ukraine boat? And certainly, you know, from, let's say now, from 250 gone until this point of the race, I think Ukraine have been going faster and looking better.
There's the Germans, Pia Greiten in the stroke seat of the German crew, the Osnabrücker Sculls, Marie-Sophie Seidler from Donau Ruder Club behind her. Brother of Ollie, Frauke Hundeling from Deutsche Ruder Club. And then Sarah Bibnitz, the youngster in the crew, up in the bows.
In Ukraine here, 33 strokes a minute, exactly the same as Netherlands, but they are just going further per stroke, and they have been since 250 gone. So for the last 750, they've just been moving, and that's coming out towards a length. Very impressive scull so far from Ukraine.
First look at the French crew. Emma Lunati in the stroke seat of the French crew from Aviron Grenoble. She's on the left of your picture. Behind her, Margot Bayol, a 23-year-old from Le Havre in Normandy, Violine Aeronauts from Armentières, and Marie Jacquet in the bows from the Marne Club. They are back, I think, in 4th place at the moment.
And am I right in thinking that French combination raced in Tokyo and finished 9th?
Absolutely, you're completely right with that.
Hence the sunglasses deal, probably, that they're all smartly wearing.
Oh, that's a cool
may still
spot.
have those from there.
And the Ukrainian women, of course, weren't in Tokyo. So it's great that, you know, Nick Chiprina has come back and done a real job with the Ukrainian women, and all those donations to the Ukrainian team, you know, trying to put a season together with the terrible conflict going on in that country. And you can log on to the World Rowing website and donate, as many here, including Greg Searle next to me in the commentary box, has done, to help the Ukrainians put together a rowing team for this year.
Well, we all know what, or we've got some idea of what they might be dealing with the conflict back in Ukraine. So it's lovely that the athletes can come here and can compete and demonstrate what they can do given the chance. And this crew really looking good at the head of the field. Still 33, 34 strokes a minute. Still smooth, as you say, Martin, that really nice flat draw, not over pulling at it. Sculling along cleanly.
They do remind me of that that Ukrainian quad that did so well back in 2012.
Yeah, although they don't have Buriak, who was such a phenomenal athlete and a powerhouse. These look more like they're all similar sizes, similar strengths, and able to actually maybe move more together than that quad did. That, like you say, were pretty impressive in London.
Will this be Ukraine's first win today if they keep that position to the finish?
I think it will. I think it will. Unless we had Sculler, PR1.
Sherby. No, I don't think
Sherby wasn't there. No, you're right.
There's the quad from the Netherlands in 2nd place, maybe edging a little bit back, but still that clear water margin that Ukraine have. One crew through directly to the A final from this first heat of 2 for the women's quadruple sculls. And Ukraine moved through the Netherlands, who did lead this race.
Yeah, Ukraine looking really good there. They look like they again chopped the blades out very early in front of their bodies. There's no sort of excess lean back, but it really works for them.
Yeah, a bit like that Italian right row women's double that we saw.
Yeah.
It's a feature of those two crews. Netherlands coming back, Ukraine maybe slightly tiring.
I think they're going to be fine.
Dovodko looks all in at the stroke seat of the Ukrainian crew. She's really giving it her all. They take the win and the A final place. Look, head goes down, but I'm sure she'll feel delighted at that result.
Yeah, you can see how hard they've worked.
Oh, wow, they really have. And it didn't look hard, did it?
No, that's why sculling is so interesting, isn't it? They're just the amount of work that's going on there. And you thought they were going to cross the line, they're going to punch the air and high five, but no, they're just exhausted.
They went straight down, didn't they? So there's confirmation of the first heat result. Ukraine take that by a couple of seconds from the Netherlands, Germany and France back in 3rd and 4th place. we have got a second heat coming up for you in women's quadruple sculls at the European Championships. Romania over the far side, Italy in lane 2, Great Britain, new quad from them, and Switzerland in lane 4. So a new quad from the British, because we've got Lola Anderson back in the 2-seat, their talismanic young sculler. Wasn't in the boat in Lucerne. But now the Swiss, who had to miss Lucerne through COVID, it was such a shame, this new Swiss quad, and you know, this could be the boat to, I say, to really keep the cowbells ringing. The British quad are out in front by half a length at the moment, at the halfway mark. And these two quads light years ahead of the Italians and the Romanians.
Well, it is only one through, so a very important race to win. And yeah, tricky looking conditions around the 1,000-metre mark. But yeah, the British look like they're handling it pretty well. As you say, the Swiss alongside them through the 1,000. But I think the British have just moved out after that 1,000-metre mark.
Lucy Glover in the stroke seat of the British quad was in that Olympic boat that finished 7th. Georgina Brayshaw behind her. Lola Anderson back in the quad in the 2-seat. You can see her without the cap on. And Jess Layden, who wanted to be a single sculler for Paris, that was going to be her journey, but I think been persuaded by Andrew Randall, the women's chief coach, to come into the quadruple scull, and look at the impact it's having. They're really moving out beautifully now.
Now, I'm sure the British team will be very pleased with that. Yeah, Jess Layden, she won the junior single way back, didn't she?
Back,
in the early 2010s somewhere.
I want to say she's a Leander sculler, and she does scull for Leander, but she hails from Hollingworth Lake.
Yeah.
Up in the north of England.
And again, just look at this. It looks quite different to me from the Ukraine quad that we
very
watched.
Different, yeah.
In terms of the fact that, you know, they seem to use their bodies a little bit more. They seem to hold the blades in a little bit longer. I can't help thinking this is better for these conditions into the headwind. But we will only find that out, of course, when we see them alongside the crew from Ukraine.
Well, it's interesting. I think Andrew Randall has kind of shaken up the training programs. I think they now do their UT2 work more intensively than the women's team used to. And of course, Andrew Randall coached the Australian quad to a bronze medal at the Tokyo Olympics, women's quad. And he's going to be absolutely delighted with what he's seen from the women there. And it's been a fantastic performance in that third quarter.
Well, it has been a really good third quarter. You think they were just more or less level with the Swiss when we first joined the race, and now they've opened that up to a lot of clear water. I was making the comparison with the Ukraine quad. Actually, Ukraine to 1,500 did 5:18. This British quad did 5:21. So actually 3 seconds slower to 1,500 than Ukraine.
That's a really interesting stat. I wonder how much of that will be reflected in the race. And I think for the British quad to do this to the Swiss, to Dupre, Ulrich, Lurcher and Walker, who are a very good quad. They took a silver medal in the Poznan World Cup, which was very impressive behind the Chinese. So they are a really decent crew, Greg. And I think, you know, for the British to do that to the Swiss, just gives you a mark of how quick they are.
Well, it looks for sure like this British crew are going to be going direct to the A final, so we won't get to find out till we see them up against that Ukraine quad, and that will be, it's got to be Sunday, isn't it? Yeah. No, it's a Saturday final.
Saturday final.
That's a Saturday final. 12:15 on Saturday. The British crew have booked their slot.
So there we go. Layden, Anderson, Brayshaw and Glover from the British team qualified directly for the A final. The Swiss, despite the cowbells ringing in the background, will have to go through the repêchage to progress further. The Italians will finish in third place. Guerra, Montesano, Giuseppe and Ondoli. And the Romanians, Giotto, Druga, Loga and Sires finish in fourth place. I think it makes a difference when Lola Anderson's back in. I think she won the trials and she's in that 2-seat. She's just adding so much poise and finesse and just pace to that crew.
Yeah, Lola Anderson, she won the under-23s back in 2019, didn't she? But yeah, it gives confidence to that crew by the look of it.
Great Britain take the win in that heat, the women's quadruple sculls. So we're going directly live. Ukraine, Sweden, Romania, the Czech Republic and Belgium. This is the men's quadruple sculls. So there are the Romanians, who I imagine are the race leaders. In the centre of the course, there they are. Chiruta, Tudoza, Prudnau and Inash.
So just important to recognise there's going to be 3 heats here, so it's 3 qualifying from each of these. The race was pretty close through the first 500, with the Czech Republic just leading. Then Romania took on the lead at 1,000.
There's the crew from the Czech Republic we're looking at. Filip Zilmer in the stroke seat from the Czech Republic, just 23 years of age. He's a young quad, the Czech quads. Got Tom Sisma in the 2 seat, 21, and Niedler in the 3 seat, 22. So they're going to be pretty pleased to be in a qualifying position. But these Romanians, they're so flexible in what they can do. You've got Ciprian Chidosa, who was in the Olympics in the pair, in the 2 seat of the Romanian quad. He won a bronze medal, a silver medal in the men's pair. And Prudnau and Inash in the 3 and stroke seat from the men's double that finished 9th. So it's a new combination.
It is, and how about the race for 3rd place? Because it is only 3 to qualify, so we're coming through 500. So a nice view here on Romania leading. Czech Republic looks solid for silver, but this one could still be all on for this 3rd qualifying place. Belgium on the near side and Ukraine at the top of the screen.
Well, we saw the Ukrainian women qualify directly by winning their heat. The Ukrainian will have to get through this Belgian crew, which have got Tim Brees in the bow seat, of course, from the lightweight men's double. The power of the 540 ergo, Ward Lemelin, won the World Indoor Championships in the 3 seat. He's getting better and better in the technical business of sculling. Gaston Mercier, Ruben Place in the 2 and the stroke seat of the Belgian quad. And at the moment, they are in qualifying position ahead of the Ukraine. And this is probably Belgium's best scull of the season, I think.
Yeah, no, they're looking good, and look how they're reeling in the Czech Republic. That's now down to half a boat length for Belgium, but what's helping them is moving away from Ukraine. Ukraine are going to feel a bit isolated out there on their own, not quite in the race, a long way to sort of look across and feel where they are.
So there's the Romanians well out in front, coming through with less than 120 metres to go. Going through the gears, not letting off at all as they come through to the finish. Belgium now coming right back on the Czech Republic. 3 crews will go through. The Ukrainians will have to go through the repêchage on that far side. I think the Czechs were just held off the Belgians. There are the Romanians. They win that heat ahead of the crew from the Czech Republic, just from Belgium. The Belgians are going to be pretty pleased with that, and their coach Axel Müller will be delighted, as are the Romanians. Yeah, that was a great scull, guys. New combination this year. Czechs are going to be pretty delighted with some youngsters in that boat, Greg.
Yeah, and I guess they're preparing for the World Championships in Rudnici as well as these Europeans, so thinking, yeah, we want to be in good shape for our home championships.
It's a good shout. So Romania, the Czech Republic and Belgium are the 3 qualifiers from Heat 1 of the men's quadruple scull. They'll go directly to the semi-final. Ukraine and Sweden will have to go via the repêchage. So Estonia, Norway, Lithuania, Poland and Switzerland are the crews contesting the 2nd heat. 3 go through. And we are directly with the Polish quad. That's Fabian Baranski in the stroke seat.
And I can tell you, Poland led through 500. They did a 130, and Lithuania and Switzerland both did 132s, either side of them.
So this Polish quad looked great at Lucerne. They were winners at Lucerne. And they were in different crews at the other World Cups in sort of doubles. You had Matty Biggs up in the single. So there are the Swiss men's quads, Kondrau, Schneider, Brunner and Schatzli closest to us in the stroke seats. Young crew, just 21 Kai Schlatzli, coached by Ian Wright, and they are in second place. So I would think the Kiwi coach is going to be pretty pleased with what his young Swiss crew are doing this event. Lithuania looking ominous in that third place, just maybe going to poke through the Swiss boat, but in sort of a decent margin, those three crews to the rest of the field.
Yeah, you can see it on the graphic that Estonia and Norway are falling out of those positions really, with only 3 qualifying through. So yeah, this Polish crew, Martin, so they, early in the season they were mixing it around at Poznan and Belgrade, and then they landed on something for Lucerne.
Yeah, they absolutely landed on something in Lucerne, and you've got to say that Polish sculling knows what it's doing in making men's quads. You know, mine springs back to the 2008 Olympics with that brilliant Polish quad, and you've got the expertise of Alex Wojciechowski, the coach, just putting together a crew that moves really well. And you've got, they're all veterans of the Olympics. The Polish quads, 2 of them, Haza and Baranski, were in the quad that finished 4th. Mix-up and Sitarski were in the double that finished 6th. So they're finalists in Tokyo. Missed out on medals, but that makes them all the more hungry, doesn't it?
Yeah, I guess it will do. Another nice crew here from Lithuania. We've seen a lot of Lithuanian sculling doing really well in this regatta.
Yeah, 2 of the crew, Dominik Jankionis and Araimas Adamovicius, were in that quad that finished, or one of them, sorry, Jankionis was in the quad that finished 10th. Adamovicius was in the double that finished 12th in the Tokyo Olympics. So 2 of that Lithuanian quad have Olympic palmares, Galanskis and Balsauskas in the bow and the 3 seats.
Been interesting how the Lithuanians and the Swiss here are playing a cagey little race for who's going to finish second. Neither of them look like they've completely gone for it. You know, we're at 35, 36, 37 strokes a minute. No one's really racing it out, but you don't really want to get rode through just at this point.
So this is where the Swiss need those cowbells. Lithuanians look across from the Lithuanian 2-man Jankionis there, just to see that he was in front of his opposite number. The Swiss heading back as they hear the bow balls edging. You can see the Swiss bow just edging through the Lithuanians. Poland out in front looking back on the contest.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? I reckon Lithuania could go again if they want to. Switzerland have gone up to 40. Lithuania kind of 37, thinking about it. Or shall we go, shan't we go? No, I think Switzerland are going to have their day today.
So Poland take the win, very impressive from that Polish crew that won in Lucerne. Switzerland take the second place, powered on by those cowbells towards the finish, brought the best out of them. Lithuania in third. Those 3 crews will go directly through to the AB semi-finals. And the Norwegians and the Estonians will have to qualify through the repêchage if they are to progress further. Well, confirmation of those 3 qualifiers, Poland, Switzerland, Lithuania. I'm looking forward to the next race. Got this new Dutch quad, struck by Stefan Boynik, the Olympic silver medalist in double sculls. A new British quad. Are they going to be able to get their act together? The French, of course, with the Onfroy brothers, and the Italians, Carucci, Panazza, Ciumento and Gentili. There he is, Giacomo Gentili, leading the boat.
Seat, yeah.
What is that he's wearing on his head?
I think that's a bandana. I was thinking the same thing. He looks like he could be cooking us up some food. But no, he looks pretty good. They move pretty well, and they're leading this race. They led through 500 in a 1:28. France and the Netherlands both did a 1:31, so they had a 3-second lead at 500 gone. So yeah, they're trying to separate themselves out in one race and let the others battle it out for the other 2 qualifying places.
There are the French crew with the Onfoy brothers, Valentin and Théophile, in the stroke and the 3 seats, 28 and 29. Seen them in the pairs now, doing really well to be ahead of the Dutch and the British. This is going to be a great race. The Dutch quads aren't where they're expected to be. Not like the Dutch quad of yesteryear. None of those men are currently rowing. Finn Florijn, Jan van der Beerge, Simon van Dolk from University of Washington, the Husky in the boat in the 3 seat, sub 540 in the erg, and Steph Breuning, he's a real monster on the erg too.
Yeah, real interesting race this one as to what's going to happen here, because there are only 2 to qualify. They're all going to want it, so they've all got to really give it their very best in this one. And yeah, headwinds and the Netherlands don't seem to be working so well today.
No, they don't. You'd have to say the British quads, this is a new crew. You've got George Bourne and Matthew Hayward from the British double that finished 5th in Lucerne come into the boat. Harry Leask and Tom Barras, of course. Tom Barras there, you can see him. Harry Leask up in the bows. Tom Barras closest to us from that quad that took silver. And they are edging back through the Netherlands, and the Netherlands are going to have to do something. But it's just a sensational race, because one of those crews is going to have to go through the repechage, and they are racing flat out. The Italians, like the Polish, wow, look at them.
Yeah, the Italians look great out in front here. They're going to take that first qualifying place, but yeah, it's only 2 of these 3 who are coming in.
Absolutely.
And it's a 500-meter race. Let's just line up on 500, cool. Make yourself as tired as you can be, and then say go.
What are the French doing there? I'm amazed the French are up there. Marcelo Brunet, Onfoy, coached by Maxime Gosset. Just dropping out of the picture, the British and the Dutch edging through. You think the Dutch, with that power in the last part of the race, do you think they can use that effectively with those close to sub or Van Dort?
In these conditions, you'd hope so. A headwind almost would be helpful if you've got all that endurance. But the British, we've seen their crews doing it, getting off and getting into a steady pace and then keeping it going, roared on by their supporters on the bikes, who are going to feel like they're very close to them. The British have made a nice move.
If the British finish 2nd in this race, that'll feel like a win for them. They've had such a poor season in the quadruple scull. It'll be such a big result.
Well, as you say, yeah, they've changed the combination around, haven't they? They've got the Olympic silver medalists at stroke and bow, and they've brought in these
French
new double into the
Dutch.
middle. Yeah, what about the French coming back? The Onfoy brothers, as you say, they've raced a pair normally.
Yeah.
Here they are sculling.
Wow, what a race. So Britain are now in 2nd place. Who is going to grab 3rd? The French are just ahead of the Dutch. The Dutch look a bit too sort of tight in the shoulders, really not flexible enough. The Italians, the field's coming back to them.
A little wobble in the bow seat of the French boat. Still 5 strokes, 8 strokes to the line, let's see. I think the Netherlands could still have it.
Italy take the win, Britain takes 2nd, and it is the French who take 3rd place, just ahead of the Netherlands, who will have to go through the repechage. I was really looking forward to seeing that Dutch crew, and they didn't perform as I expected.
Yeah.
Great Britain's 2nd. They've got to be pleased with that. They're not showing it.
No, they've got to be pleased with that. Looking at the times here, they were 2 seconds behind after 500, and then they've just clawed their way back through, a 2nd behind at 1,000, level at 500 to go, and then they've come through on those 2 boats to their left.
So the next race is the men's 8, and we will go live to the men's 8. There are the British 8 who will be leading this race. Tom Ford in the stroke seat. In front of him, the Coxed Harry Brightmore, who's come into the boat for this race. The Germans in 2nd place. Got a different combination to the one that raced in Lucerne. Torben Johannesson is in the stroke seat, ahead of Matthew Schroner. And I think in the middle of that German boat, we've got Tom Chews in the 6th seat. So it's a slightly different combination that the German 8 is boating here.
Well, Germany will want to make this 8 work, won't they? Because Britain have looked very strong early on in the season. They would have been pleased with their first 500. We didn't see that, but Germany and Great Britain did almost exactly the same time through the first 500. But Britain have had a strong second 500.
The Dutch 8 that we haven't seen a lot of. Over there on the far side, Nicky van Sprang and Lennart van Leeuwen, the pair from the Olympics up in the bows of that 8. Abby Wiersma, Jacob van der Kerkhoff, Mick Mantle, Mick Macker, Gus Mullet, Guillaume Krommenhoek in the stroke seat, Coxed by Doike Vetter. There's the British bow pair, Rory Gibbs and Morgan Boulding, the 8 that won in Lucerne. Dave Buick-Copley at 3, Sholto Carnegie out of the men's 4, the distinctive technique he's got in the 4 seats. And then Charlie Elwes, Oxford University boatman, oarsman, Tom Digby, Man Mountain in the 6th seat. So there we see this new German lineup, Johan Aysen in the stroke seat, Tom Hughes the sub in the 6th seat. You guess that will take a little bit of speed off this crew. But we saw them paddling this morning. They didn't quite look like the German 8 of old, did they, Greg?
Well, we did see them out paddling, and it's hard to say, isn't it? They didn't look special. They didn't turn your head with the sound and the look and the feel of the German 8. So the British crew taking advantage now, early in this Olympic cycle, effectively, this first year, they've really got hold of this men's 8.
They really look long, don't they, at the front? Their rotation is just, like, spectacular, I think.
Well, you think they're really coming out around the rigger to get a good length forward?
Yeah, while remaining strong in the core. Just round.
Well, I know they don't necessarily use the telemetry quite as much as Oxford Brookes did, where a lot of these guys will have learned to row, but they'll get that information, they'll get data and just how long they are. So in a headwind like this, they'll know they need to reach right out and get maximum length. 4
Oxford Brookes oarsmen in this boat, and have they chosen Harry Brightmore to Cox over Henry Fieldman, you know, who was coxing them in Lucerne. Harry Brightmore is a race winner. There's the German Cox looking over Jonas Wiesen, taken over from Martin Sauer, looking to his left to the crews. I think the Germans have moved out from those crews on the far side, the Dutch.
Well, you're right, the race has become more spread out. The Germans have moved out on the crews to their right, and then the British are just threatening to get clear water on the Germans, so they have continued to move. So yeah, this spread is just happening now in this sort of last 750, where the race is going to feel long into this headwind. These crews are used to stopping now, somewhere around 5:30.
Yeah, so Britain edging out, just 120 metres to go for the British 8. Germany slightly moving back, moving away. Romania have moved through the Dutch. And Italy are up there too, ahead of the Dutch. So it looks like a win for Great Britain, ahead of Germany in this preliminary race for the European Championships. These crews will race again on Sunday, but Britain take the win in this preliminary race ahead of Germany. They'll go back to do it all again. Romania in 3rd, Italy in 4th, and the Dutch will have to be content with 5th place on this occasion.
Great Britain doing that thing there that you do in a preliminary race or a heat where you look like you haven't given it everything.
Yeah.
I don't think they will have given it everything, as opposed to stopping and sticking your feet in the water, which you don't want to necessarily do.
That's the thing now. I think that the sort of heritage from that was Steve Redgrave.
Yeah.
And, you know, Andy Holmes and Matthew Pinson. Great Britain take the win. Germany were in 2nd place. And that was Romania in 3rd. So we will go to the next race, which is the women's 8. And a lot of these crews have raced before. And we are now live with the women's 8.
What a great picture this one is. We haven't seen much of this, have we?
So it's the British on the left of your picture, Romania in lane 2 with the blue, yellow and red blades, Italy, camera's just moving round from them, and the Germans in lane 4.
And worth noting, this one is a qualifying race, so only one boat will qualify direct to the final. Through 500, all 3 crews were in a line. They all did 138 point something.
So this British 8 have got women that raced earlier today. Rowan McKellar, Rebecca Shorten, Sam Redgrave and Esme Booth raced in the women's 4. They are in the stern of that 8. I'll say they're in the stern of that 8. They're not. Redgrave and Shorten are at 5 and 6. Rowan McKellar and Heidi Long are in the stroke seat. So Heidi Long, 25-year-old from Leander Club.
But and again, the British will be pleased to see the position they've got here, because Romania are pretty strong in the women's 8 and consistently end up winning the European Championships. So for Britain to be up here and just about half a length ahead of them, I think they'll be pretty pleased with.
Yeah, the Romanians have got women doubling up too in that 8, but not as many in the women's 8 as raced. Gianna Belaga and Elena Logfatu in the Romanian women's 8 raced in the 4. But yeah, the British moving out really nicely, and over Romania. Got about 800 metres left to go. As you heard Greg saying, there's the Italian bowwoman Linda De Filippis, Alice Codatu, Anya Nosada, Elisa Mondelli, Laura Marino, Silvia Terezzini, Aisha Rocek, Giorgia Palacci, and the stroke woman Alessandra Vela. Coxed by, Cox Alessandra Vela.
Yeah, so the Italians were aiming on having their stern 4 doubling up, 4 not doubling up. This German crew have struggled a bit early on in the season, so I think this looks like an improvement on their performances to date, that they're at least well in the race here. Romania sticking with Britain, and if anything, slightly having come back in this sort of third quarter section of the race. The British will want to make sure they hold this, or even respond a little bit. Romania rating higher, about 38. Britain more like sort of 35, even just dropped to 34 on the reader I've got.
For the women in this British 8 were in Tokyo. 2 of them in the 4 that came 4th. Edwards and Ford in the 8 that didn't make the final, didn't get a race to finish 7th in effect, but the Romanians edging back. This is going to be a great race to the line, isn't it? Really exciting to see how Simone Radis and Joanna Vrâncinea in stroke and 7 are driving that Romanian 8 on, and just what the British have got to respond.
So it looked to me like the British just tried to do something there. I mean, again, it's very hard to know about whether there was just an attempt to kind of just pick things up, you know, 500 to go, let's make a bit of a move, let's respond. But yeah, they were half a length up, looking to sort of try and get to clear water. Romania have come right back at them.
Adrian Mutinao, the Cox, urging his crew on, and Morgan Bain and Williams, the Cox of the British 8, is absolutely going through the gears, giving it all they can just to see what they've got at the finish, but Romania edging back and in the lead. Yeah,
Romania have got a change of pace. Romania are up at 42 strokes a minute. Great Britain have come up to 38, but it hasn't looked like the same sort of sprint that the Romanians have been able to find. Who knows if that's the races in the legs that they've done already. Maybe it's just experience within the 8, but Romania, a great move here.
So Rusu, Buhaus, Bodnar, Tivalescu, Berej and Berej, Vrâncinea, Radis, Mutinao in that Romanian 8 have just found the sprint when it absolutely mattered. They are going to take the direct qualification to the A final. Britain will have to race again, not something they wanted to do, but there we go, that's sport for you. Romania win, Britain in 2nd place, and well clear of the Italians and Germans in 3rd and 4th place.
Yeah, big result there for Romania, pushing Great Britain into an extra race. They'll be disappointed about that. And Romania very pleased to get that position. Germany, I think, happy to be in the race there with the Italians. But a win there for Romania, and you can see disappointment and pain for the British crew.
Well, we'll get confirmation of that result of that exciting race. Romania just getting through Great Britain. Really saw the Cox driving them on. And there's this next heat, Ireland, the Netherlands and Denmark, the new Irish 8, which we're all very excited to see. But it's the crew from the Netherlands, Boonstra, Yusufu, Drent, Oldenburg, de Jong, Offerings, Cleveling and Meester that we saw earlier in the pair. A lot of these women doubling up. We saw these Netherlands women from the Dutch double scull as well. And at the moment, it's Netherlands with an 8-meter lead over the Irish. I say that's necessarily significant with 1,000 meters to go, but it's handy to have at this stage of the race. And of course the Irish have all raced as well in the various boats, and it'd be great, and well, Denmark on this near side in third place. It'd be great to get a look at the Irish eight. There we see the Irish eight really digging in. Sunita Paspura, the 40-year-old, in the 4-seat, one count from the bows, 1, 2, 3, 4. You can see her with the blonde hair streaming in the wind. Crew stroked by Ima Lamb, Emily Hegarty behind her, the big 6-woman Fiona Murta, Afrin Keogh. It's quite a little compelling race to watch this, Greg.
Yeah, interesting to see what will happen here, because we watched these racing. Remember earlier when we had the Coxed 4 race, it was the 4 from Ireland that beat the 4 from the Netherlands that beat the 4 from Denmark. Will there be a reverse here? Netherlands at the moment looking in control. They were a second up through 500, still only a second up through 1,000. So they haven't really been able to move away from the Irish boat. The question is whether the Irish can actually start to come back in the headwind conditions. It's going to be a longer race. Fitness will start to tell. Technique obviously will tell. Let's see how they can handle these conditions.
Yeah, so this is what we are excited about. If you're watching this in Ireland, isn't it great to see an Irish women's eight out on the course of the European Championships? You must be loving it, whether they finish first, second or third in this race. It is just great to see an Irish crew, coached by Giuseppe De Vita there, and all of the clubs from Skibbereen to Old Collegians to University College Cork represented. Galway in this Irish boat. We see hair blowing in the breeze, the Irish digging in, just coming to the 500 meters to go mark. Coxed by Leah O'Regan, 21-year-old. And the Dutch have stuck with that margin in front of the Irish. But it's great to see the Shamrock racing in the women's eight.
Yeah, the Shamrocks look great, don't they, on the back of the all-in-ones of the Irish team. But they're both crews here at about 37 strokes a minute, and the Netherlands got out to that half-length lead and more or less just held it. It's almost up to 2 seconds now through 500 to go. So the Irish crew now going to have to do something pretty spectacular. They've raised the rate a little bit, but I don't think they've been able to change the boat speed.
Yeah, that's a great shout, Greg. I think the Dutch look cultured and cool out in front. They've edged out a little bit longer. Just that slightly better connection around the front of the stroke. Easier release at the back end. And that's given them those maybe couple of extra pips in rating. See Lally Yusufu there in the 2 seats. Cleveling and Meester in the stroke seat.
And who's that in the 5 seat, Martin?
In the 5 seat of the Dutch 8. That should be Rose de Jong.
It is.
I'm saying Rose, not Bruce. Thanks,
Rose
Greg.
de Jong looking strong in that 5 seat.
Yeah, that was a trick question.
You can see him coming down. Doesn't look far to go now in that picture. It's not far to go for us. They're passing our commentary position. What is it? Less than 100 meters to go.
The Irish are going all the way. They're not easing off. They're not giving up at all. Even though they're 3/4 of a length down on the crew from the Netherlands, this will be a real workout, or maybe going down to half a length, actually, being charitable. The Netherlands take the direct A final qualification. The Irish will have to go through the repêchage, but it was great to see them out. Some tired women out on the water there. Danish boat 2 had athletes that raced in the women's 4, Poulsen, Marie Johansson, Frida Nielsen and Astrid Steensberg. So, yeah, you can see what it's cost them, can't you?
Yeah, it's been a busy day of racing for all the athletes. Every boat class raced here this morning. So yeah, you can imagine if you've been out there on the water twice and it's hot and it's a headwind, none of which is going to help with recovery. So yeah, probably the toughest day of the regatta's done.
So results of it's the final morning's heat. I mean, it's of the morning and afternoon programme. Netherlands take that win. Ireland in second place. Denmark in third. Stick with us. There's more racing to come later on this afternoon. Repechage racing. Not much, but you can tune in. I think we start at 4 o'clock with those races.
It's 4 o'clock local time, so that's in 2.5 hours if you're not on Central European time. So in 2.5 hours from now, we'll be back to show you the men's pair, the women's double, and the men's quad repechages. So there you go. That's confirmed for you.
Yeah, and the Dutch quad, one of the unexpected ones we'll see in the men's quadruple skull repechage. There's the flags blowing with that headwind. So it's time to say goodbye from myself and Greg Searle. We've been delighted to be with you this morning and through this afternoon. We hope you've enjoyed it as much as we have. We're back at 15:55.
Enjoyable morning of rowing. Thanks for joining us. See you later. Thanks, Stefan.
Super, Stefan. Thank you.
I guess we'll be here in 10 minutes, maybe a quarter to 4.
Nee, also wir haben da so eine Erstmal, das ist auch so ein ganz emotionaler Objekt. Und der war völlig perplex, dass er dabei gemeint war und regne med Holger over på samme tid. Ja.
hier bei den European Championships als Favoriten gelten. Und bevor wir natürlich auch unseren Favoriten, die aus dem Rudergang später noch sehen, geht es jetzt erstmal los mit einer kleinen Intro für euch, dass jemand wirklich ein Gefühl dafür bekommt, über die Athleten aus der Klasse 22. So first of all, to start into the pause, into the gap between the races today, I'd like to show you introduction about the class of 22. The class of 22 is a video documentary about 15 German athletes who compete here at the European Championships and who are favorites in their kind of sport. So I'd like to say, let's go.
Welcome to Munich, welcome to the Olympic Stadium, and welcome to the Olympic Park. We're back at it. We have it back with fans of the European Championships. 9 sports. Championships together. Athletics, cycling with BMX, track and road cycling, time trial, mountain bike, artistic gymnastics, rowing, sport climbing, table tennis and triathlon. So viele Geschichten und wir wollen sie natürlich alle erzählen. Deswegen sind wir heute hier. Dafür gibt es die Class of 22, unser Doku-Projekt über 2 Jahre. 13 Athletinnen und Athleten aus den 9 Sportarten aus München, der Region und ganz Deutschland, die wollen wir begleiten. Wir wollen
Ich denke mal, dass das für jeden Sportler hier eine mega Motivation ist, zu wissen, dass in 2 Jahren so ein großes Ereignis hier praktisch zu Hause ist.
Seit 22 Jahren die Europameisterschaft und hier in der Saison ist wirklich ein Traum, der dann vorgeht. Ich bin kleiner, ich bin größer. Ich wollte immer mal ein Event größeres hier in München haben. Das kommt jetzt aber, da freue ich mich drauf.
That's it. We're done. Thanks again for tuning in with us today here to the Olympic Stadium. We hope we teased you enough so you will stay with us for the next 2 years to follow us on the road to the European Championships Munich 2022.
Coole Eindrücke hier von der Class of 22, nice impressions of the Class of 22. unserem Vertreter des Rudersports in der Klasse 22, keine geringeren als unserem Einer-Weltmeister von 2019, Oliver Zeitler. We will continue with our German rower, who is also a favorite here at the European Championships, Oliver Zeitler, and introduce him to you guys. Unser Lokalmatador hier, Oliver Zeitler, der ja auch hier auf der Regattastrecke in München trainiert. So, wir machen weiter mit seinem Großvater. Denn Oliver Zeitlers Großvater,
Du bist auch relativ schnell.
Oliver Zeitlers Großvater ist hier auf der Regattastrecke in München 1972 Olympiasieger geworden. Ich habe gestern mit ihm schon ein bisschen gequatscht kurz bei der Eröffnungszeremonie, als wir gemeinsam auf der Bühne standen. Und ja, er ist natürlich jetzt auch richtig heiß auf, was sein Sohn hier abfackeln wird am Wochenende. Und man hat es ihm auch richtig angesehen, bei der Eröffnungszeremonie dabei zu sein. Ihm bedeutet das sehr, sehr viel. Und ja, es ist ja mittlerweile wirklich 50 Jahre her, also es jährt sich gerade nochmal. Und ja, es ist einfach ein schönes Erlebnis. Und ja, den Hans-Joachim Färber, wie er heißt, werden wir ihn gleich nochmal auch in einem kleinen Video hier sehen. Alright, so now you've seen something about Oliver Zeitler, our German favorite here at the Regatta Cross at the European Championships in Munich. And now I will show you a video about his grandfather. His grandfather won the gold medal at the Olympic Games in 1972 here in Munich, so 50 years ago. And we will show you some nice clips about him now.
Oliver Zeitler. Mein Großvater ist auch bei der Quadruple
im Finale.
Also meines Erachtens hier überall Menschen standen auf jeden Fall. So ab 500 Meter oder so.
Du musst dir vorstellen, die ganze Tribüne, das ist die Freiwillig da vorne, das war ja auch wieder eine Tribüne, war alles voller Menschen, das sind 1000 Meter vorne.
Bis 1000 sogar.
Der ganze Hügel stand da voll. Also ich habe das nie wieder erlebt. Bei einer Ruderveranstaltung, das war für mich immer noch, das war um die 45.000 hat man damals geschätzt. Als wir dann hier das Rennen gezogen letztlich, ja so ab 750, 1250 Meter vorgezogen haben wir schon die Route Deutschland gehört. War ja damals Zeit auf die Route gestartet. Das Ding wäre auch irgendwie. Also muss schon die fühlten sich ja richtig genauso an wie vor dem war ja auch von vornherein klar, dass es zwischen diesen Tagen ausgefahren wird. Wobei wir uns ein bisschen sicher waren, dass wir das Rennen machen, trotz Bahnbenachteiligung damals gefunden, die auf der Bahn rumgefahren. Und die DDR-Löwen hatten Unterland auf Bahn 1. Die hatten etwas seitlichen Gegenwind. Und die hatten natürlich da am letzten, ja, wenn man sagt, 500 Meter vor dem Windschatten und die hatten auf der Bahn von den Löwen. Aber wir konnten uns dann von Seite behaupten und das Ding dann sicher nach Hause gebracht.
Ja gut, das ist natürlich ein erhebendes Gefühl, wenn man dann seinen eigenen Hinkel oder vielleicht bis dahin 2 Jahre am Start hat und dann nach 50 Jahren zurück. Was man damals eigentlich so heute, die Leute 50 Jahre nach oben haben. Sehr gerne.
So, weiter geht's im Programm. Es geht weiter. Ich bin jetzt hier mit jemandem, der stellvertretend steht, glaube ich, für viele, ich würde schon fast sagen Tausende, Volunteers, freiwillige Helfer, die hier bei den European Championships dabei sind. Und ich stehe mit dem Stefan. Grüß dich, schön, dass du da bist.
Danke, schön. Ich freue mich auch hier zu sein und ich kann nicht direkt bestätigen, es sind Tausende.
Ja, siehst du, genau, das merke ich hier allein schon bei mir, das ist wirklich Wahnsinn. Und ja, erzähl mal ganz kurz was zu dir. Erstmal, was ist hier als Volunteer deine Aufgabe?
Also meine Aufgabe ist eigentlich dafür zu sorgen, den Fernsehen zu helfen, TV und ich mache die nächste Fußballei mit. Also als Volunteer unterstütze ich und teilweise darf ich hier die komplette Produktion dabei.
Da gehört ja schon ein bisschen Medienerfahrung dazu, da bist du also auch schon ein bisschen erfahren.
Ja, bin ich, aber der Nick, der hat mich dazu angewiesen und seine 2 Leute, die da noch mitmachen, die sind einfach prima, die sind auch gestern sehr auf die alles gegangen mit der nachher zugeschaut sind die dann auf der Kurs unbedingt fest gewesen und heute Morgen früh weg wieder hier.
Sehr schön. Sag mal, warum bist du hier? Also du bist ja als freiwilliger Helfer, als Volunteer, du bist jetzt hier mehrere Tage, hilfst freiwillig, stellst dich in den Dienst natürlich des Events. Was ist so deine Motivation, das zu machen?
Eine berechtigte Frage, vor allen Dingen ist das ja bei mir so, ich bin natürlich, weil wir ja von Medienseite aus eigentlich vorbereitet müssen, dass alles funktioniert, die Kameras installiert sind. Wir haben gestern auch Probeläufe gemacht, auch mit den deutschen Rundröhren, damit wir sehen konnten, ob alles funktioniert, es sind Tests gemacht worden, wie die Medaillenübergabe läuft und so weiter. Deswegen bin ich schon seit ein paar Tagen da, genau wirklich bis zum letzten Tag, jeden Tag im Einsatz. Und die 2 Tage auch hier nichts läuft, da bin ich dann im Olympiaschampion im Einsatz. Also jeden Tag. So, zu deiner zweiten Frage, warum mache ich das? Die meisten Volontiere hier, wir machen es ja ohne Geld, wir kriegen ja keinen Euro dafür. Wir machen es einfach aus Leidenschaft. Ja, Leidenschaft, wir wollen einfach helfen, wir wollen unterstützen. Viele sind ja aus München, die wollen einfach so ein Münchner großes Event unterstützen, ja, fördern. Aber wir haben ja auch
Absolut, das hast du perfekt zusammengefasst, da möchte ich absolut nichts hinzufügen. Was mich jetzt noch interessiert zum Abschluss ist, man weiß ja auch, jeder setzt durch die Aufgabe und jeder Volontier muss so seinen zugewiesenen Bereich. Ne? Und der Hintergrund von jeder einzelnen Person, die dann hier ist unterschiedlich. Er kommt aus unterschiedlichen Richtungen. Hier in München natürlich auch Leute dabei, die vielleicht auch
Kameramann wäre aufgrund eines Corona-Vorfalls, der kommt dann auch aus Köln und hat gesagt, das war ich habe wirklich 2 Wochen und vor dem privaten Gespräch fragt er schon mal, wie es mit dem Erfahrung und so. Also ich habe Volontiererfahrung von den Spielen 2004 in der Tasche und bin auch ein großer Griechenland-Fan, sodass ich da mal auswandere. Habe schon x-mal bei den Olympiamarathon volontiere, überall schon Frankfurter Island, European Championship. Aber ganz kurz, was ich mal erwähnen möchte, ist, okay, ich habe Erfahrung, ja, aber es sind so viele hier, die das zum allerersten Mal machen. Und ich finde, die haben einen riesen Respekt für die. Die treten vielleicht mal in den Fußstapfen von so einem alten Knecht wie mir, die dann irgendwann auch mal in 40 Jahren sagen, oh, ich habe hier gemacht und ich kann euch zum ersten Mal dabei. Nur bitten, macht weiter. Auch als alter Volontier sage ich einfach mal Dankeschön an die neuen jungen Volontiere.
sehr, sehr geil. Absolut. Da gibt es noch einen schönen Applaus dafür, dass du Sehr schön. Jetzt zu meiner Frage. Was machst du denn jetzt?
Ja, genau. Aber ich bin jetzt einfach Mitarbeiter bei der Stadt.
Schön, dass
Thank you.
Space.
Versuch's mal mit den Händen.
time, we will continue with the repertoire, so we will get back to what's going on here on the water. We are at the water bird again here in Munich, and to introduce that, I'd like to talk to you a little bit more about what the athletes do when they come here to the course. So, I used to be a professional athlete until last year myself. I took part in local competitions, European championships, world championships, also Olympic games, and I exactly know the feeling. I still see it when I see right behind me roads who are preparing for the start now. I exactly know what I feel. And some would say it's a combination between nervousness and a lot of other feelings. You can't really describe it. It all comes to this day. You prepare for it for such a long time. And then you get here to the course in the morning, and you have just like 1.5 or 2 hours to go until your race. And everything here is planned. When you come to the course, there are the tents, coordinations, there's the warm-up area, there's the boat storage, there's also the food area and everything. And so the journey of the athlete. I got back to it yesterday because I got all around the area here, and we took a nice tour, and I will show you exactly right now. Also, ich habe gestern eine schöne Tour über den Platz gemacht und die würde ich jetzt zeigen.
Wagen jetzt mal einen kleinen Blick hinter die Kulissen. Ich zeige euch jetzt mal alles, was ihr sonst nicht seht, nämlich alles das, was außerhalb der Ruderringe Verstecke stattfindet. Hinter mir seht ihr jetzt hier die Zelte der Nation, das heißt dort. Ja, kommt man erst mal die Strecke an als Sportler oder Sportlerin und bereitet sich dort vor, hat dann den Rucksack hin, zieht sich nochmal um und dort in der Nähe werden auch zum Beispiel Besprechungen gemacht vor dem Rennen, wo sich das richtig heiß gemacht wird. So, hier am deutschen Zelt ist auch unser Bootsmeister tätig mit seinem eigenen Wagen und vertritt gerade die Sculls mit dem deutschen Nationalfahrer.
I just wanted to tell you something more about the app. We will start with the app game tomorrow morning. Right when we start into the day at 8 o'clock, we will start with the app game. There will be the first app games here, so be here on time to participate. Also morgen früh um 8 Uhr geht's los mit dem ersten App Game. Seid auf jeden Fall pünktlich hier, damit wir eine gemeinsame Runde zocken können. Gut, dann höre ich gerade, es geht jetzt nach unten los mit dem Schwung.
Hello and welcome to the second session of racing today at the European Rowing Championships 2022. I'm Martin Cross and with me is Greg Searle, and we're here to take you through this short session this afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon everybody. Welcome to the Munich Olympic Regatta course. You saw the map. We are north of Munich in the south of Germany. It's a nice warm day and we've got 3 races to bring you in these conditions which are warm and slightly breezy. It's just a gentle headwind which has been blowing all day. You can see the temperature there, 26 degrees, and that wind's been pretty consistent all day.
Yeah, it has. Helps to cool down the athletes. It's quite hot when you're outside of the wind. And I think we'll have the schedule shortly to give you an idea of the racing that's coming. It's only a short schedule, but the first race is the repêchage for the men's pair. And say it's a short session, they're quite important for the athletes because this really gives the athletes a chance to progress further in the regatta through to the semi-finals, the AB semi-finals.
What a lovely sky that is, looking from the start.
It's a great lens
down
on
the
that
course.
camera.
Yeah, that's a beautiful picture, isn't it? But yeah, like you say, we've got 3 races. They're all repêchages in the men's pair, the women's double, and then the men's quad. And there's some athletes here who need to finish in the top 3 to keep their expectations alive of making it through into the semi-finals.
Yeah, you can see the men's pair. They're just turning round in lane. This is looking pictures down from the start. So there's the pair repêchages, sweep. So each rower has 1 oar as opposed to sculling where they have 2. Croatia are the European, World and Olympic champions. They're now in the men's double scull. They've switched their 1 blades for 2. So no Croatians to overcome in this event or in this repêchage this afternoon. So we will see very shortly the start list. There's a view of the start tower down at Munich. So we've got 6 crews from Turkey, Switzerland, Hungary, French are there, the Austrians, and the crew from the Republic of Moldova. So we'll go through and talk you through these boats individually. So there's the Turkish, Kane Aydin and Aydin Sahan, and Kane Aydin, only 18 years of age, in the bow seats, junior medalist, the World Championships. There's a Swiss pair, Martin Langer and Yang Jona Project, coached by Ian Wright, the New Zealander, who took the Swiss crew to gold in the Rio Olympics, then went over to Australia. They're just 21 and 24. There's the Hungarians, very well known on the rowing scene, Adrian Juhas and Bella Simon. Way back in 2017 in Sarasota, we saw them win the Coxed pair at the World Rowing Championships. That was a hell of a race, and they had a hell of a finish in that race. They'll need one today if they're going to progress further. 2 Frenchmen from Verdun, Etienne Juliet and Esteban Catoul. Both men won the trials for the French pairs, which gave them the right to contest this event. So that's them. Here are the Austrians, furthest away from us, deep in thought, Christoph Siegfriedsberger, the 25-year-old bowman, and his stroke, Bruno Bachmeier. And then finally, Chili Vistov Sestrikov and Alexandru Mashnitz, closest to us, from Moldova. First 3 crews will go through to the AB semi-finals. The remaining crews will go through to Final C. So you want to be in the top 3, and it's a great start early on by the Austrians, Greg.
Yeah, the Austrians getting away from us well there. You can see them 2 up from the bottom of our picture in the white boat. And as you say, all these crews have raced already this morning. They wouldn't have wanted to be here, but yeah, there we go with the Austrians up. High rate of striking, 46 strokes a minute they're doing, and that's getting them away into a quick early lead. Interesting, they've jumped the 2 crews beside them in lane 3 and 4.
Yeah, how important is that? I mean, the French are back out of qualifying in about 4th or 5th place at the moment, still rating 40. I mean, they've lost quite a lot of ground early on in that race. I'm just wondering how important that is, whether they're going to have much of a middle thousand to take them back into the contest.
Well, it's a real all-or-nothing kind of race, isn't it? So it's kind of interesting to see like this Turkish pair as well. You can see 40 strokes a minute. They're going out for it pretty hard because it's a bit of a sprint. You want to steal a position, get up into the top 3. But we would expect the 2 crews in the middle, because it's shaped like a chevron, to be the 2 quickest, because they're the 2 who did the best this morning.
So the Moldovans on this near side, Kirill Vysotsky-Shestakov and Alexandru Masnic doing very well. There are the crew in this near side lane 5. Christoph Siegfriedsberger furthest away from us. Bruno Bachmeier from Austria. Robert Sens, the chief coach for Austria.
They're leaning back into this headwind, aren't they? There's a reasonably strong headwind. It looks to me like they're really trying to sort of row the finish. So if anything, it's a little bit shorter coming forward, but then really sitting back and leaning into this headwind.
There's that Moldovan pair we talked about, Vysotsky-Shestakov on the left of your picture, Masnic on the right of your picture, and the Moldovan pair, quite a young crew, 24 Vysotsky-Shestakov and 23 Masnic, doing really well to be up there. And certainly, you know, you wouldn't have picked them to be out in front of the French at this early stage of the race. Still a lot of racing to go. The French not in the picture. I keep mentioning them because they've won their national trials.
Yeah, the Swiss here looking pretty smooth, sort of quite compact really, aren't they? But you can see them just bumping over the water a little bit, just catching the blades a little bit there.
So they look a little bit tight up top to me.
Tight up top, well, that's what it feels like, sort of compact looking.
Yeah,
rather than that real back lean that we saw from the crew in 5, the Austrians.
750 metres gone, and it is Moldova who edge their bows in front of Austria. Great first 750 from the Moldovans, and we don't often see a Moldovan pair in the lead in the World Championship, so this is something to celebrate.
Well, I think this is going to be a fantastic way to start this little short session we've got here, because I can't think that the Hungarians and the French are not going to make it into the top 3. So I've got to think that some fireworks are going to come from those lanes 3 and 4. But the Moldovans here are doing plenty to make sure they're not the ones who are going to get caught out.
There we see the Austrians, just to look across to see where the Moldovans are from the Austrian strokeman, Bruno Bachmeier. And a little bit of steering adjustment there. Still no move from the French, and Hungarians obviously move on the field in terms of 1,000 metres. It's got to be a big third quarter from the French if they are going to get back in the race.
I can't help thinking they might be catching up with the crews at the top of the picture. Moldova, to me, are looking very good out in front, as are Austria. I think it's the crew from Turkey and Switzerland who could get caught. But we're over here on effectively the sort of right-hand side of the course. We're in this grandstand, and these crews will just be desperate for the finish line to come because they've gone out early. They're going to be carrying a lot of lactate, a lot of pain in their muscles. It is a headwind, and it is still 850 metres to go. You wouldn't really want to be in one of those boats now because it's going to hurt.
No, we haven't got boat speed on the course, but I think we see there the combination from Austria. Pairs on the far side, that's the Turkish pair and the Swiss pair going toe-to-toe. The French are coming back into it now, Greg. You just see their bows, number 4 coming into the picture. They need a big sort of 1250 to 1500 to get them back in context for the last 500 metres. They might have chance of a third place, the French pair.
I think they might well. I think the Moldovans definitely gone to qualify. Here we go, like having a look at that French pair. Like you say, they won the French trials. They're moving pretty well. They had a big race this morning, and they were up there until the 3rd quarter, and then just got pushed down to have to be in this repechage at all.
Yeah, so they're going to have to do something which they weren't quite able to do this morning in that 3rd quarter. They still haven't moved enough back on the Swiss, who are in that 3rd qualifying position. Moldovans, look at them go, wow.
Yeah, no, fantastic for this crew from Moldova. Now we're going to get a look here. You see all 6 crews in the shot as we're coming through now. 500 to go. Moldova have definitely done enough. Have Austria done enough already? Will someone catch them with a big last 500? The French look like they can definitely put pressure on the Swiss to make it through, but you could even have a press from Hungary coming at them as well.
You could, and I think it's the Turkish that have dropped off on that far side after a good showing early on. French have moved into a qualifying position. Moldovans, coached by Valenu Barabas, out in front. That beautiful, long, lean style of theirs. Boat flowing on nicely through the back turn. The Austrians are still there. The Turkish are still there on the far side. I didn't call them out of it, but they're there on the far side. The French...
No, I think the Turkish are out of it. I think they're just gone out of the picture. I think it's Hungary and France coming up on Switzerland. We're going to have to wait and see till we get a better picture of them.
Yeah, that might be a good shout, Greg. Look at that. Look at the race. Is that the Hungarians or the Swiss?
That's the Hungarians that come flying through, isn't it? Hungarians, they've been rowing together since 2009.
We saw them with this finish at the 2017 World Championships. What are they rating, Greg?
They're at 50. They're at 50, Martin. As you said they might need it.
Oh,
they're going to come all the way through to second. They were absolutely out of it. They're in front of our position now, out of the window.
The French are going to be out of this.
Well, unless they can catch Austria. Yeah, the Hungarians have come through to second place. Unless something catastrophic happens, they've got second. France can't get back at Austria, can they? Despite Austria going out bravely, carrying a lot of pain with them. They've seen Hungary come past.
You've seen something remarkable in this race. 50 strokes a minute from the Hungarians. Sensational. Moldova win. No celebrations from them. They should do. Austria just take the win over the Hungarians. That's the first three into the AB semi-final. France miss out. Will go through to the C final together with the Turkish and Swiss boats.
Brilliant. Rate 50 from Hungary.
Oh, my God.
And well done, Moldova, taking that one on.
That was a really sensational race. A lot at stake, and so we go to the women's double sculls. 3 through: Hungary, Germany, Ukraine and Austria. Just one of these crews will drop out. And now we're going into live, and that looks like the Ukrainian double of Anastasia Kozenkova and Diana Serebrinskaya.
That's right, Martin, it is. They took the lead at 500 gone. They did a 152. Then behind them, it was all pretty tight, with Hungary second, Germany third, and Austria in the position you don't want to be in, which is the position that's going to get pushed out, because 3 of these are going to qualify. Nice picture here of this Ukrainian crew. They're towards the right-hand side of their lane, but they'll probably be okay with that. Just want to quietly keep the boat going along. No need for anything dramatic now, coming through halfway.
And I guess a bit of a surprise to see the Ukrainians in this repechage, bearing in mind their sculling program is going so well. Their women's quadruple scull won their heat today to qualify directly for the final. The Germans in second place. There we see Sophie Leopold in the stroke seat of the German crew, the 23-year-old, the young Judith Gies, behind her. Double coached by Alexander Schmidt. Still looking to hit the heights that German double sculls have reached in seasons past. But at the moment they look safe in qualifying position.
Yeah, but this double look like they're under pressure, don't they, from the Austrians? You can see it in the graphic in the corner. 49 metres behind, 50 metres behind, and 53 metres behind. So that's really where the competition is in this one. It's for that third place. Germany looking pretty safe in second. But yeah, will the Hungarians be able to emulate the men's pair we just saw and have the sprint finish they need?
There's the Austrian. She looks like a sister, doesn't she? The stroke Katerina Lobnik of the Austrian double, which I guess is not surprising. Tabea Minchimaya behind her, and you can see the Austrians are just 2 metres ahead of the Hungarians. You've got the distance behind the leaders on the left-hand graphic, which is very handy to have. Germans in a comfortable second place, so they will look to be going through to the semi-final AB.
Yeah, Germany, as you say, I mean, they're still working pretty hard, 35 strokes a minute. They've got to work hard to keep that position. Ukraine have settled down to 33. They've got to feel like they're in pretty good control here. The real race is going on at the back, and both of them are giving it everything they can. But it's Austria we're going to see who've pushed through to the third position. And it's looking like Hungary are going to have to do something very special to turn this around. If we have a look, the German crew there comfortably in second. Let's have a look now, and we'll see Austria have got hold of that position. And
So
Hungary on the far side.
Yeah, they've got a lot to battle for. We're looking at the battle for 3rd and 4th place. Top 3 crews will go through to the AB semi-final, and the final crew in this contest will not race again. I think that will be it, because there's no one to race in the C final. So this will be the last race if the Austrians don't do something special. And sorry, if the Hungarians don't do something special, and it doesn't look like they're about to, with 300 or so meters to go in this race.
No, that's right. They were 14th in Poznan. It's looking like they're heading towards being 13th here, which would be disappointing for them.
So the Bulgarians, sorry, the Ukrainians, beg your pardon, out in front this race from the off. Good shot of the leg drive there. Blue tape, we've seen that on several athletes today, the physio tape. The team physicians have put on the arms or the legs of the athletes just to isolate an injury and make it more bearable to drive through the stroke. Crowd in front of us applauding on their feet. You hear the applause. Vocal crowd, not a big crowd this afternoon. There's only 3 races, but Ukraine edging up to the finish line.
Yeah, Ukraine sculling very well in these conditions. They did what they needed to, really took control early, and then just moved away from the rest of the field and made sure they were out of the difficult competition, but they take the win. See them across the line. It's going to be Germany who get the 2nd qualifying place, and we're assuming when we see this one come through, here we go, Austria at the bottom of the picture, safely into the last 12, into those semi-finals, and it is Hungary at the top of the picture who are going to finish in 13th place and won't have a C final because they'll be on their own.
So here's our final race. Norway, Ukraine, the Netherlands, Estonia and Sweden go head-to-head in the men's quadruple sculls. It's a repechage that the first 3 will find a place in the AB semi-finals. And this is our final race on the programme. Here's the Dutch crew. We won't see them off the start. Familiar features of Stefan Bruyning in the stroke seat of the scull from the Netherlands, the man from the Njord club. Behind him, Simon van Dorp, the Husky from Washington University, rose for William III club. And the Dutch were pretty disappointing, I think, in terms of their standards, bearing in mind, you know, although these aren't the same guys that raced in the Tokyo Olympics, they are Olympic champions in this discipline.
Yeah, I mean, they look good, but they were just in a pretty tough old race, weren't they, this morning, as were these Ukrainians. They'll be wanting to get through this race today, really, with as little energy expended as possible. But what they'll know is the pace is going to keep getting pushed by the people who are behind.
There are 2 of these Ukrainians, Alexander Norotka and Ivan Dovgodko, who are in that Ukrainian quad that won. Do you remember in 2014 they beat the British quad by a metre or so on the Bosbaan in Amsterdam at the Worlds?
Yeah, it's a great race, that one. Again, we see Estonia here. They're in this more or less 3rd position, but definitely qualifying. Again, they've got a great history as well in quad sculling.
Well, Tano Indriksen in the 3 seat there, 43 years of age. Ala Rahat, 39 years of age in that Estonian boat. And you would expect with that experience and motivation to still carry on the sport at this high level that they would be right up there. 2nd place now, just ahead of the Ukrainians, and it's the Norwegians. Norway have got, if we get a look at them, I think, they've got Chris Brun, the lightweight at stroke of the Norwegian boat, who was in that, well, he's bronze medalist from the Rio Olympics in the lightweight men's double sculls. He was in the boat that flipped over in Tokyo. At the moment, they look to be going out together with the Swedes.
Yeah, you can see it on the graphic in the bottom left, can't you? The Norway now 38 metres off the leaders, whereas Ukraine are 15 metres off Ukraine, off the leaders. So looks like these 3 are pretty comfortable. But they've had to work for it, and there's still no let-up because you want to keep your position for whatever happens with the draw later and give themselves the best chance of going through the rep, but then also coming through the semi-final.
Finn Florijn and Jan van der Beek, the other scullers in the Dutch boat. Finn Florijn was the Dutch single in the Olympics. Tokyo unfortunately got COVID and had to miss the competition, so finished last in that. But they will have really relished the chance to get another go down the course, the Dutch, and work out their technique and work out their calls. Crew that's come together quite recently, this Dutch quad, take the win, and it looks like Estonia got second place ahead of Ukraine. Norway, well, that's Sweden coming in ahead of Norway. That is a surprise of the two Nordic nations. Norway coming in 5th place. Sweden and Norway will go head-to-head in the C final. They don't look that happy, but I suppose you wouldn't, the Dutch.
No, you wouldn't, would you? And it still hurts, you know, it still hurts to do a race like that into a headwind, 6:13. It's painful, isn't it? Headwind, extra race that you didn't want to do when you woke up this morning. And now they know they've got to get up for it and have a semi-final where they need to keep turning things around.
And when is their semi? Is it tomorrow, Greg?
Yeah, just having a look now. Yeah, semi-final is tomorrow. So yeah, 20 past 11 tomorrow or thereabouts. They're going to be on again. So yeah, tough day today, the Thursday, and then recovering and getting back at it tomorrow.
So there is that result. The Dutch crew of Florijn, Van der Beek, Van Dorp and Boynink taking the win ahead of Estonia and Ukraine. They go through to the AB semi-finals tomorrow. And that's the Ukrainians, second place. They look pretty knackered, don't they?
Yeah, they do.
So just need to wind down, get rid of the lactic acid in their legs.
Yeah, they'll do that. They'll go for a little paddle around the course, probably, won't they? The good thing for them is I think the wind has dropped. It's about as calm as it's been all day. And as the spectators start to head home, the crews will go around the course. They may think of having a little paddle this afternoon and preparing for what we're going to see tomorrow, which will be an exciting day of racing. We have it there, Martin?
Yeah, semi-finals for the women's double sculls start us off. Repechages for the women's pair and women's 4 to get into the A final. Lightweight women's quadruple sculls preliminary race. Repechages for the women's quads to get into the final. A lot of races, lightweight women's singles to get into the final, that event, as in the lightweight men's. Men's double sculls repechage, I think that will be to get us into the semi. And then the lightweight women's double sculls reps, we saw the two crews go through there, the Italians and the British. And then we've got women's single sculls, the PR events, men's single sculls, repechages to get into the semis. And the PR1 men's singles repechage. We saw Polyansky and Perini go through in that race today. Women's 8 repechage as well. Wow, there's a lot of races. Quite fast and furious action. C finals of the men's pair and the men quadruple sculls. And then we finish with some semi-finals of the men's pair and the men's quadruple sculls.
And you might notice they look like they're on 6 or 7 minute gaps, so we'll get slightly longer to see each race because it's been fast and furious today. I'm sure it'll be great action tomorrow. We hope you'll come back and join us. We have enjoyed bringing you the action today. I'm Greg Searle. We'll be back here tomorrow. Martin, it's been enjoyable being alongside you. Thank you for your company.
Thanks, Greg. And, well, you'll join us tomorrow, won't you? Be sure of that. See you tomorrow morning, 900 Central European summertime. Till then, enjoy the rest of the sporting action from the 2022 European Championships in Munich.
Dann geht es hier weiter und ich hoffe, dass wir voll machen, dass wir viel Spaß haben und wenn wir noch das ist für uns und wie gesagt, das war gestern auch schon, ja, und dann war wirklich